Hey, Olga. We'll be starting the show here in a minute. Just give me a moment. Welcome, everybody. You guys can do me a solid. Hit that like button as we start the show. What up, Hermit? What's going on? What up, Josh? How's it going, man? Sosa, what's up? All right. Let's start the show.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new week of High on Politics. It is Monday. Had myself a nice long weekend. Attended a bunch of protests, and by a bunch, I mean 3 separate protests. Kind of just followed a river that is in Illinois. So it was a nice little day in the burbs for me. I had a great time. I'm going to be going through a little bit of the coverage and also go through some of the other coverage. We also got some official numbers, so we're going to go through that. Like I said, I hope that you guys were able to go and attend because it was definitely a time. Definitely can feel the solidarity. Also, we're going to be covering, let's see. Oh boy. Hey, I will be welcoming chat in just 1 second. Want to give you guys a little breakdown on the news that we're going to be covering. Trump's threatening to take over Carg Island, which he already has the ground troops, which is confirmed. Ground troops are there, so we're going to be going through that. We're also going to be talking about the implications of that invasion, because it is an invasion. Russian oil has spiked, therefore the markets are not going to have any of the corrections that were anticipated after a Ukrainian strike, so we're going to be going through that. Fire reported at an oil refinery in Israel after missile attack, again, it's impacting oil markets in a way that is unprecedented. They're talking about $200 per barrel coming up, and how we're not even beginning, like, we haven't really felt the impacts yet, which I do want to kind of cover how, like, gas stations have completely, like, gotten comfortable with the idea of ripping off the American public, and Trump's not going to do anything about it, which you would think he would, because it's like, it makes me look bad, but we'll see. Yes, a scientist, this is crazy. So scientists go missing as mysterious drones hover over a U.S. base. This has gone not underreported, but the Breaking Point's got a shout out. Breaking Points, they did some in-depth coverage on this. We got Caroline Leavitt's press conference today, which went awful. And then the creme de la creme, little bit of drama happening in the leftist sphere where apparently AOC and Anna Kasparian, who I like to call Anna Crapsparian on this network, I know, very mature of me, but they are having a little Twitter beef, and it's continuing. It wasn't just like one or two tweets and then boom. No, it is still going on. So we're going to be going through that, and then a few other things during the fun half. Now, if this is your first time here, I appreciate you guys stopping by. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. I like to do a fun half right around the 420 mark on my channel. If you catch my drift, we like to do a little cheersing and then just kind of hang out. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. Rachel, what's up? I missed our local protest. I was at a disability group meeting. Hey, you know what? I'm. Hey, that's good. That's a good reason to not attend a protest. I hope you were there in spirit. War bad. Yes, war bad. War on Twitter is fine though. Yeah, dude. Okay, so Twitter's algorithm. I thought there was kind of hope because there was a bunch of stuff that was breaking through that it. If it was in like an actual oppressive regime, and I'm using this term a little loosely here. As far as like censoring us, they weren't doing a good job because there was so much like Hassan drama news and just stuff like that was constantly breaking through. The algorithm has now taken that away, where everything I have been seeing the past 2 days has just been nothing but right-wing propaganda. I noticed that the trending, it seems to be just anything that Elon would want trending. So if it hadn't already happened, and I guess I was just, being kind of blind to it, it's definitely happening now. But yeah, it's unfortunate. So Twitter is, if it hadn't already gone the way of the dodo, it's going the way of the dodo because there's nothing you can do. You can't trust it. Like, it sucks. It's the same with Facebook. Facebook has just been nothing but just, I think it's been almost a month now, but out of nowhere, it just started slamming me with nothing but Fox News and just a whole bunch of that BS. New York Post. I literally unfollowed the New York Post multiple times, and it would still show up. So, yeah, they're trying to get you all worked up. The outrage machine is out there. But with YouTube, I hate to save the best for last. There's something going on. We're gonna watch a video from Valhalla VFT. He finally had something happen to him on his show, which I showed one of my friends the video last night, and he said that it kind of seems like it's just a creator bitching that his videos aren't getting as much attention. But I'm like, no. This is happening site-wide. Now, whether or not it's bot swatting or like they're swatting bots, not I'm using the terms wrong. But yeah, if they're getting rid of bots, then I could see that being like having an impact. But what is also happening is view counts are there's like a view count glitch. Like right now, I'm not even sure how many people are actually watching me. It says 4. Then I look at my other feed just from YouTube Direct instead of outside of my studio, and it says I have 14. So I don't know. I don't know anymore. So, yeah, it almost is going to be a nice stream because of that. Because yes, I will admit that me as a YouTuber, and it happens to all of us. We all start focusing a little bit on the numbers, especially if you see a little growth. But Pakistan, I have no idea what that means, but yeah, we'll also be talking about the Pakistan response to this. What's up, Jackal? How you doing? Tinkerbell, how you doing? Hope you guys had a good weekend. I know that, I was only gone for 1 day, so I hope you all had a good Sunday. I was definitely a little burnt out yesterday, not gonna lie. I kind of burnt the candle at both ends. Man, I'm just going through all the phrases today, but I really did. I didn't really plan what happened after the protest. So if you guys are in our Discord, I got invited by my friend that I was staying with. He wanted to go shooting. And you know what? That's exactly what we did. I went shooting. I had a great time too. So, if you guys were in the Discord and you guys got to see the video, that was a 30-30 Winchester that I was testing out. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Accurate, and also got some kick to it. I really like that one. My second favorite was the NATO, the bullpup NATO. It was a 550 or a 550. That thing is I'm kind of surprised that they don't really use that in more official capacities, because that thing was very easy to use and also very comfortable. And then a couple nines. Not 556. No. Oh, 556. Yeah, no, my bad. No. The NATO 556. Yeah. Sorry. I'm not exactly like a weapons master by any means. I was learning on the like at the range, where I was just like, what is this? Ooh. Although we did play some games as far as target games, and I did pretty well. I'm very, very happy to report that, yeah, your boy can shoot. But I had a great freaking time. If you guys want to see again, check out the Discord. I posted a quick little video and also just some pictures. I was, like I said, I wasn't like expecting to do that, so I had the most American day on Saturday ever. I really did. Going out and protesting, again, 3 different protests, seeing everybody having a great time, exercising our First Amendment rights, and then going to the, and practicing my Second Amendment rights. That was pretty cool, man. And then I got myself a fucking like a baller pizza, and then we had some beers afterwards. That was one of the most American days I think that I could have had. So good old way to kind of celebrate, And to Rogan's point, yeah, that's what makes America great right there. It was already great. I do actually, like, I always thought that MAGA was kind of insane in the way that they were just always, it's like, why are you complaining about this? All right, Kat, seriously, one more fucking time that you're going upstairs. Oh yeah, little update. This little shit got down here before I could start. I was doing some show prep. I ran upstairs to grab a coffee. In the time that it took between me getting my coffee and coming back down, this little asshole ate all of his cat treats. An entire bag of freaking greeny cat treats. I am kind of pissed off at him right now, not gonna lie. Like, look at this little, here. Look at him. Look at him, he is shame. Look at him, he is shame. Shame. Bad kitty. You are bad kitty. You are very bad kitty. Yes. Eating all the greenies. So, just so you guys know, if there are any donations, it's all going to the dog today. Cat gets nothing. Little bastard. He's so damn cute. You guys saw him. He's very, very cute. But, oh, man, if he... Yeah, the cutest guilty face of all time. Yep. No, dude, seriously. And then I come down here, and I find the bag here. So, he already ate through the bag. So I had to get a plastic bag. Look at this. He destroyed it. So, yeah, he's feeling a little bad about himself. Cutie. I have 5. You have 5. Wow, I have 2, and that's actually a handful, I gotta say. He does. Oh yeah, he looks remorseful. Yeah, dude. He knew he was in trouble the second I came down here. He's very, very much like a dog in that regard, where he's just like, I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up. But Stan is upstairs waiting for his mommy to come home. She is at a appointment. Just got to give you guys a little breakdown. Nothing too big. She had a very bad weekend as far as just feeling kind of sick and tired. And it all stems from the fact that this is the last week of her chemo radiation, and we talked to a doctor about it. They said it's the worst, like, to expect it to be the worst week. So, after this week, though, she is off of the chemo radiation, and then we wait for the surgery. So, keep those positive vibes coming, guys, because I gotta say, we really need it right now. I'll be honest, I need it. I need a little bit of a boost. Some happiness would be nice, or just like a distraction, because I did have myself a little bit of a rough weekend with it. It was It was bad. Regretting life as one does. How are you? Ryan, how you doing, man? I've been worried about you. I'm actually doing okay. Yeah, as I was just saying, uni had a rough weekend this weekend, but we have a really good outlook on this. There's only 4 days left after this one today, as far as like the radiation, and then she goes next Monday to get the port. I guess not the port stays, but the plug comes out or whatever. But yeah, this sucks. You know, I've said it so many times on here, but I just have to reiterate, like, fucking cancer, dude. And I know that most people, once they go through this, that's why, like, you have this weird solidarity whenever somebody says fuck cancer. There's no emptiness there. You feel the weight behind it. And now I really feel the weight behind the whole fuck cancer. Also, I did kind of I had a really nice interaction with somebody this on Friday. Not sure if I talked about it, but I'll just say it was somebody at her treatment center, and they gave me a very nice hug and just said it's gonna be okay. And god damn it, you know what, for a stranger to take the time out of their day to do that, they don't know what that meant to me, because I really fucking needed it. I really needed that. So that was wild. Cancer is real. Politics is horseshit. Good luck, man. Thank you, Todd. I appreciate that. I also agree, man. I literally had a sign for my protest that's pro wrestling is real, cancer's fake, or cancer. Politics is fake. I don't know, man. I think it is in some weird way kind of all fake. It's all figured out. They're all just trying to fuck us. I'm getting back to that point, but at the same time, I also do kind of just think like, no, there's no. Again, if that was the case, then we wouldn't have votes. So I don't know. We love you, Pep. Thanks, Dennis. I appreciate that. I'm so glad you guys went medical the first time. As soon as you found out, catching people you know and love try to go all natural is painful, and it hits you hard when they get delivered the news. Oh yeah. I mean, I got delivered the news the worst way possible. I was putting my dog down, and then I got a phone call that they had done it, which I'm not sure if that was the best way to tell me. You know, I kind of think back to that. I'm like, a little, whatever. We fight illness, not words. You know what? I don't know. I think that you should fight, words. I'm not saying like do the whole thing where you're like, oh, all this stuff offends me and I'm gonna fight like that. No, but if it's, how do I say this? Politics, as much as it can have like the perception of just being like it's all rigged against us, it is very real and it's important. It's important, guys. And honestly, this is where we do need to get more involved. We need to start doing city council stuff. And I think there needs, for lack of a better term, to be a re-education for all of us on what these local positions do and how we can help, or how we can get how we can be involved in our local communities a little bit more. I don't know. It seems thick. If only the weather the day of the protest was nice. Yeah, it was cold as shit. Second one I went to, I realized that my hands were getting like frozen to the point where they started shaking. Like, oh, that's great. Yes, we need to start doing city council stuff. Totally, I agree with that. Yeah, no, I'm 100% on board with this one. The next election cycle that is coming up here, I think that it's very important that people get more involved. But in Illinois, unfortunately, it seems like all the candidates for these positions are already locked down. And if you, actually, Serena, you might be able to answer this. What can we do in terms of being a write-in candidate? And does that hold validity in Illinois? I'm not entirely sure, because I know that they go through this little rigmarole as far as like trying to get on the ballot, where you have to get, you have to petition for your signatures, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, whatever. Anyway, I fight lots of stuff. I don't know about you. You get used to it fast. Well, I mean, unfortunately, Ryan, I don't want to say I know where you're at, at mentally, because I really don't. Obviously, I have not experienced what you're experiencing, but I know the fight or flight response of your brain taking over. I would argue that I haven't been out of the fight or flight response since I lost my mom. And yeah, you know what? You do. Actually, I hate to say this. I hate to say that you do get kind of used to it. It fucking sucks. If somebody had said that to me right after my mom died, I'd probably get really upset. But, yeah. Hoarding money, not making it, to be honest. Wait, next election cycle is too late. You can literally get involved right now because we can actually be watchdogs for the various boards. See, now, yeah, come on, Darren Bailey is a viable candidate. Dude, did you see him have his Jeb Bush moment on the so like some local news station? I can't even like remember this shit. I'm not gonna spend time looking for it. Fuck it. If I was better at thinking, hey, this Darren Bailey clip might actually be relevant when I was watching it. But realistically, I didn't think that the gubernatorial race for Illinois was going to be that interesting. So why even, you know, subject people to that? But he had a total Jeb Bush moment where he's negative Riz, dude. Like, I'm not sure if it has anything to do with his, like, his loss or anything, but he just seems to not have it this time. It seems like he's just running the numbers or just kind of autopiloting this one, which it is crazy how many people are still like thinking, oh yeah, you know what? Fuck yeah, let's do this. Also, guys, so you know how I mentioned that Trump store that was, I kind of had like a back and forth where I did like, this is where I did my oopsie into journalism, where I did an investigation on this woman because I found out that she kept getting out of tickets. And they're not just like little fucking traffic infractions. These are big ones that you guys would never get out of. And I was like, why? So then I found out that they like give this to a random law firm that's not even they're not prosecutors. They're just random fucking lawyers that go in and settle these cases. And the guy was like some old douchebag that like he did all right, well, I kind of feel that you were treated unfairly, and we're just going to throw this case out, but you gotta be good. Don't go out there online and doing your thing where you're going and taunting everybody. Well, what's the first thing she fucking did after that? And that's what got me involved, where I was just like, oh, fuck this bitch. Well, turns out, I found this out while I was like going to the protests, that her store is not permanently closed. It is closed for restructuring, but then she went out and talked to a local reporter, and she just said it. She can't even get half of her rent. So, yeah. What the fuck? Okay, that's proper investigative stuff. I know. I kind of used, it's funny, Natch. I thought back to my journalism class, and I was like, well, I know how to do this, because I know that, like, if there's a phone number, like, listed or attached to any of these things, especially, like, court-related, they have to answer you. It's like, it's a freedom of information request. So I got a hold of one attorney who he even said, he's like, I can't discuss this, and he was laughing. He's like, I cannot discuss this because I didn't prosecute it. He's like, but... He's like, I don't have to. He's like, I'll tell you what happened. He's like, yeah, in the state of Illinois, we have law firms that work with us to prosecute anything that's not considered like a violent crime. And I was just like, oh my fucking God. That makes so much sense. And it also makes sense why everybody talks about like Chicago, like the catch and release thing. That's why, though, is because the way that they classify like violent stuff over like, you know, like fraud. Because, like, that's another thing. She was being looked into for fraud, and it was like, wait a minute. That just went away after she or had the other court case from her that had nothing to do with the fraud stuff. It was the freaking, it was a suspended license thing. Like, she was driving on a suspended, which, again, how did she not get locked up? How did her car not get impounded? And then she's just out there doing it again. She had two infractions. And the second one resulted in her getting arrested. But again, they didn't impound her vehicle, which is insane. They impound everybody's fucking car, but they didn't impound her fucking giant white Jeep, which I gotta say, man, I used to like be a Jeep fan, but fuck Jeep. You know what? I just gotta say it. Stellantis vehicles are awful. I've worked on Stellantis vehicles for a long time. I don't know who, when they were even like before Stellantis, before when, you know, Jeep was still a proper company. They also had some poor design choices. Like, I don't know why they decided to put the oil filter in the middle of the fucking engine. Not on the bottom, not on the top, the fucking middle. And every single time, there's a reason I have a fucking burn mark on my wrist. It's so stupid. And yeah, just in general, like, I have a Jeep. Like, I don't know why I was like, trying to be coy about it, because I realized that when I was filming in my car, my seats literally have Jeep on them. So I'm just like, nah, yeah. But I drive a fucking, it's a shitty little shitty. It's actually it's a very responsible four-banger. It's a 4-cylinder Cherokee. I actually like my car. Like and love are two very separate things. Get out from, that's it, go. Now he's trying to, like, chew on the cords behind the computer. I swear to fucking God, this cat is testing my patience today. Got to go to bed. I wake up in 4.5 hours for work. Oh, my God. You know what, Ryan? Solidarity, bro. I'm not sure if this makes you feel any better, but you have about the same, like, sleep schedule as I do. As far as my get off here, go to sleep, wake up, go to work. Like, yeah, I should probably get a little bit better about that. I try to at least get the 6, but the fucking Jeep pickup trucks look like AI slopped the vehicle. Yeah, no, they do. I used to like them, but the thing is, I drove a Jeep Commander for long enough to understand that, you know, the boxy, like, Jeeps, like, just in, like, because I always wanted a Wrangler, but I couldn't afford it. And then, yeah, now I hate them. I actually hate them. Now I look at Wranglers and they're fucking stupid. And also, shitheads tend to drive them. That's one thing that I kind of got, where I was like, I was part of one of those like the Duck Jeep groups, which, if you guys don't know, it's like a Jeep thing, which is cool. And it does kind of make you feel like you have a community. But then all of a sudden they had these Trump ducks, and it became literally a thing where they're just like, yeah, more Trumpers drive Wranglers than non-Trumpers. I was just like, you know, I don't even want to have this conversation. I'd rather just drive a Camry and just be fucking done with it. It's like, I'm over all of that shit. I'm over all these shitheads that tie their identity to fucking any brand like that. Like, I was thinking about this. I live by a house where they're a Chevy family. Gay. Fucking stop. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I'm a Chevy family. I'm a loyal customer for life to this fucking company that makes shitty trucks and shitty car. Like, stop. Like, goddamn, you can like what you like, but fucking don't just do, like, brand loyal. You never know when they're gonna fucking use, you know, some cheaper parts or have, like, trust me, like, stop. That's fucking stupid. Unless you're, I don't know, do you work for them? Because even if you did, that's fucking weird, too. Capitalism has won, hasn't it? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, totally. Like, because I pull that shit occasionally where I'll kind of think about, like, the Jeep, actually. It was kind of a thing. I got another Jeep because I was like, oh, you know, I like my last Jeep. I might as well get another Jeep. Instead, if I was practical, I would have gotten a fucking, you know, like a 4Runner or some shit. I don't. But it's always like that thing, too, where you're like, well, I don't want to go full minivan, dude, you know? I don't have kids, so I'm not going to do that. But it's like, that's the next step up from a fucking minivan, is a fucking Toyota 4Runner. I don't know. They seem very mom-car-y. Hey, what's up, Zombie Banana? I'm just kind of stun-locking on shitty cars and how people get locked into, like, being one type of car family. I don't know. But yeah. What else do people do that with in America? Let's see. I mean, occasionally, food is different. Because food, it's like a trust thing, and also, like, if you're if you like texture and stuff like that, and just how, like, something cooks, like, I gotta be honest, this is one for me. I have tried lots of box mac and cheeses. I'm sorry, Kraft. It's like, no, I'd rather just have that. Whatever, fake cheese be damned. I mean, come on. I add that little bit, like, the recommended, half, it's like not a half stick, but, like a half teaspoon of butter. It's like, yeah, bullshit. Let's add another, 1.5 to that. I use 2. Like, no bullshit. My arteries hate me. But, yeah, and then I gotta add some extra cheese. Like, yeah, you use the bullshit cheese, you mix it up, and then you gotta put some real cheese in there, some Colby Jack. And then you got yourself a fucking bomb-ass little plate of mac and cheese. I'm trash, and I'm totally fine with it. At this point, I'm owning it. I don't care. Like, America did this to me. Although, if I was making, like, $1 million, like, I hate to do the bare naked ladies thing, but it's like, if I had $1 million. Oh, wait a minute. They literally talk about eating craft dinner. We wouldn't have to eat craft dinner, but we would, because it's good. We missed 420. Fuck. Josh, I have betrayed the party. I'm sorry. All right, guys. Well, there, we're good now. But yeah, if you guys are just joining the show, welcome. Appreciate having you here. I want to have a nice place for conversating or conversing, politics. And honestly, guys, like, I'm so over the people that come in here, and it's not even the trolls. It's the people that, like, automatically assume that they can't be in here or that they're going to get kicked out. Like, I've been thinking about this because that means that almost every other channel is just like, yeah, get the fuck out of here. Hey, F it, embrace whatever you like. I don't know about having trashy likes. I mean, that's if you do the quick mac and cheese in the microwave and cook it in 2 stages, you can put a slice of cheese on the top. Effing heaven. Yeah, I've done that. I've done that. When my wife first got diagnosed, she could only eat, like, so many things, and they actually said that, like, that fake mac and cheese or whatever, the Easy Mac, they said that was a really good thing for her to try, like, to eat, because it was technically lighter on her stomach and easy, whatever. I'm not gonna get into it, but we ate a lot of that, and that was the one thing that I figured out where I'm like, oh, I gotta spice this up a little bit. Like, this is kind of gross. It makes sense. I've been kicked out of so many streams for disagreeing. I don't get it. I really don't, because I kind of had a moment, and I don't want to say who I was watching. You might figure it out, but I was watching this leftist stream, and we actually have, like, some of the same mods, but the way that they just literally crush anybody that says something that's, like, even a joke. I saw some jokes get, like, taken down, and then they were like, I was joking about that. And then they were just like, well, you can't read context in this. And the chat wasn't even moving that fast. I was just like, okay. That's weird. What up, Atch? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Makes sense. I don't know why your chat just doubled up. That was weird. Yeah. Did you mean to hit? I don't think you even hit that twice, because... Oh, there's what the hell? Okay, hold on. I gotta fix this. I have like a 8-second chat delay on my side here. What the hell? Yeah, this is bad. Is this the Mr. thing? Okay, not the Mr. Or MR thing. Oh, Mr. What MR thing are you talking about? I don't know what MR thing you're talking about. I sent it once. It was so cool. It was so cool. YouTube posted it twice. Yeah. Mago always simply wants to own the libs. I get it. In this economy, that's all they have a chance of owning. Well, well said. Yeah, I gotta say that the minority that wants to just troll people, I almost think that it's a response, like it's an anger response, because they get it, where they're just like, oh, the getting banned. Okay, yeah. The getting banned from chat thing. Well, I mean, I haven't been banned from MR chat. Did somebody? I don't know what happened. Nats, you can post it in the mod chat, because I don't really remember what you're talking about. Can't make this up. The left is everything they say they're against. Oh yes, what's that? What's that? And how are you monolithing the left today? The weird thing is MAGA monoliths itself, where they're proud of it. Whereas on the left, it's just like, stop trying to lump us in with Democrats and, you know, in my case, it's like, stop trying to always like say how I'm like, oh, you're a Democrat communist. It's just like, no, I'm not. You're stupid. And honestly, I think that if you just doing that reductionist bullshit, that just means that this is why people react to you. Like, if you're not a bot, people will react to you like you're a bot because that's all you're here for. You're here to further the divide. Congratulations for contributing to the actual decline of America and American discourse. You're literally the brain poison that is online. Just do yourself a favor and take yourself offline. And I'm talking like just delete your YouTube, like get out and touch grass, because I think that honestly you might be happier, but who knows? Maybe this is like your hobby, which I've been noticing a lot of people are just so fucking miserable in MAGA that's all they do. They just sit on fucking Facebook. Oh, look at this. Look at these leftists, blah, 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 blah. None of it's real. None of it's real. I'm telling you, man. I met a few people at the protest on Saturday that they even said, they're like, I was MAGA. And they're like, I kind of feel bad because I used to call these protests paid protests, and they were like totally those types of MAGAs. And then, yeah, it turns out that having the broken promise of no new wars result in high gas prices was a bridge too far, because they can't look at the gas price every day on their way to work and just be like, hey, Jimmy, did you see the price of gas? How's that for some TDS? You still rocking that TDS there, Jimmy? Jim Bob? Come on, buddy. You gotta admit, $2.50 or $1.99 gas, that's some good shit right there. And then all of a sudden, they're just like, $4 fucking what? $4? $3? Oh my God. Oh, damn. How much is diesel? Oh, shit. Well, I got a truck. Oh, shit. Like, it's kind of one of those things that I'm seeing. TFS, Trump fatigue syndrome. We all have it. Everybody's fatigued with that asshole. But I also do love how, like, Iran and the rest of the world told him to get fucked today. That was pretty funny. Like, I'm gonna just say it. Like, when he was trying to move the markets again, all of them and none of the markets responded the way that he wanted them to, where he was just like, how come nobody's freaking out? Come on, guys. Come on. Timu Mike from PA. I am way better than Mike from PA. There's one thing I have is enough self-respect to at least recognize that. Mike from PA. Mike from PA was always one of those, like, I don't know. He was like a radio call-in guy. You know, he always like, if you guys were Howard Stern fans, he reminds me of Stuttering John, where Stuttering John was like originally just a fan who became an intern, then started working for the show. Kind of like that. All right, what do we got? Gas prices are little compared to taking down Iran. We're not taking down Iran, you fuckhead. Dude, we didn't get the gas from Iraq and we didn't get the gas from Afghanistan. That's why gas prices were so high under Bush and Obama. Kind of weird when we were fighting, an oil war, and we all knew it. But dude, even with Venezuela, and then you have fucking Russia and Ukraine, like, dude, no, oil is going to be high for over 2 years. The rest of us that kind of exist in the real world, we're listening to economists who don't give a shit about the politics behind this. They're just like, no, these decisions have led to this, and because those decisions had some repercussions where now we have oil fields that are no longer functional, we are going to have high gas prices. And we've just seen the beginning of this. If it gets up to $200 per barrel, bro, I have a feeling that you ain't going to be fucking in this chat sitting here going, it's a little hiccup. It's okay. It's just a little bit to go and get fucked. America first is the one thing that I have to actually agree with on this one. The likes of the Marjorie Taylor Greens and the shitheads that I still think they're shitheads, but they're less of shitheads than MAGA, which is insane that you guys lost them. They created America First, which does have a lot of traction because a lot of them were like, no, motherfuckers, this is fucked up. The fact that you're out here saying to us, or we're saying to us, oh, we can't give money to Ukraine. We can't do this. I want to save my money. I don't want to help nothing. I don't want to do nothing. I don't want bases. America first. Isolation. And then the second that this orange motherfucker goes out there and starts saying, I want to bomb this. I want to bomb that. I'm going to take this. I'm going to take that. All of a sudden, you're just like, yeah, drop that beat, homie. Fucking A, you guys are fucking jokes of human beings. You guys cannot think for yourself. You guys worship this guy. And then you just ignore the fact that everybody else is like, nah, this ain't it. This ain't it. Even the people that supported him. I saw one tweet today that was hilarious because he was like, I donated over $60,000, which joke's on him, to Donald Trump's campaigns. And you know what? This guy even said, I can't do this anymore. And for anybody coming out here saying, oh, you got TDS or you're just a liberal. He's like, don't listen to those accounts because they're grasping at straws because they realize how dire this is. You guys are sitting there realizing how bad this is for you. And this is you reacting. I do love it because you guys are so angry and it's just, you're so insecure, which why? When you have all 4 branches of government, how can you still be that insecure and still blame Democrats for all the woes of the TSA or any of that bullshit? Which I like how I saw this shit today. They came out and they're like, oh, yeah, you know what? The Democrats are mad that Trump made a deal with the TSA. They went and they voted this down 5 times they completely ignored what the GOP just didn't want to vote on, especially that last bill that gave them everything they fucking wanted. Huh? Weird. Started turning to Ben Marcellus' voice cracking. Whatever, King. You're fucking stupid. Everybody thinks you're stupid. I think you know that. That's why you're here. Either that or you're a bot. Like I said, man, the fact is there's so little organic support behind Trump. And this is the funniest part, the ones that still support him, they're doing it to troll. They think that it's just, whatever. You sound extremely racist, to be honest. How, Sarah? What am I being racist, or who am I being racist against? I think that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Believing in end times prophecy crap is anti-Semitic as fuck. It's also retarded, and they are retarded. They need to sit there and think about why they're retarded and maybe work on that. But I don't think they will. Biblical prophecy, not fairy tale. Oh yeah, it is fairy tales like a motherfucker. Did you think that the end times, or like, do you think that the people during World War II didn't think that it was the end times? Like, they totally did. Go ask, you can still talk to some people that lived through it. But yeah, man, Jesus ain't coming back. And nail his ass to a boomerang. I've always liked that one. Doof Bay Boof. There is no God. I kind of more along with that one. What up, Oh, by the way, Porgy, what up, dude? Just realized that you were in chat. Also, Unlisted, what up, dude? I hate when I miss your chats because we get these guys that like to spam because they're so insecure. Again, I have never had to stand up for somebody the way that these people do, which is insane to me. I do have to I can't wrap my head around it. I've never liked somebody that much. Felt that much loyalty to, even in my own family. Like, this is where I have just come to terms with the fact that they cannot function without him telling them what to do. And that's like, what were they doing before Trump? Were they just aimless through life? Is that why they were so miserable? I don't know. Oh, hey, Rango, what up? How you doing? Hope you had a good weekend there. Well, good Sunday. Yeah, if you guys didn't catch the streams on Saturday, all 3 of them are up in VOD, which I do think, stop crying on YouTube, you should get banned. For what? For what? I'm literally, like, dude, I'm like the TOS guy. I read TOS and I abide by TOS. I'm not giving any misinformation. You can source everything that I'm talking about right now. So I should get banned because you're a big fucking crybaby? Is that it? Man, MAGA, as I said, guys, like, the fact is, every single time I see this shit, I'm just like, wow, you guys are like, holy fuck, the biggest babies. Ha, Kirk protectionism is hilarious. Speaking of Kirk, yeah, when I fired that 30-30, he even said, he was just like, no, this is what they claim is what Charlie got hit with, and I was just like, okay, well, it's a 30-06 that he got hit with, but similar type of kick and exit. And I can tell you right now, no fucking way. No fucking way. I had already fired a 30-aught, but now that I like had it fresh in my mind, I'm just like, oh yeah. Are you for the First Amendment? You endorse censorship? I mean, he's insane. Like, that's crazy. Like, he's so anti-American, anti-freedom. Probably gonna cry that some leftist is talking about practicing his Second Amendment rights on the same day that he practiced his First Amendment rights. Also, I'm more American than you, douchebag. I just don't wrap myself around in the flag and fucking cosplay as a patriot. I'm reporting you, clown. Hey, King, you can get your account permanently banned for false reports. So, go ahead. What are you reporting me for? You better have a good example. Also, like I said, I read TOS. I've dealt with this before. And the fact that you just said, I'm reporting you. Do you understand how fucking retarded you are? Thank you. Guys, yeah, thanks for self-snitching. For real. Like, that's my favorite part about this shit. Where I'm just like, oh, cool. They just proved how mad I made them, and then on top of it, they transcribed exactly how they're gonna break TOS to report me. What a child. Call it. Yeah, dude. Yeah, he is. He is a fucking... They're all emotional babies. They are all so fucking emotional. Just, this leftist said something mean. He's out there telling people information that I don't agree with, so shut him down. America, First Amendment rights, baby. Woo! First Amendment for me, not for thee. Come on now. You do know that's how you guys come off, right? And I think it's hilarious. But cool. Keep it up. Also, MAGA, come get your grandpa. Like, can you guys ever, like, I don't know, in this chat, I would respect a few people that are just straight up MAGA that would attack people like that, where it's just like, dude, shut the fuck up. What's wrong with you? Want to navigate the Strait of Vermouth? Advoca. Porgy, you, I don't want to think that you're a bot, but goddamn it, dude, you have said that joke like a few times in my chat, so it is funny. Well, it was funny the first time, but yeah. Unrelated, want to grow sugar beets for elk and deer? Should I do seed packets or go full 5 pounds? I don't know. I know nothing about that. I don't live anywhere near where I could have elk or deer. I get rabbits. Like, we get, you know, rabbits in our yard and shit like that. Like, rabbits, squirrels, lots of birds. I have a birdhouse, and that was kind of a mistake. Because I didn't realize that. Sorry, it makes me laugh. It's alright. I'm just saying, Porgy, like, careful. Just... I don't know. I don't want to try and be like, well... I'm going to give you a little piece of stand-up advice, whether or not you choose to take it. Know what room you're in, and if you, like, again, the fact that I'd seen the joke probably 3 or 4 times by this point, that's where I was like, ugh. Like, new stuff. It's okay. Scratching it from the memory bank. You don't have to do that, because you could use it in other chats. It's just, yeah. I mean, if you need to, keep like a little spreadsheet or something next to you where you're just like, if you write out what your favorite joke is, just say, used on Pep Talks, scratch it out. I I mean, full disclosure, that's how a lot of stand-ups do their stuff. Where if you're doing like a tour, they never want to end up going back to the same place and accidentally telling the same joke. So I get it. Making yourself laugh is good. Hell yeah, it is. I mean, you guys watch this show. I make myself laugh, which I'm... It's arguable that I'm probably not the best comic because of that, but also, what the fuck ever. I always hated that, like, rule that they had on SNL, where you had, like, Kevin Nealon, always saying, like, he hates people that break during skits. It's like, shut up. When people break during skits, it actually kind of shows how funny the goddamn skit is, and it makes me fucking think that it's even funnier, so, I don't know. Hey, Pap, I got arrested at No Kings 3 downtown with Lady Oh, you were there with the Lady Liberty? Was like the... Wait, yeah, the LA... Holy shit, you were there for that? Yeah, I saw her. Is it bad that, like, the #1 comment I saw on that post was just like, Lady Liberty not wearing a bra? I'm just like, that's what you're focusing on? How did you think the No King protest went? No, it went well. Eric, it went really well. I mean, I went to 3 of them in the suburbs. The first one I went to, I think there were about 700 people. It was just under 1,000. Then the next one I went to had over 4,500 people show up, which it felt like it, man. That was crazy. And more people kept showing up as I was leaving. I was like, whoa, okay. I'm leaving at like literally 15 minutes before the protest ends, so not sure if that went a little bit longer, but yeah, then I ended up going to another town a little bit farther down the Fox River. I decided to follow the Fox River and just kind of look where like by the river where there were any protests within like a 20-mile radius, and I was just like, shit, I'll do that. Worked out. I had a really good time. And then, for any of my regulars here, check out the last hour of the hashtag No Kings Elgin. Because I gotta say, I did my first inaugural pep walks. It's gonna be I think that's what I'm gonna call it too. I'm gonna do a new little show where it's my IRL stuff, pep walks. And if I cover protests, cool. If I cover just weird shit, then cool. That's what it's gonna be. I think that it's I don't know, I had a lot of fun. Obviously it's gonna be me walking through different towns. Like, my wife actually kind of already gave me ideas on what I can do. I already want to take you guys to my hometown. My hometown is awesome. It's beautiful, very much in the same vein as the towns that you guys kind of saw during the protests. But I'm also going to be going just literally, like, I might even hit Broadview at some point. Even though, touch grass with Pep. Yeah. I mean, I had a lot of fun, guys. I have to be honest. That was a blast. So, sounds super fun. You know what? Like I said, I had so much fucking fun taking that little walk, and man, I needed it. It was nice to decompress after that, that protest day. Because at one point here, let's see. We got the ducks here. Let's see. Actually, hold on. I got this pulled up. Well, first off here, I'll start. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go into it. There we go. So first off, this was hilarious. This is me. Here. Real quick. Come on now, what are you doing? So look up Cartnarks. And also check out Pep Talks TV on YouTube. That's me. Yep. I almost liked my own video. Yeah,
Yep, nice meeting you.
You guys can always check out my video, my VODs, and hit the like button. Helps me out.
Holy shit.
What up, the pucks? All right, so...
Guys.
Hold on. What the hell is going on with this? All right, apparently I had to, like, lock this. So, while I was at the protests, this was cool. While the protest is important, there's something else that's important that I need to show you. Do you consider Lockport and Joliet as Chicago? Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah, I literally, if it's within a voting block of all of Chicago, then yes, it's part of Chicago.
What is
I would argue that like it ends kind of at DeKalb County.
this? And it's missing its top receiver. Somebody smashed this thing.
Yeah, dude, I found a
Guys.
fucking phone booth.
Guys,
That was wild.
this
Or
is
like,
a fucking wild blast from the past.
yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, yo, a payphone. Yeah, right. I don't want to touch it.
Yeah, the Matrix portal.
Yeah, check it out.
Man, I was having like bad service interruptions. Let's see. Where's the ducks? Oh, here we go. Oh, great job getting out there. Thank you, Eric, for the $9.99. Appreciate that.
99 cents. Great job getting out there.
All right. Yeah, here's the first inaugural pep walk. It starts at 1 hour and 8 minutes. You guys can check it out. Hey, Stan.
This is cool, man.
Yeah, so the river walk was completely clear, too.
Yeah, as I said.
Love the shades. Oh, thank you.
I grew up one town over. It was kind of like cool, like knowing that I was coming out here.
Another thing that if you guys missed any of this coverage, you can catch my show Pepaganda on this space on primetime on Wednesday. I think 8 o'clock. Yeah, 8 o'clock Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. I am putting together a best of as far as just like little clips of what happened, and I think that I might even include a little bit of this because this river walk
I knew
was
that
sick.
I was just gonna. It's like, yeah, you know what? I might as well.
Where's the ducks? I want to find the ducks. We're ducks. We're ducks.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here's the ducks.
We got ducks.
We got ducks.
We got the ducks. All right. Yes.
We got the ducks. It was
Sorry,
cool
guys.
that it was your first time there too.
This is almost something that my mom would.
So this is my first time at the Riverwalk, yeah,
be
because
very,
this
very
was
happy
none of this shit
with
was
me
there when I was
doing and
growing
seeing,
up. Like this
'cause
island that I was on, this whole walkway was not
I
there.
used to love this stuff.
Used to be a fishing area.
Oh, am I coming up on your nest? I'm sorry. I will not fucks with you.
I will not fucks with the ducks.
Hey, Mama Duck. Hey, Papa Duck.
All right, so this was the last protest that I hit. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just start the coverage. So let's do this breakdown from the mainstream media, see what they had to say about the protests, and then we will get some about 5 to 10 minutes per clip of me walking through.
The numbers are in, and organizers say more than 8 million people across all 50 states and political parties took to the streets as a part
Your breath smells like shit, dude.
of Saturday's No Kings protest.
The thing that pisses me off the most every day is the people that I elected are not taking a stand. They're not being outraged with us. They're not holding the line. They're not doing their job to save democracy.
I've been a MAGA supporter from the very beginning, and I believed in him.
Thank you for the donation.
He would end wars, he said in his campaign. He said he wouldn't start wars. He said he'd bring peace to the Middle East. Now look at us. We're further from peace and closer to catastrophe than ever before. I feel so betrayed.
And it is that raw emotion organizers are now hoping to turn into action with 218 days.
I mean, we have a long summer, and apparently there's a few more of these protests coming up. There I have one more before the end of the summer, I know.
He is the co-executive director of Indivisible, one of those lead organizers behind.
They did a great job. I got to give it to them. And now, I officially, I did email the Indivisible chapter in Chicago and in the suburbs, and
massive turnout. You must feel gratified that your efforts paid off in such a large way that way. But
apparently they like my coverage.
I'm curious how you end up bottling this energy and turn it into votes in November.
Oh, Alex, it was incredible. And one thing that might be of interest as far as what happens in the midterms, there were more people and more protests in Alaska, in Nebraska, in Iowa, in North Carolina, in Michigan, in Georgia, in Maine, in Texas. The states that we're going to need to win when we take the Senate and
you had yours.
we take the House, saw massive,
Yeah, I don't
historic
blame
waves
me.
of people newly getting
Whoa,
engaged. More than
shit.
half of folks who
Okay.
RSVP'd for No Kings protests around the country had
just
never RSVP'd before. So these people who are not politically active, maybe didn't think of themselves as organizers, maybe didn't think of themselves as activists, maybe they didn't like the political system at all, didn't like Democrats or Republicans. They are out now. These are going to be the same folks who are showing up, not just to vote, but to get out the vote and to protect the results when Donald Trump tries to sabotage
I'm already over him eating his treats.
them, as he is currently publicly promising to do.
And as we just heard together, we had specifically one Trump supporter who feels betrayed by the president and his policies. We, in fact, heard similar stories on my show.
Yeah, St. Paul was insane. By the way, one cat Abu Ghazaleh was in St. Paul at that protest, and I caught something kind of interesting about that, where I was just like, she's like, I don't know where we're going from here, but we're here at the No Kings in Minneapolis. I'm like, oh, is she looking for a seat to run for in Minneapolis? I said it in her chat, and people fucking got mad at me.
It was over the weekend, and it happened during the protests as well. What do you do with that?
You welcome them in, Alex. This is really important. This is why it was so important to have everybody from the Democratic Socialists of America to the League of Women Voters.
Yes.
And everybody.
And now this is the problem that I'm seeing is people already jumping and being like, we can't have these liberals with us. I'm like, stop. If you don't know how to fucking coalition build organically and include those people, then I don't want anything to do with you.
In between being able to say one thing very clearly.
It's getting annoying. It's getting really annoying how fucking gatekeepy everybody is about this shit.
Ideologically, we might not have the same presidential
fucking
candidate.
Have a little bit of a crash on a DSA member too, where I was just like, no.
Preference for 2028 or agree on what that particular Democratic
virtue signaling bullshit
platform ought to be in 2029. But right now, in the year of 2026, we collectively can say in one clear voice, we don't want this guy. We don't want this agenda. We don't want an illegal and unconstitutional war. We don't want a secret police force that is terrorizing our communities. And we don't want a would-be king raising our prices, wrecking our economy while he lines his own pockets. It is our responsibility right now to
You're just going to blatantly be a racist? Then you're banned.
Welcome everybody who agrees with that into the movement, whether they're
don't test my fucking good faith.
Democrat or not, whether they voted for Kamala Harris or not, whether they previously.
I would like to have these conversations with people that are not ideologically aligned with me, but that type of shit, I will not tolerate that. I will not tolerate anti-Semitism in my chat. I will not tolerate fucking just blatant racism in my chat. I'm sorry. Like this is just not okay. Slurs, going after the gay community. You know what? If you go after anybody that's under the LGBT umbrella, then just consider yourself in the same standing.
Trump or not, because this movement needs to be big and ideologically diverse in order.
You can sit there and disagree with the ideology all you want without being a fucking like a blatant racist asshole, which again kind of proves us all right that you are like, this is where you guys need to kind of reconcile this, where you guys harbor racist assholes, and then you do this thing where you're like, well, we're not all racist, what the fuck, man,
to confront this guy in the White House effect.
Like you do the thing where you kind of go instead of like, fuck this guy. It's the same thing as the people that were spray painting in LA and the ones that were at the gate. Every single fucking comment I have seen on a lot of the footage is saying how these people were wrong and how we condemn them and how we will not own their actions, and we're glad that they got locked up.
Well, let me tell you what was...
Because if you want that type of instigation, then you've lost the fucking plot. And you're a fucking Fed, and I don't want anything to do with you, and you should have absolutely no place in any of these fucking protests or organizations.
That is the flagship protest where you were this weekend in Minnesota. I'm going to have Josh, my director, put up the aerials there. It's extraordinary. I'm curious the energy and the lessons you are taking away from this No Kings protest. And by the way, will there be another one before November?
Oh, gosh, Alex, it's hard to describe the feeling that was there in the crowds, this palpable sense of energy, this palpable feeling of...
I mean, I didn't have anything close to those numbers, and even I felt the energy where I was like, woof.
Healing. Keep in mind, this is
one
a
bad apple spoils the bunch.
White House put its jackboot upon with their secret police force murdering...
Yeah, but they're trying to use that no-narc mentality, too.
Alex Preddy murdering Renee Good, trying to get the people of the Twin Cities to just lay down and take it. and they refused.
Second time you've seen him today? Good.
Democrats and independents and Republicans. Ideology didn't matter. It was the fact that they were neighbors that mattered. So when I was listening to Bruce Springsteen play The Streets of Minneapolis, I turned around and looked at this crowd of 200,000, by far the largest protest in Minnesota's history. 200,000 Minnesotans
200,000
who had
people
been
is
fighting
insane.
the fight for their democracy.
We had about 100,000 in Chicago.
Months.
Wow.
And let me tell you, those people, they're not going home and just sitting on the couch after this. They are in it to.
And thank you for hosting me this weekend. That was very, very nice.
And that image that you see there, that's replicated in 3,300 communities all
That's
over
incredible.
the
Yeah,
world.
Ravy, it is.
Alex, I'm
doing, Ravy?
excited for the midterms, but this fight doesn't just have the midterms as its next point. We are coming together not for another protest, not just a protest on a Saturday, but on May 1st, May Day, we are replicating the incredible day of action that we saw in the Twin Cities back in January. A day with no business as usual, no shopping, no schools, no work. And we're going to do that at the national level with the May Day Coalition in just a few weeks. That's where all this energy is going next.
Okay, we got about a month to go till then. Ezra Levin, thank you so much. Hope you get some sleep, by the way.
King, you're likely to get banned if you keep this shit up.
You got a lot on your plate. Thank you.
That's not anti-Semitism. And if you conflate that, that's why you have a lot of people that don't buy your bullshit. Your fucking pro-Israeli fucking bullshit. Just because I'm just because I do not tolerate anti-Semitism doesn't mean that I'm not going to sit here and allow criticism of Israel. If you conflate the two, that just means that, yeah, psyop, bitch. Hypocrite. That's not a hypocrite. You need to, dude, what are you, fucking 5? Yeah, get rid of him. I've had it. Fuck him. Why is he even here? Like, why? Is he just sitting, taking a nap?
All
yeah,
right,
what
I
are
think
you
that
doing?
I'm far enough away from the music.
Oh, that was me. I was like, wait a minute. That's my voice. Real quick, just want to get through this. So this was a piece done by Dropsite News on the protests. Millions march in No Kings protests across the U.S. against Trump's agenda on the Iraq war. Thousands of rallies drew millions of demonstrators Saturday across the United States in the third nationwide No Kings protest, with participants citing opposition to the war in Iran, mass deportations, rising gas prices, voting restrictions, and complaint about the rising cost of living. Complaints, I thought I was going to say, about the rising cost of living. Organizers claimed 8 million participants across the 50 states, Puerto Rico, and 39 international locations. Reuters Ipsos published Tuesday found that Donald Trump's approval rating had fallen to 36%, with just 35% of respondents approving of the U.S. strikes on Iran. That's weird because it's technically, there was new polling that came out today that had him at 33%, but it varies a lot. But like this town that I was in here, it was 449, and this is about 40 minutes or so outside of Chicago proper. So here, if you guys didn't see these protests, I'm going to link them in the comments here. You guys can check out the full videos there of my protest walks. It was a lot of fun, even though I hate to say this one was probably the worst as far as like viewing the video because of the service. If you see... There's like a little hill right here. Then you got the lake. And then you got a hill right behind here. It just makes for like the worst cell phone service. So, all right, here we go.
What park is this? This is in Algonquin, Illinois.
It's not a park, by the way. It's
I'm
actually like part of the
between
town.
Suburbs today.
They reclaimed this little plot here, and they're not allowing anything to be built right there at the moment, which I think is cool. Like the city just bought the plot. Oh yeah, there's so this frog right here.
It's always nice to be recognized
went viral.
Too. FDJT Park.
I saw him in like a whole bunch of other people's like collected stuff. So I was like, oh shit. And we were indeed on the news. We had Channel 7 News, ABC News here in Chicago.
Traffic is not slowing down here.
Yeah,
I gotta say,
they caught us at the
kind of
protest.
impressive.
Not sure if you can actually
I have a
see
feeling
me.
the next one that I'm going to is it's going to be a little bit wilder. Although that bridge up there, I wish here. Let's see if I can zoom.
Yeah, let me get to the bridge. Walk my happy ass through it. Okay, so I was walking through with a sign that said, Trump doesn't return his shopping carts. So if you see people laughing, that's what that was. Hey. Beep, beep, beep. All right.
There we go.
Nice.
That's a little.
Nice little. On that side. All right, right
That's my
there.
whole goal here is like
Real
bring
good
a little bit of joy
seafood.
and also rip on Trump.
Let's see.
That's beautiful.
Make it a look at the bridge.
You're welcome.
Shout at this guy filming this amateur. Come on. Turn to the bridge. Turn to the bridge.
Oh,
see the bridge.
Every time they get a little close, I'm like, let's see. Nice.
Oh, here we go. All right. So this went all the way up to the top. I tried to walk it. I tried to go there. That's when I lost service, like, immediately.
Got a balloon
Bro looks
over
like
there.
a Redditor. Please check his PC. Yeah, sure. Okay,
Quietest
Yelling at
rally.
yourself there.
It's not
look at the
necessarily
protest
a
pups.
rally, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. So like I said, you guys can check out the rest of the full video here. I appreciate that. Now, let's go to this one. This was in Crystal Lake. This was a town. It was about a town over. It only took about 5 minutes to get to. Where did I start walking? Here we go.
All right.
Where's the drum lady? Wait a minute. Oh, here she is. She stood there for the entire protest. Did not move. I was like, okay. All right, now let's see. Where is my view of the full protest? This was at the back end of it. There we go.
Thank you.
So this was about a full mile of people. They, as I said, they estimated over 4,500 people. And they were saying that was technically a low count. So,
Want a picture? Want to take a picture of it? Yeah. Oh, don't worry about it. Take your time.
Yeah. He's just like, I can't find it. I can't figure out my phone.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good. I like that one.
We're getting close to when I got
like
talked
that.
to. That was kind of funny. Like I, at one point, had one of the protest organizers come up to me and they were like, "Hey, we noticed that you're filming. Who are you with? What are you doing?" And I was just like, "Oh shit." And I got this vibe. That I'm like, "Are they gonna ask me to leave?"
It's the only thing they got.
No. That was wild. This girl in the t-shirt here, it was fucking 30 degrees. As I said, my fucking hands were freezing.
Like she was doing something.
Hey, stick figure.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Nice. Yeah, shout out Stick Figure, one of my favorite bands. Yeah, the total numbers counted worldwide was an eye opener. I believe I heard 8 million. Yes, which again, dude, you could see it and you could feel it because at one point there was this. I wonder if I can find the guy because at one point there was this MAGA chud that started yelling at us, and I started shouting back at him because he was just being.
What time is it? All right.
He's being a fucking asshole. And all right. He tried to like make fun of like the size of the protest, which it was like, dude, you're one guy saying "Go Trump." Were you really?
All right.
Like,
Wait. I'm not quite done.
sometimes. All right.
Someone throw fireworks over here.
I heard. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was yeah. There's the fireworks.
Oh yeah, totally. I'll send you the link.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Pep. You can call me Pep. Pep, like pepper.
Okay, got it.
Thank you. I was like, uh-oh, am I in trouble?
All right, welcome to the idiot era. I mean, this where it was?
That was expensive.
What, the truck?
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy just like,
he just
he
wasted
tried to
$10
roll
to do
coal,
that.
but he fucking revved his engine with nothing
What
there.
an
It's just-
allegory, because they're like running away.
That was like $20.
Elvis. America's only king.
I will say this. I did notice the average age
Take the suit.
of the people at this protest were definitely, they were over 40. At
That's
the
what I should've done.
Algonquin one, it was
Should've
funny
worn
because
really
this guy
just
came up to
clown
me.
suit.
He's like, it's nice to see younger people, and he kind of like, he hovered around me for a minute. I was like, okay, cool.
Fireworks.
I was
Somebody
wondering,
really
like,
just
what's
throw
going on
fireworks
here?
at
But
He got stuck in traffic after doing that, too.
yeah, the guy in that gray car threw fireworks at the protesters.
Remember, guys, they used my footage to lock that one guy up, so. And in McHenry. Or not lock him up, but he got a $350 fine for rolling coal.
Yeah,
So-
he did. He was found guilty.
Yeah.
The funniest part was my footage was used.
Yeah, I had it on my footage, and they used it. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what the community groups are very good for.
Yep, you're welcome.
Australia. We definitely care. Hell yeah.
Whoa,
Rebecca, I
look at the
appreciate
girl.
that. I appreciate your involvement in this because it is so cool to know that we have solidarity all
Can't
over
help
the
it, guys. I
world.
love dogs.
That not everybody thinks that we're just a bunch of American chuds just fucking supporting this idiocy.
Someone throw fireworks over here?
I heard. Yeah, I heard. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Keep an eye out.
Yeah, I was kind of looking for him also. I was doing that. Where's this MAGA chud?
Here's a shot from the front of the road before traffic starts getting.
Here. I'm gonna link this one because if you guys want to watch the full video, definitely check them out. They're fun. They're a lot of fun. Don't know if you found it, Pep, but I managed to find the ABC chopper. Can you send that to the Discord, please, Serena?
Thank you.
Awesome. 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 Yeah, no. I totally want to watch that. Thank you for grabbing. Oh, dude, seriously. That's awesome. I didn't even think to do that, so.
Well, a picture?
All right, here. We already saw that. I want to get to the other side.
There we go. It's a Pep.
Oh, dude, this incline. I almost rolled my ankle so bad right here. Just fucking tried to get up. Got very lucky where I was just like, whoop, caught myself.
Music.
Twice that happened at this fucking protest. There was another one where somebody asked for a picture. I took a step back and there was like I didn't see that there was a huge divot.
Something smells wonderful. I just got really hungry.
Oh yeah, that barbecue. There's like a
right,
barbecue. Oh yeah. I think it was that Gomez Guzmani Gomez place right across the street there.
All right.
Oh my god, it smelled so good.
That was painful.
All right, yeah, but this stretched. So you see at the end of this dealership, that's where it was the end of the protest when I got there. It went another at least quarter mile down that fucking road as I was driving out. I was like, what the fuck, man?
This one's packed.
LOL impromptu jazz humming to avoid
Nice.
copyright. Did you like that?
I have to get a freaking power bank now.
Yeah, my power bank didn't work. That sucked. I was so fucking mad about that. All right, and then yeah, since that was the Crystal Lake coverage, this was Elgin, Illinois. Unfortunately, I had to mute a bunch.
He also puts ketchup on his hot dogs.
I tried to say that for the mustard guy to be like, boo, but he didn't hear me, or he
We got
wasn't-
mustard there, as I said it. Yeah, here, check it out, guys.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
here's
no.
the there was a bad accident. That's the reason that there's not a lot of traffic going by us.
Yeah, it
Man,
looks like
I
a
just
lot of the
realized
protest is,
how
like,
poor my
dissipated.
quality was walking down there. That sucks. What about the other 3 power banks?
Oh,
yeah,
we're
none of
coming
them worked
into,
because the cord I had wouldn't connect.
Pep, you made this one heck of a Saturday.
That
yeah,
sucked.
I did. I mean, I made it a
I was kind of mad
made it
about
a
that.
heck
I
of
was
a
like,
Saturday for
oh
myself.
man, my whole plan just shot down.
What is this?
But it worked out because I ended up needing to leave that other protest and go to this one. And in between, it took about 25 minutes. It gave me enough power.
Yeah, cool statue over there.
Should have. Here's the bitch of it. I'm not sure if you guys have been putting off, what is it, iOS 26 or whatever the fuck? The newest iOS. If you are doing that, stop. It actually doesn't have the same impact on older iPhones that the other ones used to, where all of a sudden your battery life will just fucking turn into, go to half. Nope. It actually improved my battery life pretty significantly too, where I was just like, oh.
Yeah, you got Hemmons Auditorium. That's where one wee little Pep did some of his first stage work.
I was in Peter Pan.
Have to say.
I was one of the Lost Boys in Peter Pan.
Over here, you got the Gailborn Library. That's the new one.
That's one of
this
the nicest libraries around too. It's really nice.
Where this parking lot is, that used to be the library. I used to do some fun stuff over there. How's everybody? All right, so what do we got?
Let's see.
Again,
I need to see my ugly face.
I had to mute it, but there was a guy down there playing some like Pink Floydy music. It was yeah, definitely. What is this?
We saw that. We saw me find that receiver. Yeah, this
Making my
one
way
had
across
maybe
the
100
street.
people at the end here. Still a cool vibe. A lot of fun. Yeah, they had the giant rat there. That was cool. And this median, this was cool. The way that they actually let the protesters and like the organizers use that median, I gotta say that kind of made for like a much better like speaking platform.
This is cool.
And whoever was actually like speaking, the guy with the megaphone over there, he was good at this.
All right, guys, let's.
He was good at leading the
walk
chants. He
to
was good
the,
at like
end
keeping
here.
everybody kind of
I think
engaged.
the guy with the blowhorn's gone.
Yep, we had the.
That is cool. Happy to join in with you. Hey, I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, so guys, if you want to check out
Thanks
the
for
full
checking out
VOD
the
on this
stream.
one, which is also the inaugural pep walk,
This
so you
is
guys
a,
can check it out at the
it's a good
link
time.
here.
You know what? This is my third
And
protest
then we're gonna
today.
move on because I don't.
I'm really
necessarily
happy with
wanna
the decision I made to
watch
come and
my protest
do this.
coverage. And like I said, I'm going to be doing something more in depth with this on for Wednesday's show. So come and check that out, Primetime Pepaganda, when it airs. But until then, let's do this.
Now to those No Kings protests across the country. Music legend Bruce Springsteen performed at the flagship demonstration in St. Paul, Minnesota. Millions attended rallies across the nation voicing their opposition to the Trump administration's policies. Organizers say it was the largest single day of nonviolent protests in modern American history. Here's ABC's Melissa Adon.
Across the country, from New York, Dallas to San Francisco,
They had to blur out a sign.
millions of people out for the No Kings protests.
No ICE in our streets!
Demonstrators calling out President Donald Trump and his administration's policies. In Minnesota,
They voted for a serial rapist, but the rallies are the problem.
Bruce Springsteen performing streets of
No,
Minneapolis.
the thing is, guys, the reason that so many people are freaking out about this, and I shouldn't have to reiterate this too much, is because they know the writing's on the wall that people are pissed off, and they are very unpopular right now. Not just Trump, but them too.
On the streets,
Yeah, this was cool, and it was a great song, but...
State's governor calling out the Trump administration for going too far with their immigration crackdown.
When democracy itself seems to be at risk.
Well, I'm just a bit of a weenie or a knucklehead. I'm just a bit of a knucklehead.
Not on our watch.
Organizers say 3,000 separate rallies on Saturday marked the largest single-day demonstration in the nation. And it's not just big cities. Smaller municipalities, including Buffalo, New York, saw demonstrators taking to the streets.
It's time to speak up. I don't want to be a bystander to this.
Out west, crowds marched down the streets of San Diego. And in Los Angeles, there was isolated violence. Federal law enforcement deploying what appeared to be tear gas. Outside a federal detention center, police ordering dispersals. The LAPD arresting 75 people.
Good. Good.
Lindsay, President Trump has not commented on these latest rounds
Good.
of protests.
I'm glad that they locked those assholes
Now,
up.
last fall, Trump
Fucking idiots.
did say he is not a king. Lindsay.
Melissa, thank you.
I love how they fuck it and they end it. And Donald Trump has come out and said that he's not a king. Good job, dude. I saw some reports about mainstream media and how they are just hemorrhaging viewers. It kind of makes sense that they are. All right. Well, oh, shit. We're going to have to go to this coverage here in a minute. Until then. Oh, here we go. All right. So here's the No Kings helicopter. Oh, wow. This was like the whole trip. What was that? Oh, I know where this is. This is South Barrington. Yeah. Right here. I used to go to art school, like right down the street there. Well, that's cool. South Barrington had it. I didn't even know South Barrington was having anything. That's kind of cool. South Barrington's like the I call it well, it's Barrington Hills, so it's kind of like Beverly Hills of IL. It's very, very, very ritzy, like tons of mansions. And I'm talking like mansions. All right, let's see. Make their way down. Oh, wow. Ah, here we go. Here we go. This is us. This is Algonquin. I was right around here. Let's see. Can we find a pet walking around? A little fucking backpacking stuff. Oh, shit. Come on, where's the pep talks? Where's the pep talks? I actually kind of am bothered that I can't find myself. Yeah, this side, I was actually kind of wondering why this side didn't get a little bit more packed up. Kind of weird. Although it doesn't help that this parking lot you see right here, they were told, like, they literally said, do not park in our parking lot. So, that might have something to do with it. Yeah. That was like right around here. I was recording them. Wow. I like how I'm trying to find myself in an aerial view of something. But yeah, this is the protest that I was at. Did they go to Crystal Lake? No, they probably flew somewhere else. Oh, what's going on there? They were just like, I don't know what's going on there. Let's see. Whoa. What was this? Common area. That's South Elgin. Yeah, it's South Elgin. Oh, Jesus. I should have gone there. Holy fuck. Wow. There's a good turnout in South Elgin. Yeah, there's be a bridge coming up here, I think. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bridge where they had this one kind of, I mean, viral-ish because they took over the bridge and they put you know, the No Kings and all that stuff. Let's see, is the helicopter going to get it? Where's the bridge? Where's the bridge? Where's the bridge? There it is. Yeah, it's a bike path. Dude, up with the camp. Bullshit. There we go. Yeah, see? Right here. Because I thought about that where I was like, oh, I could have fun kind of filming from there. Well, next time. Cool. Yeah, I like these suburban protests, man. I think that it's important to go out there and get more of this type of coverage because, you know, the Grant Park protests, they had a lot of coverage. Like, they were definitely not asking for, like, coverage. Let's see. Will this actually work?
The Hassan Bikers.
Holy shit, it actually worked. Okay, so we'll play that way later here. Just a little tease for something coming up later. All right, let's get into some of the Trump stuff, oil news, and all the fun, because Trump is doubling down on all of his threats and just kind of fucking up, man. Like, the oil markets are back down again. Now you have economists talking about not just a American depression, but a global fucking depression. Awesome. That's going to be awesome. And on top of all this, yeah, you got Caroline Leavitt and the party going out there kind of trying to desperately sell the American people that this is not going to be for the long term, that by the midterms that this will magically fix itself. And more importantly, my cat, check this out, is my cat and Stan are having a little cartoon moment here. So let's see what happens. As you can see right here, we got the dog, then we got the cat. Full disclosure, the cat and the dog are friendly in the way that Odie and Garfield are, but also like Odie and Garfield, my dog will snap, he will turn it on randomly and just be like, oh, you're here? Whoa! And yeah, it turns into a thing. Be back later. Oh, shit. Coughing my head off again. Oh, Groove Dragon. Damn, dude. I'm so sorry that you're going through it, bro. Fuck. I hope that, yeah. I hope you get better. Take care of yourself. Guys, take care of yourselves. The spring is here. Let's get your seasonal allergies. And if you guys have the thing like I do where I get like a sinus infection, yeah, just get it out of your system now. And be prepared for a good summer. Let's bring about a good summer. Let's not fucking just fall into the depression that's so fucking easy to do with all this shit. Like, for real. I know it's so... That's one thing that I kind of noticed there was a lot of people were very serious in like the way that they were treating their signs. I did appreciate the way that they were a lot more welcoming to me this time. And I only had one lady. After I had to turn my camera off in Crystal Lake. I'm not sure if she was respecting the fact that I was filming in my car, but it was weird. Like, she came up to me right after my stream died. She saw me put my phone down, and I was looking around, and she kind of caught me. And she was just like, I had my back open where I had my signs displayed. And she even said, she's like, I don't really appreciate you guys making a mockery of the protest. It's just, okay, sorry. But overall, one person, I'm not going to, that woman looking in your, yeah, she ended up coming back. Dude, I forgot you guys. Okay, so that was there. At the very end of the stream, before my stream crashed, it was so funny because at one point I had a guy look at me while I was talking to you guys, and he just gave me that the fuck, influencer bullshit. All right, Trump says U.S. may seize Karg Island and take Iranian oil, but deal could come very quickly. He's so full of shit. It's not my favorite part is how nobody's buying this. Nobody. Even the fucking media, the way that they have to walk on eggshells right now with him, they're not buying it. All right. Delusion. Columnist reacts to Trump saying U.S. could take Iranian oil. Let's get the experts, shall we?
Joining us now, we have MS Now's David Noriega reporting from Jerusalem, Nicholas Kristof, New York Times columnist and author, and Richard Stengel, former Undersecretary of State for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs, former managing editor for Time magazine, and an MS Now political analyst. Welcome to all three of you. So, David, Iran issued a pretty stark threat if the U.S. moves forward with ground invasion plans, saying it's going to set American troops on fire. Meanwhile, Trump says the U.S. is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime. What do we know?
The thing is, I think that they're ready to blow Karg Island.
About the talks,
if they're gonna think about this,
are, or if they're being done through.
I mean, This also kind of like, think about their narrative where they're just like, yeah, they'll do anything. They use tactics that are, you know, the S word. They use S-icidal tactics.
Proxies. And
and then you're somehow going to do the thing where you're like threatening them, and they're
these more reasonable.
How does that make sense?
People might be.
You ever tried to fucking actually threaten a masochist?
We know very little, Alex, and it's now been about a week of this same dynamic playing out where we hear from Trump and various Trump administration officials about these negotiations ostensibly taking place, but we don't actually know who the negotiations are taking place with. It does seem to be the case that that Pakistan is acting as an intermediary in some kind of talks between Washington and Tehran. But again, given how much of the Iranian political and military leadership has been killed in this war, it is not clear what this new regime is that Trump is envisioning when he says that there has already been regime change. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, was pressed on this question this morning on Good
Yeah, because he keeps lying.
Listen to
the thing is, he keeps lying to himself too. Like, I hope you understand it's that bad that Trump is believing his own bullshit.
a little bit of what he said.
Which,
who is this new and more reasonable
That's
regime?
never good.
Is the United States is in direct contact with them?
Well, I'm not going to.
Once you get high on your own supply, that's kind of how you know not to go to that guy.
People are, because it probably would get them in trouble with some other groups of people inside of Iran. Look, there's some fractures going on there internally. And at the end of the day, I think that if there are people in Iran who now, given everything that's happened, are willing to move in a different direction for their country, that would be great. We have to see if these people end up being the ones in charge, seeing if they're the ones that have the power
I'm
to
not
deliver.
mad,
We're
really.
gonna
The
test it.
LAPD's response was so excessive.
If that's the case.
Honestly, fuck it. At this point, I'm sorry. I have no tolerance for, like, if you're going to use a protest to be violent and ruin it for 8 million people. Because guess what? Here's my favorite part. If you guys want to if anybody in my chat wants to make the argument that they were, in the right, fuck you. Because you understand that they're using that footage way more than the peaceful shit, right? That's giving the Trump regime and everybody on the right exactly what they want.
I want to point out, Alex, also that the threats that Donald Trump is
Maybe
using to
doctors, welcome to the show.
underpin these negotiations, the threats of,
I think this might be the first time I've caught you in my chat here.
large-scale bombing Iranian
Also,
energy.
Mitty, I just want to say real quick, thank you for so much for the solids you do, or the solid favors you do for me in the MR chat. Thank you.
And other infrastructure, the general consensus among experts in international humanitarian law is that those kinds of attacks on civilian infrastructure
I felt honored when you did that. I was
unlawful.
just like,
So
oh,
it
thanks.
remains to be seen whether those attacks actually take place. In the meantime, today, MS Now got a statement from a spokesperson for the Iranian Foreign Ministry pretty harshly rejecting the notion that they might be negotiating with the United States and
you feeling the Iranian disunity?
the notion that the United States might be conducting these negotiations in good
I'm catching a lot of like what I call Fed activity as far as like them trying to divide us. I mean, look at some of the way that the Hassan stuff is hitting. Like, it's kind of obvious that
faith. In that
I don't want to
statement,
just
the
blanket
spokesperson
say
said they do not
psyop, but
evaluate the claims of the United States honestly. They say that they have experience in flesh and blood that they characterize as a betrayal that's been committed twice during negotiations. What he was referring to, of course, is the fact that this war is not the first, but actually the second time that Iran has been bombed by Israel in the United States.
Funny, that's right. Avatala actually got arrested. Funnily enough, when I got done being processed, the LAPD officer that escorted me out actually encouraged me to keep showing up, to keep protesting, and to keep the fight up.
Negotiations with those countries over its nuclear program, its ballistic
Just
missile
make sure that you kind of, if you have the ability to like kind of quell that and like tell these guys stop,
and so on. The
then
first instance having been last year during the so-called June War, when Israel and subsequently the
you don't
United
need
States
that kind of
bombed
shit.
Tehran and other locations in Iran. Again,
We've done
during the
so
course of the-
well too, by the way. Like, you understand that there haven't been riots. Every time that these things happen, the right wants riots to happen. That's why I did think that it was actually instigated by outside, like by paid agitators.
Negotiations over the issues.
There's no proof of that though, but I'm just going to say that's kind of what I think could have happened.
David Noriega, thanks so much. I know you have more reporting to get to, so we will pivot now to Nick. In a new interview with the Financial Times, the president was pretty blunt about his priorities, saying, "My favorite thing is to take the oil in Iran, but some stupid people back in the USA. Why are you doing that? But they're stupid people." So, Nick, is that
That's all he has.
what this is all about?
That's it? So that's the reason?
Out at the root of it.
All right.
I mean, no, I think it's about more than that.
No, so I really appreciate
the
you.
delusion
That's
with
awesome.
which I think the administration is pursuing. It's not going to be able to.
We need more people like you.
It's not going to be able to take that. I mean, I don't look. It could take Hard Island. but it would be incredibly difficult to hold it. It would lose a lot of American troops along the way, and the Iranian response would be to attack oil and gas infrastructure around the region and perhaps desalination plants.
The thing is, they at that point would just write it off
in ways that would create a.
How is this reality? Oh my fucking god! Because he's crashing out, guys. You know how this is why I get mad at the Midas touch bullshit. Every time that they have one of their, all hell is breaking loose because Donald Trump is Donald Trump and Donald Trump did what Donald Trump does. Every time they do that, they make it harder for you to actually believe when he does shit like this, where you're like, oh yeah, now we should actually be freaking out because this is fucked up.
Disaster and send oil.
But according to Midas Touch, you know, he's dying every fucking day.
Prices soaring much higher. So when Trump talks about seizing Iranian oil, there's not a plausible path to do that. If they tried more plausibly to seize it outside the Strait of Hormuz in tankers, then Iran would stop shipping out oil. And oil prices would again start soaring.
Mitty shows up and all of a sudden the emotes are on.
And when Trump talks about how there's regime change, I mean, he has a point, but the regime change is to a government that is harder aligned, more militaristic, more led by the IRGC, and less willing to make concessions.
Yeah, that's a sobering concept. So, Richard, Trump also said that Iran was going to let 20 oil ships through the strait as a sign of respect.
Tell them that they are welcome back on this space.
So doesn't that also indicate how much power...
Not that they weren't welcome before, but it's more welcoming towards them.
Iran still has to control the traffic in the strait. And by the way, is it a sign of respect if those ships, those 20 that will be allowed through, don't directly benefit the U.S. supply?
Riff-raff causes rigmarole.
Yes, Alex, it's like a king and his court saying that people are paying respect to him. That seems to be what Trump wants. Again, we have no evidence that that's even true. Just like we have no evidence that the president is negotiating with anybody.
U.S. needs to surrender. Iranian-esque is pretty simple.
We've been at this for
the thing
years
is,
and years.
people keep like Polymarket even has odds on him doing
Once
so.
again, we try to take Trump at his word and try to figure out, is there some reality that this corresponds to? It seems to be a bad endeavor. But
that's what sucks about Trump is you can never take him at face value.
I would say part of the reason he's saying
gotta go.
we need to negotiate.
All right, Avatala. Thank you for popping in and also sharing your story with us. I really appreciate that. Thank you for. You know what? Realistically, I want to give you a proper shout out here. Thank you for attending the protests this weekend and putting your body on the line, man. And the fact that you got arrested and are still coming out with a good attitude. Shout out Avatala, the winged wolf.
The incredible rise in oil prices, which triggers rises in prices everywhere that increases inflation. He's feeling
what are the
economic
odds?
pain.
I don't know.
You know, if he now seizes on this idea of actually taking the oil, something, by the way, he talked about back in the Iraq War in the early 2000s, that also seems like a really dangerous thing to even talk about.
In a new opinion piece, Nick, you write, old men should not fix their messes by dispatching young people to die in unnecessary wars.
Well, I think the odds were pretty high that he was going to chicken out.
You have
and that he was going to claim victory. Like the way that it was phrased was that he was going to leave, literally get nothing for this and just be done with it. And that just claim victory accomplished. We did what we needed to do.
Warned about the human cost. So
I blew up what I needed to blow up, and that's it.
What concerns you most about where this could lead?
So my sense is that President Trump actually understands that he's kind of painted himself in a corner and would like to end this. He sees the impact on his polling, on oil prices.
I'm a little white woman, so I'm going to use what privilege I have to stand up for other people.
Potentially on midterm elections this year. So he's, I think, looking for an off-ramp. But the administration seems to think that it has leverage over Iran when Iran certainly perceives that it has the upper hand. And since the only deal that would actually end the war anytime soon would frankly be a pretty bad deal and a substantially worse deal.
Well, also, what they're not saying is how, like, the gas, like, you'd see a dip for, like, a few weeks, but because of everything that's happened in the actual production and the lockdown of the Strait of Hormuz, sorry, I couldn't get that out. We're still going to see, like, high oil prices for at least, like, 4 to 5 months.
Than the U.S. could have gotten a month ago. I'm afraid that President Trump will then say, well...
And now they're doing the thing where they're trying to say, Democrats want this to happen. It's just like, no, Democrats are taking advantage of your fuck-ups.
You know, to get leverage, we will seize Carg Island, or we will seize the Ton Islands in the Strait.
Or protest yourself? Hell yes.
Uranium. And
hell yes. You know what? I actually like going to protests alone. Better than going with my friends.
These would just be a disaster. They
it's
would
always nice to bring friends, but
they would result in drastic destruction.
I feel bad like when I have to leave them.
You know, President Trump's threat today to commit war crimes including
he was literally threatening to hit, and that's not hyperbole, by the way. It's a war crime to target infrastructure, like civilian infrastructure. So if he does that, then he's a war criminal through and through.
Iran depends for only 3% of its water on desalination.
And if we do not acknowledge that, then what are we doing with the whole war crimes thing? War crimes apparently they're just crimes, and nobody cares.
Other Gulf countries are getting
I've kind of come to that that whole conclusion because of what happened in Gaza.
Their water from desalination. So,
fucking Bibi Netanyahu's literally fucking ruling the world right now
in ways that would be catastrophic for the U.S. and for the world.
So, Rick, not only did we see Trump jokingly, although then he said he wasn't joking about it, but he referred to the Strait of Hormuz as the Strait of Trump. But to reflect in detail what we just heard from Nick, he posted on Truth Social.
Again, more focus on his stupid fucking ballroom and putting his money or his name on money. What a fucking moron, dude. Like, this is the stuff like where I just look at him and I'm like, okay, what is this? How is this trolling the libs? How is this not something that you as a MAGA supporter look at and just go, what the fuck is he doing?
Not immediately open for business.
Jesus Christ, do they ever have that? I remember having that a few times, especially like up to the debate with Joe Biden, where every time he made a gaffe, I was just like, God damn it, Joe. But then he did the debates. I was like, fucking A, Joe.
Lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, and Karg Island. And again, to Nick's point, possibly all desalination plants, which we have purposely not yet touched. So this strategy
Someone gave you a little
of
flag? Hell yeah.
escalating to de-escalate, does that work? Does that translate with Iran?
Well, Alex, as Nick suggested, I mean, and Trump tweeted, I mean, another historic first for President Trump. Never before has an American president threatened war crimes against an adversary.
He should have distracted with the MMA cage fight and the ballroom
in public like that. And it's very,
Somehow
very
thinks
dangerous.
That's going to work.
And you know, Nick began his very good column with Vietnam. What we're seeing, and he used the word quagmire. What we're seeing is this kind of escalation to de-escalate, which is probably a Vietnam era term, that gets us more and more. He's shooting himself in the foot every day. He's getting us more involved, so it's more difficult to extricate. One of the things we've seen over the last 75 years with American foreign policy is it's much easier to seize something and attack something than it is to hold it and protect it. And so he's going down this classic folly that we've seen in Vietnam, we've seen in Iraq, and we've seen in Afghanistan. And all of the things, by the way, that he campaigned against with the endless wars in the Middle East. Now he's gotten us into another one.
I need a very quick answer from you on this, Rick, because he never has indicated he wanted to keep a presence in Iran, right? Can you envision him pulling out? And what would that do?
And gotta go scroll on, peeps.
Well,
peace out. Oh, hey, peace. Appreciate
you
you popping in,
I
Mitty.
would say yes, do
Also,
pull out,
thank you
because
again.
there aren't any good consequences really
Appreciate
to remaining in. He's never outlined what his goal is, what the objective is. I mean, the
True
one version of that
comrade to the leftist, especially the smaller leftist
is
creators.
you can leave and declare victory, and people will go, okay, well, we never knew what you were there for anyway. So risking American troops, risking American blood and treasure for reasons that have never been explicated or sold to the American people, that's a dangerous route.
It really is. I mean, it's almost like we've been saying this, though, and we're just like, maybe it's not great that he just keeps, doing this blustery bullshit.
This morning, oil prices spiking again after President Trump said he wants to take Iran's oil. And then moments ago, he posted this.
He thought that was going to shock the market the other way, by the way.
On his Truth Social, quote,
When
saying
somebody
if for any
pointed that out,
reason
I
a
was
deal
like,
is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business,
nobody's buying it.
we
This
will
was it. This was the sign that the world is no longer listening to Trump's bullshit. Like, he can't move markets with his poop tweets anymore.
conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely
when you
obliterating
get
all
caught
of their
being just a
electrical
fucking
generating plants, oil wells,
bluffing
and
idiot,
Karg
dude.
Island, and possibly all desalination plants.
The president also has now pushed off that deadline that he has set
Playing poker with mirrored glasses like Kim Kardashian.
another time, now saying that he's going to hold off until April 6th in targeting Iranian energy sites to allow for these talks that he's now writing about this morning. You wrote that continuing to push this off is a sign of weakness. Do you think he should hit Iran's energy infrastructure, though?
Well, I think if we have the support of the Gulf Arab states who risk retaliation from Iran, if we do that, then the answer is yes. Just on this point, the mediators said that Iran had not asked for an extension of the deadline. That's what Trump said. They asked for it, so I gave it to them. The mediator, not Iran, the mediator said they never asked for it. So it's very much in question just exactly what the state of play in these negotiations really is. Maybe we'll know more this week, but I don't think any negotiation that goes on by passing messengers through the mediators is close to a solution. If we sit down with the Iranians and come up with something, that would be different. But I'm not optimistic even on that point.
Yeah, and the president also this morning, I believe for the first time, is now threatening to, as part of the retaliation, part of what would come if Iran doesn't come to the table. I believe for the first time...
He's not still in command. He has absolutely... Richard, he has nothing to do with the government right now.
He is now threatening to hit desalination plants. That's what he wrote today, which are a critical source of fresh water.
Which is kind of funny,
of course, for the entire Gulf region.
Like he's watching this was his baby.
Would like to see?
Like Iran was his thing. He wanted to do this back in the first administration, and now that he's out, he's just watching it from the sidelines.
What impact do you think that would have on this conflict?
No, I wouldn't recommend that, again, mostly because I'm concerned about retaliation to our Gulf Arab allies. And
you know what? To the point that Trump doesn't give a shit about any of this and he's just enjoying vacation. Yeah.
And that's something we need.
He's bored with this. This is the reason he wants to move on. He's done with Iran. I'm bored with it. Let's move on. Why are we still talking about the Iran thing?
Their continued support. And
we're not focusing on all the good that's happening in America. Although there's nothing that anybody's feeling that's good. Fucking 3.9 inflation today.
I think the president's focused on one thing and
fucking
one
skyrocketing.
thing only, and that's the international price of oil.
You're telling us how
not
great
thinking
it
about
is.
nuclear weapons, ballistic missiles,
Ironically, now making us MAGA because now we're actually like, now we can make America great again, but we have to fix what Trump did.
He's thinking about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which is why you have this speculation about what
also kind of makes you go like, oh shit, things were not nearly as bad as I thought they were. It's always that once you lose it and then you realize, oh.
The better answer is to blockade the Strait of Hormuz
kind of like having that.
Not let any Iranian oil out. If our Gulf Arab allies can't ship oil, then neither should the Iranians, nor should they be able to earn the proceeds from that, which in one way or another filter back to their war effort to kill American service members.
Let me ask you, if the focus, the focus is definitely largely, at least, on the price on oil and the price of oil. But we now also have reporting from the Wall Street Journal suggesting that Trump's weighing U.S. military operation to go in to extract nearly 1,000 pounds of uranium from Iran.
Oh my God, he does look like the skinny diabetes guy. He looks like if was it Walter Brimley? Wilfred Brimley, the diabetes guy. He looks like he, was working on that diabetes.
If he would be able to secure the uranium, is it worth sending in ground troops, you believe?
Every time I watch Rambo.
I think at some point we have to make sure that the enriched uranium, the centrifuges, all the sensitive materials and information about the nuclear program don't fall into the wrong hands. At the beginning of this, I thought the time for that to happen would be as the regime collapses, when the disorder might permit people to get parts of that enriched.
Wonder why their war effort is now turned towards killing American service members. Seems like that wasn't the case even back a couple months ago. Wonder why.
Uranium shipped out of the country. I don't think we're there yet. I think
Trump is making everything better.
As long as we can keep attacking.
Trump is making the world a better place to live in.
Attacking the program, that for now that's sufficient. I would be more inclined to take steps to make sure that Iran can't continue to finance its effort. They've blockaded the Gulf Arabs in effect. We should do the same for them. That's how to impose more economic pain.
Malcolm Davis is a senior analyst on defence strategy and capability with the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. He joins me now from Canberra, Australia. Thank you so much for being with me, sir. I appreciate it. Let's just start by bringing us up to speed on where things stand right now. We are hearing such mixed signals from President Donald Trump, talking about progress and holding back on strikes, but also speaking so aggressively. How do you read the strategy at this point?
Look, I don't think there is a strategy. I think that's the short answer. I think that talk of peace negotiations and the war coming to an end are simply not credible. at very best, very premature. I think that what you are seeing is a build-up towards.
Man, they're so kind to him.
Probably the
way that they
deployment of
just
ground forces.
don't go.
But
he's
before
lying.
we get to that point, the air campaign by the Americans and the Israelis will continue to attack the Iranian missile capabilities and other targets across the country. And then at some point, probably in the very near future, I would say within a week or so, you probably will see ground forces being introduced into the battle. So there's no way you can say that this is heading towards an off-ramp or peace.
As you say, we have seen a significant US buildup in the region, thousands of Marines and sailors arriving there. What does a deployment of that size tell
Stupidest war ever? This is embarrassing.
about the direction of travel right now?
Well, I have to.
No, guys, for real. What got me like even into activism was the Bush like era of handling the war. I thought that there was no way that anybody could be more incompetent than the Bush administration.
Say it's a small
Here we
deployment. If you really want,
It's actually scary because it is kind of showing us how competent the Bush administration was.
to do a massive ground
This is like for real. If they were as incompetent as we thought they were,
invasion of
which
Iran,
is
you'd
fucking
need
scary.
much more larger ground force deployments than what
I
we're
wouldn't put
seeing.
it past Trump to literally fucking accidentally tweet like a top secret mission that's going on and be directly responsible for that like failing.
I think what we are seeing is sufficient ground forces to be able to do limited operations.
Like, do you think about that? Actually, dead serious. No jokes. Do you think that our like the people at the head of the intelligence agencies keep stuff from Trump so he doesn't go and blabber about it? I have a feeling that's the case.
Of the sort that could.
The fact that he gets his White House updates or his morning updates through like a little iPad that shows him all the cool stuff.
Be deployed
because he has the attention of a fucking salamander
against Cargo Island to seize the oil infrastructure there. Potentially a ground force insertion into Iran itself to secure control of highly enriched uranium and extract that from Iran to deny Iran the ability to have nuclear weapons. Potentially ground force operations to seize other islands.
Stephen, I wasn't giving him a pass. I was literally saying that he was actually like, they weren't as inept as I thought.
In the Persian Gulf and in the approaches.
Specifically in the fact that, we don't have to worry, or we didn't have to worry about them tweeting something just because they wanted clout.
To the Straits of Hormuz.
Like, no, dude, we live in a profoundly stupid fucking time with Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth. Like, all the cast of characters that he has that are in charge of our country is insane.
But really,
all I was saying was like, oh, it's weird to admit that there were adults still handling stuff, even though they were lying to us and committing war crimes. At least they were adults about it. Now, we literally have to worry about our soldiers possibly getting KIA in Iran because he might fuck up and just spout it on Twitter.
Really nothing beyond that. The sorts of,
and it's not just him. Kash Patel, fucking Pete Hegseth. Like, seriously, they're all about the clout. This is all optics to them. They just want to fucking quota libs.
Size of forces that we're seeing.
Meanwhile, ruining our fucking country and all of our trust.
At the moment, being deployed into the region.
Nobody fucking trusts us anymore. Dude, after he's gone, it's going to take at least 2 administrations or at least 1 administration 2 fucking times to even bring us back to where we were before, if we can ever get back to that.
Sufficient, for example, to ride towards Tehran.
Here we are, dude. This motherfucker is cratering America right now. I watched fucking oil go down this morning, and then by the time my wife was done with treatment, we're driving back and it fucking spiked 20 cents.
There is growing focus on the critical energy choke points, including the Strait of Hormuz, and potentially even sites like Cargo Island now. How central are those to US and Iranian planning? And
if all you have is TDS to say to anybody that is criticizing your your Lord and Savior, you might want to work a little harder, dude, because nobody sees the words or the letters TDS or hears the words Trump derangement syndrome and goes, whoa.
And how risky would any move?
You're not clever. You're kind of actually trolling yourself because we all look at you like you're a fucking bigger loser than you came in here. You didn't have to prove that you were that kind of loser. You could have actually had like a conversation before, but Now that you're just even like one
I
of
think the
those
rationale
types,
behind-
like I don't care if you support Trump, but using TDS, you do understand that you're running from the fact that he's failing, and that's it.
And seizing Karg Island is to deny Iran any sort of access to its oil revenue, because Karg is the key location through which 90% of Iran's oil goes through. So by seizing Karg, supposedly the Americans could control that oil infrastructure and then deny it to the Iranian government and use that as a means to coerce the Iranian government into signing a peace agreement. I'm not convinced that it's actually going to work out as well as they plan. I think that the Iranians can probably sit back and attack the Americans on Karg Island.
Yes, they would rather destroy the entire island than let America have it.
Casualties will mount up. So,
and yes, trust me, that's the whole point. They can't wait for boots on the ground because they're like, oh, just wait, Trump. You think you're unpopular now with America? You think that protest was, pretty well attended? Well, just wait until actual American kids start fucking dying for this shit. You only have a bunch of, you have a few shithead moms that still believe in this, but realistically, once their kid is sacrificed to it, you're not going to have many going like, he died for a righteous cause. He was protecting America.
Not convinced that Karg is actually going to deliver some sort of peace
from a world that Trump literally created.
Peaceful conclusion.
He made the world more dangerous. He did it. His decisions did it.
War. In terms of the Strait of Hormuz, that's the critical area. So long as the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, the energy and economic damage at a global level will continue to rise. And at some point, the Americans do have to force open the Straits of Hormuz militarily. That will demand a multi-week campaign to destroy Iranian defenses, to destroy Iran's ability to interdict shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, to clear the strait of any sea mines, and to attack Iranian forces well inland to deny them the ability.
Stephen, in your assessment, who's the one who knows what they're doing?
To attack shipping as it enters.
None of them know what they're doing. Fucking dude, Stephen Miller he's overplaying his hand to the point where Trump is about to throw his ass out.
Straight. So
remember Tulsi sold no war with Iran?
At Isaac Newton 98 $5.
Thank you for the $5.
Remember when Tulsi sold no war with Iran t-shirts?
Yep.
Smiley face emoji.
Oh yeah.
Have a whole operation even beyond Karg.
I remember. Pepperidge remembers.
My opinion.
On the defensive side, Israel and its allies are still intercepting large volumes of missiles and drones across the region. Is there a real concern about how sustainable that is?
What is going on?
There is a concern for the simple reason that both the US and Israel are running low on interceptor missiles.
No, and the thing is, I didn't see anybody waving a communist flag.
That's the sort of missiles.
I saw more American flags.
Like Patriot and THAAD for the...
I waved the American flag. I also went shooting right after and practiced my Second Amendment right after the protests. Practiced my First Amendment, Second Amendment.
Americans.
And then had me some beer and pizza. America, baby.
And arrow.
Yeah, here's the bitch of it. You guys can sit here creating this this narrative that we hate America. I don't.
And
I'm a leftist and I don't. I got other leftists that would probably call me, a bootlicker or some shit, because, we do have some virtue signaling assholes, but just like how you guys can ignore the most extremes of MAGA, the ones that are racist, the Nick Fuentes types, we can ignore the other side of that. Rainbow flag. Well, you're just a fucking asshole.
David Sling for the...
Yeah, it's almost like diversity and inclusion actually warrants a good community. It's almost like I didn't see a single fucking counter protester. That's crazy.
As
they stayed in their fucking cars, dude. So yeah, it's almost like this thing where I'm kind of like, I don't think you're real. And even if you think you're doing something here, you do understand that you're showing us just how panicky you are. How you don't have any faith in the right wing. You don't have any faith in Trump. You don't actually like what's going on.
As those magazines,
Weird.
as those...
do you like paying higher gas prices, seeing inflation skyrocket to 3.9%?
Stockpiles of ammunition get lower and lower.
Whatever.
It's easier for the Iranians to get drones.
That was weird. No counter protesters. Yeah.
And these missiles, like Patriot, are very expensive to produce.
Beer and pizza should definitely be right. Hell yeah.
Each to produce. Compare that to the cost of a Shahed drone at $20,000 a drone. It takes a long time to produce these missiles, where it's very quick.
Oh, see, again, Yeah, you guys don't give a shit about her. What's her name?
Produce the Iranian Shaheeds. So we've got a serious.
I mean, I wish that this was like face to face so I can clown you.
Issue here in terms of an
Now
economic
you're just gonna Google it
imbalance
and be like,
between
her
defense
name
versus
was
offense that doesn't.
her name was Robert Paulson. Her name was Robert Paulson. Her name was Robert Paulson.
Need to be corrected in terms of how we defend against the drone threat.
Kind of weird how that's not your Renee Nicole Good, and like how most Chicagoans just went, yeah, it's fucked up, but you know what? She was killed by a Venezuelan under Trump after he had left Chicago, so it's almost like he missed one. It's almost like it was his fault and ICE's fault. Cool.
In future,
you see how that works?
Wars.
Joining us now is Democratic Congressman Gabe
Don't. I was about to say, don't ban him.
of
Just remove
New
the
Mexico.
message.
Thank you for being here. Look, you just heard and probably saw what the president.
Murtash, dude, we gotta like no spamming policy. I'm not a Trump fan, so if you would like to engage with us and be cool. But yeah, you can. We do have some Trumpers in chat here that you control directly, but please don't spam my chat.
Put out on.
If you do, then you just will likely get your. You get one warning, and then we remove you.
Social media saying if Iran doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz, he will
Operation
take out the
Epstein Fury,
electric
isn't it?
generating
Oh, I know.
plants, oil wells, Karg
Fury.
Island, and possibly all desalinization.
Have you guys seen that there was a mod of Five Nights at Freddy's that's going around like American high schools?
Plants.
That's Five Nights at Epstein.
What do you think about?
It's fucking wild. Like got the same game mechanics where he jumps out. He's just
Well,
like,
first,
you've
I
been
think the
caught.
president is
Like,
trying to
what?
negotiate the United States out of war that he single-handedly started.
Sorry, gentlemen.
Look,
no
the
worries,
attacks
man.
on the
You're
infrastructure
good.
on Iran and these empty threats, it seems like
I always
believe
try
don't
to,
hold a lot of weight, considering that the president is negotiating a major international conflict by social media. I think the United States needs to get serious about putting an end to this conflict and not being litigated by social media. So it's very hard for our.
That's all it is. The thing is, dude, if you have friends that are like, I don't really pay attention to news, especially like social media, it's like, then they're kind of clowning themselves, because that realistically is kind of where everything is happening, because that is where that's where Trump is. He's online. He's watching fucking cable news. He is the one that's like sucked into all this shit more than any of us.
Americans to understand, one, the intent of the actual war itself, second, how it winds down, and then third, and the most important, is what the role is going to be of American troops playing a potential role in a ground invasion, because that puts our military, our servicemen and women at risk, which I don't think anybody wants to see.
The president has
Apologies
also
if you're
claimed
over on
that
Twitch.
there is.
I don't know what's going on, guys, but my Twitch feed for some reason is very is having a really bad connection issue.
Change there, that they are now talking with people who want to negotiate in
on Twitch's
Iran.
side.
What is your sense of
perfect,
the situation
signal
in
numbers
Iran?
here.
Is there regime change in your mind?
Look, I really don't think so. I think the president has found himself in hot water, has found himself
Danny, you bootlicking fuck. ICE doesn't have the jurisdiction to do any of that.
in a mess with,
to pull out American citizens from a car like that.
honestly, very predictable outcomes.
There's a reason that even Trump backed off of that. Dude, do you understand how much you clown yourself when the guy that you're protecting here has even walked that shit back? Come on, bro.
That were not thought through in a way that is deserving of the American power that we wield across the world. And what we're seeing now is, of course, we are sort of on an island. We're standing on a ledge by ourselves.
Danny needs it too, because he wants a civil war. He wants to dehumanize everybody that he doesn't agree with, and it's much easier for him to try and convince other people where it's like, well, you should agree with me that she should have not done that. It's like, okay.
As the president is asking our allies to get involved, and they refuse to. This is a product of both failed international diplomacy, failed friendships with our allies, and now we are seeing that Iran is actually continuing to benefit from some of those sales of oil as those prices reach record levels. We're seeing that Iran is actually making more.
You're not a protective nobody? Oh, that's weird. Then you're anti-American. You do understand that we're your neighbors, and you do understand that you would gladly sell us out to a fucking foreign power if that meant that you felt like you were doing something to help your Trump daddy?
At this
like, dude, you're pathetic. You're fucking pathetic.
point, and
You're all pathetic. Like, seriously, get some help. or go suck a dick already, because you are so gay. You understand how gay you have to be for a man like that, to sit there and just be like, oh my God, please trickle down on me.
And some of their vessels that are being allowed to transfer through the Strait of Hormuz.
Fucking treating him like with more reverence than your own fucking father.
It's actually been
Jesus Christ. We get it. You fantasize about his little tiny orange mushroom.
And giving them more money. And I believe that as long as that continues to happen.
Pull the schmegma and the pubic hair out of your fucking teeth.
There won't be a regime change until the people internally in Iran call for.
Yes, I'm triggered. So triggered, John.
But I don't believe the conditions just yet are ripe for that, as we have seen before, despite the numerous killings of their top leaders.
Yes, it's triggering. You do understand that you're controlling yourself, because I'm actually more upset that this guy can't have enough conviction to just, go actually stand up for the shit he believes in. Instead, he has to try and create these new narratives to try and do this thing where he's like, I'm going to separate us even more, because that's the mission.
Look, Iran,
keep us separated.
Iran itself has.
So we never actually ask for the things that we deserve as the American people. Danny, you're literally keeping us from making America great and keeping it great as far as helping out the American people.
Desalinization.
But whatever, dude. Keep being a little bitch boy for the fucking billionaire class, for the Epstein class. Keep pushing for all that. I don't give a shit about you. You will be left behind.
Plans of its
You're already left behind. That's why you're in my fucking chat, dude. Look how lonely you are. You have a very pathetic life where you need to spend hours on my chat. You have literally been here for an entire show where I was on here for 6 fucking hours, which is why everybody thinks you're either pathetic or a bot.
Neighbors and
which one are you?
Human rights officials say, look, these are violations of international humanitarian
Same with Dean Johnson.
Law.
Like, God, I don't know. Like, I have never hate watched anybody the way that you guys do. It's fucking crazy.
War crimes. If President Trump does order troops to carry out blowing up electrical capabilities and desalination plants, is the U.S. going to be doing the same?
Well, look, first and foremost, I think we have to look out for the safety of our servicemen and women who are there, and the potential ramifications also to the domestic implications as it pertains to starting a prolonged war in which we've seen domestic incidents of terrorism in the past related to these conflicts that puts us domestically here at risk. We cannot escalate this war in a way in which all rules are put off the table. In my opinion, look, there are millions of people that live in Tehran and Iran. These are families. These are folks with ambitions, with school, with
Danny. It's almost like I can time it by you show up in my chat almost daily, bro.
The prospect of going through a change in regime,
like I said,
is positive.
Glad you're such a pep talk,
the largest countries in the Middle East.
You literally have you show up more than some of my regulars, which is kind of funny.
To be stymied by a last-second decision by the president in which their infrastructure is completely destroyed.
I don't give a shit if you hate me.
More catastrophic consequences.
Hate me more? What are you triggered?
And what worries me right now as well is the potential use of nuclear weapons in this war as we continue to move forward. We have to get ourselves out of a.
You guys are literally tied to a meme that's almost 10 years old.
Posture.
Stand up, again, pathetic.
Negotiating by bombs and go back to real diplomacy. And again, we haven't seen that the president has been able.
Not an original fucking thought in your brains.
Have
you guys can't even this is what's sad. MAGA, they can't be creative or funny. So very, very, very rarely I'll get one where I'm less all right, that was good. But it's rare enough to where I'm just holy shit. They really are just a very uncreative bunch of fucking dregs. You guys, you offer nothing.
Effort when he's tweeting.
You literally offer nothing except for just look at all these libtards going out there holding hands with signs and just look at all these ineffective people, 8 million people, whatever.
And Iran is essentially saying that those aren't happening.
You are pathetic. No, you're pathetic. I don't give a shit what you think about me, dude. You're here. You're here watching me. You're fucking pathetic. It's kind of sad, dude. That, you got to do that. But whatever, bro. Whatever. Fine by me. About intimidation, former GOP strategist reacts to the airports.
And Nido, I'd like to start, first of all, with the situation in Haifa. We're seeing pictures of
By the way, guys, I'm just going to... I know that there's a few people in here that have already hit the dislike button, but if you guys are enjoying yourselves and enjoy the fucking program and also hanging out with some awesome people, hit the like button and also sub to the channel. See that a few of you have already done that, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Billowing out of a major oil refinery there in Haifa. It was after it was targeted.
Dean, if you give yourself that much credit, that's...
What do we know?
I got in your head rent-free.
About that.
The only reason that you were in my head at all was just recognizing that you're here daily doing the same shit. That you spend hours on a leftist chat fucking, I don't know, thinking you're trolling. You're only trolling yourself, my guy. You're also helping my channel, ironically, so cool. Isaac Newton, thank you for the for becoming a member. That's really, I really appreciate
we don't have
that.
Official information.
Now you will be able to watch the IRL streams that are for members only.
As to what happened inside Haifa's oil refinery, but we've seen these pictures that we are showing.
Did you think that was an insult?
On our screen right now about
you ate the cannoli,
hit that could have happened from shrapnel from the Iranian-fired or Hezbollah-fired
missiles. They're living their fantasies.
As well as the, or it could be from an intercepting missile. This is unclear at the moment, but what's clear is that there was a joint and a coordinated
attack. Your channel, it's good entertainment. Hey, appreciate that.
Between Hezbollah and Iran against northern Israel, with the Israeli ambulance talking about impact sites reported in 7.
This tastes incredible. What is this? Essence. Pineapple Express.
Different locations, not just in Haifa, but also in other areas in the Galilee and in northern Israel, leading to 2 injuries.
At Pep Talks, ask him what redress means, as in redress of grievances. We can petition and protest our asses off because we are true Americans.
One of them is critical. Now,
like
while we wait to...
I'm more American than any of these fuckheads. Like, I went out and I went to the range and I fired off some awesome pew-pews, you know, practicing my American rights. Felt great. And also, it was hilarious because me and my buddy had, he had a patch on his bag that said fuck ICE and I was wearing my abolish ICE. And you could tell that the guys at the range were just like, what the fuck?
What?
Nothing funnier than watching these dudes think that they own the idea and the concept of, you know, pew-pews in America.
Caused this fire? What caused this specific fire? We can talk about the Bazan oil refinery.
Like I said,
in Haifa.
Got to fire 2 9s. One was built a lot better. The other one was a bit plasticky. I also fired a bullpup NATO 5.56, which I had never even seen before. Holy shit, that was comfortable. That was really comfortable. I'll just say that. And then I shot a Winchester 30-30.
That has been hit 4 times in 1 year, 2 times in the...
You guys can check it out in the Discord.
Previous 12-day war between Israel and Iran last June, but now it's the 2nd hit during this war. And in the first one, we've heard...
What's sad about it? Isn't that like the American dream right there? Protesting, going out with your friend, firing off some shells, and then just hanging, drinking some beers, having some pizza.
The oil refineries say...
Yeah. My life is so miserable, guys.
That some of its facilities have incurred damage that...
Smoked a fatty after that.
Took a few days to fix, but now we are looking at...
the bullpups from...
yet another... hit to the oil refinery that has one of the or that provides the Israelis with energy, with oil, it has a petrochemical facility as well, but it also exports to the outside world. So such a hit could also affect its business, could affect its ability to operate, but also its standing in global markets. We are looking at a strategic asset, and usually when these things happen, the Israeli military censor is alive, is very much at work trying to diminish and...
Oh, Danny, are you insulted? Are you sad? Was the big mean streamer mean to you?
How much visuals, how much is being shared with the public about the intensity of
and the way that I just picture some of these dudes being fucking in their like mid 50s alone, obviously.
this attack.
You know that, or their wife straight up hates them.
I need, as part of all of
fucking don't even have a hobby. Like, dude, as I said,
this, Israel's military now.
I somehow in Chicago am more American than you, going to a range and, you know,
Now being ordered to push further into Lebanon.
2A, baby.
Well, this seems to be the Israeli strategy.
Really
They're
are.
very adamant on diminishing the threat of Hezbollah, on disarming the group, and part of doing that requires them, according to the Israeli defense minister, to push deeper into southern Lebanon, not just to the south of the Litani River, but also they're talking about areas in
Libertarian sounds good. It's a nice way of saying capitalist greedy
the
scumbag.
north,
Yeah.
because they have been saying
Also, their world of like true anarchism, where there's literally no regulations on anything, you know, free markets.
that a significant
for
number of
everything.
rockets being fired from Hezbollah are being fired from the north of the Litani River. They talk about capabilities that the group had, that
What's a miserable life? Trigger dash casually commenting on someone's live knowing nothing about geopolitics, or a chill guy with exceptional hair living a beautiful life.
did not anticipate that they had been
I really fucking appreciate that.
whelmed or
Well said.
basically underestimating the power of Hezbollah. But since this battle, since this
Your
round
rage
of
is your
fighting
backyard.
between them had started,
Well,
we've been hearing
I get to try more things.
more
than
and more
just,
officials saying that Hezbollah has hundreds of
That is the nice
rockets.
part about
Some
being
of
at a
them
range.
can reach very far away places, as we've seen in the
also, I
beginning
get
of
to see the looks on a bunch of fucking Trumpers' faces. It's a lot of fun.
the War 1 mid-range missile managed to arrive or to hit areas in Beit Shemesh, that's very close to Jerusalem, a place where there's a lot of Israeli strategic assets and military sites. At the time, it was revealed that it was a satellite station that had been hit, but this is something that the Israelis have taken very seriously, and they've said that they need to
Yeah, Danny, how do you feel about our government now all of a sudden saying that we shouldn't carry guns?
push more soldiers and occupy more lands in southern Lebanon?
That is your government. That's your president.
In order
the one you voted for, the one that you are standing behind.
to achieve that goal. Whether they will be able to do that, it's
the left never came for your pew-pews, you dumb fuck.
very contentious, according to certain military analysts who say that the Hezbollah has the upper hand when it comes to the battles on the ground, can know the lay of the land very well, but they still
Why?
Argue
Wait, why?
the Israeli defense minister that they have the support of the U.S., that they have the military technologies, that they have control over the air as well. So you're seeing this debate being reflected in Israeli media amongst Israeli
Pretty sure Chicago has voted the *1 city to live, but okay.
officials. But what's clear is that the government shows
I know
no
Naperville was actually voted as one of the top suburbs to live in.
intention to backtrack on its plans
weird,
to
'cause
push further and
Naperville
deeper
ain't that
into
nice.
southern Lebanon.
Gotta say.
Well, join me right now. We have the president of the union representing TSA workers at the country's busiest airport, Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta.
This was not what I thought it was. My bad.
The impact of this war continues to ripple across the world. Global
Hey,
oil
you.
prices
You
jumped
come on.
and stocks fell sharply on Monday in Asia. The price of Brent crude, the
420.
global benchmark, was trading at nearly $116 a barrel a little earlier. And for comparison, the price of Brent was around $72 a barrel the day before the US and Israel struck Iran. And it puts Brent...
Which again, breaking it down to like actual, you know, what the crude oil turns into for our gasoline.
on track for...
You got to figure anything over 100 equals about so in Chicago, $4 average of gas. If you're in Tennessee, it brings it up to like the mid $3 range, which is still fucking expensive as shit. And diesel, oh boy.
Biggest monthly gain on record. That jump is in part due to Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen joining the conflict by striking Israel over the weekend. And it's really important to take a look at why that was so significant, because the focus so far has been solving Iran's effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. That's that key shipping pinch point. But Saudi Arabia is currently delivering 4 million barrels a day through a pipeline to Yanbu on the Red Sea.
You don't like libertarians? I'm open to mine being changed. I just value individual liberty a lot.
Coast.
I think that you guys take it a little too far.
And that means it can maintain the flow of oil to the Asian market by safely sailing it past Yemen. But that route too could now be under threat.
Individual liberties can sometimes, you don't understand like how, like if you focus only on your liberties, that you're going to end up being a detriment to yourself. Actually, here's a good example. So I drove through like a really rich area when I went to the protests, and Barrington Hills. We saw it on the helicopter cam. So one thing about them is they're very much in that vein of no new taxes, keep everything, like they never vote on referendums. And they honestly, for having a rich town, they have some of the worst fucking roads. They have some of like the worst maintained parks I've seen in a long time, where it's just like, huh, okay, odd. You'd think that with all this money in this area that this place would be beautiful. Nope. Because they don't give a shit.
2023.
That's what happens. But then you go to a few towns over, like Algonquin, where I think the median income is like $90,000 like in a household, so it's usually 2 people. Yeah. Roads are fucking great.
Almost 2 years of Houthi attacks has seen almost 30 ships damaged. Any repeat as threatened could see the narrow Bab al-Mandab Strait become another flashpoint, effectively routing for Saudi oil. Our Asia business correspondent Nick Marsh is in Singapore.
Living in the basement. This type of thinking is so far behind. Q6 unemployment is at 44 to 48 million, bro. Inflation through unemployment is going up every day. Wages haven't moved in 17 years.
As the latest
Dude, literally in 1 week, we saw inflation poised to be 3.1%. Now it's at now it is at 3.9%. And that was where economists were kind of flipping out. They're like, hey, if he doesn't do something soon, this is going to be permanent.
This is for us on the price of oil following weeks of volatility.
Well, it's up pretty significantly.
Fear-mongering, that just means you're afraid, because, you can recognize the writing on the wall.
Asia have pretty much closed their trading for the day. They all closed the day sharply down based on this jump in the price of oil. I think now traders are just making a very simple calculation. They're asking a very simple question. Is this war any closer to being over? If it's not, then the price of oil is going to stay high. And I think people looked at what happened over the weekend, the entry of the Houthis in Yemen.
They're talking about 5% inflation by next year. Not even next year. They're talking about 5% inflation by September.
There's that Iran-backed group looking at.
And if that happens, then like going into the election, I'm pretty sure that you can just count it at that point.
Talk of ground invasion, perhaps, and they're thinking, well, this is certainly not de-escalating, this might escalate. And if things escalate, that means that the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain blocked because Iran controls it. Anything that goes through there is basically allowed to go through there because Iran says it's okay. And if oil and gas can't get through, if the fertilizer can't get through, if cargo can't get through, then that's going to have ramifications for the world economy. So you're seeing that market reaction based on that simple calculation of this war being no closer to being over.
So that's what it looks like in Asia at the moment. With me is Esther Carr, our business reporter. How are things in Europe?
Well, following President Trump's comments, there's clearly been a lot of uncertainty for investors around how the conflict is going to develop, and that's left European markets opening fairly flat today. The DAX was down, the FTSE 100 actually up slightly, but the bigger picture over the last month is really one of losses to global stocks and clearly a lot of volatility. Now, as we heard from Nick there, the oil price has been trading at around $115 a barrel, and that means that the price of Brent crude has gone up by over
Biden had 9% inflation during COVID.
50%.
He brought it down to 2.7%.
Since this conflict.
So, dude, I know that you like to do this because you like to judge on a curve. You need to actually be like a little more fair on this one. I mean, if you don't want to clown yourself, because realistically, you're not looking at how this is the opposite of that. Trump started with 2.7 and now it's going up to 3.5 to 5.
Began.
All because of him. No COVID, no shutdowns, so shut the fuck up!
And tankers that set off before the conflict.
Most of America is not buying what you're selling, motherfucker.
Have been arriving.
And honestly, I am getting pissed off at you because it is just like, wait a minute. Are you going to ignore this the entire time and just do, but Biden every fucking time, 2.5 years into his fucking presidency again?
At refinery.
It's almost like you guys know. You know how bad he is. You know how much everybody hates him. You know that the independents are starting to hate him. Go ahead, guys. Sit in your fucking shit. I don't care. Just, it's like you're sitting in a dirty diaper and we're trying to kind of be like, hey buddy, do you want to not sit in a poopy diaper? And you're like, no, poopy diaper all day. I want to be like my daddy. I want to be just like Trump and he has a poopy diaper. So I want to be just like him.
Now entering a period where those supplies will start to dry up. And that means that governments all around the world are looking quite seriously at what they're going to do to mitigate some of this impact.
Tell us about the plans that some governments have talked about or are even putting in place now.
Well, clearly the biggest issue at the moment is the one of fuel. We've seen prices of both petrol and diesel go up around the world. Now, in some countries, in Sri Lanka...
And now they're talking about a global fucking depression.
Thailand, the Philippines, Asian countries that are particularly reliant on oil from the Gulf.
He's admittingly pushing me more left.
Seen them bringing measures already, everything from cutting the use of air conditioning to rationing fuel. In
Groove, they're not going to listen to numbers. They don't care. They like the problem is, like, I can sit here with facts all day and they'll just be like fake news.
Australia, they've
fake numbers. Everything's fake. Anything I don't like is fake.
Announced a 3-month halving of
They literally are just like him, which is why they love him, because they love an inept white dude who's not good at anything. He has no talent. He's a talentless hack. The only thing he's good at is manipulating people, which great talent.
And in some Australian states, they're offering free public transport to try and cut down.
Trump war, they started it. Yeah, they did. It's Trump's war.
And to conserve fuel that way. But of course, this isn't just about fuel. As the conflict continues, there's also concern about a crunch on all kinds of supply chains, from aluminium to helium. And
you love money? Well, then guess what? You better get used to having less of it.
Fertilizer, which is so crucial in food production and farming. So today, G7 finance ministers are meeting with central bank governors.
I'm telling you, dude, if the stock market goes, you're fucked.
Discuss ways,
and you know it, dude,
to try and mitigate some of the impact, the economic impact of this conflict. Because while there's lots of uncertainty about how it will develop, the repercussions for the economy are already with us.
It's the truth of the matter, though, that they can discuss, but there's actually very little they can do until the Strait of Hormuz is reopened again.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, they're all talking about the hypothetical plans, what they can do.
I don't
but
need
as we've
food
seen
anyway.
In some countries, measures.
Yeah, they're talking about us seeing an actual food crisis too because of the lack of fertilizer
are already
and
being put in place.
Cost of goods.
So we'll be watching to see what else develops.
So thank you very much for joining us.
This is the biggest physical disruption.
Biden's the one who made this oil so expensive. Okay.
So no, the market. I think again, if we talk about Brent, the market is not pricing in the amount of the disruption. There is a real physical disruption. Look, Hormuz, if the closure of Hormuz, if you add it all together, it's 20 million barrels a day of oil and product.
Yeah, there's $20 million a day.
Together.
That's a lot of money. If this guy's a little bit of a masochist at the end of the night, yeah. Even though he might be a little Dutch, but we welcome the Dutch.
Strategic petroleum reserves, Russian barrels unsanctioned, all Saudi pipelines. If you add it all up, you maybe get to 10, 11 if you...
By the way, remember, this is not good. Seeing number go up like this, not good, even if you're invested in it.
Positive. So you're 9 to 10 million barrels short. That's unprecedented.
And when we look at gas
it's one
markets,
of the only stocks that once you see it go higher, you're like, oh shit, I'm kind of
more vulnerable to this crisis. And do you think Europe could face a gas shock to what we saw back in 2022, or is this fundamentally a different type of crisis?
I don't think it will be 2022, because that's the difference between 22 and now is that in 22 we kind of assumed that losing the Russian molecules was a permanent thing, so they're not coming back. With Qatar, the number is very big, but we all assume it's coming back at some point. So given that, the lack of permanence, you would assume that it's less high. But yeah, gas is more vulnerable because in oil markets we can at least talk about a few offsets. In gas, there is no offset of any size. So you lose.
The fact that we're talking about this right when he got oil down to fucking, you know, what was it, $60 a barrel or some shit? Like, I've said this a lot. I was giving him credit. I was starting to tell like my show here where I was like, guys, I'm a little worried that if he keeps these prices down and they continue to go down to the midterms, that we probably don't have the shoo-in election that we thought. This shit just made it to where everybody was like, no, fuck this guy. We are so done with this. We do not want to give him any more time. We don't give a shit about his agenda. We just want the fucking gas down. And if that means electing some Democrats that have some common sense in there, then all right. Which, again, Democrats and common sense. Yeah, even I admit that that's a little too hopeful from some people, but you know.
Lose Qatar full for as long as Hormuz is closed, and you can't really find significant other volumes to compensate for it.
So you've called this an Asian energy crisis, as opposed to the epicenter being Europe this time.
I am an economist. I am a very dirty and naughty economist, but I do not want to give you too much of what I am into.
Talk to us more about that.
Yeah, so that's for me the big, really one of the other large differences between 22
I'm going to get very dirty tonight, yeah. I'm going to go short some stocks, and I'm going to laugh about it because I'm a bit masochistic.
And now, in 22, it was a Europe.
When number goes down, I feel the pain, but when I feel the pain, it makes me feel a little bit inside.
European crisis. Europe was short oil, short gas, and it reverberated around the world. This because Asian...
I like it make fun of this guy.
And both oil and gas, actually. Because the Middle East...
I demand your supplies,
supplies so much of the Asian demand.
Strait of Hormuz, more like the Gay of Hormuz. Know what I'm saying?
I mean, more than 70% of the flows out...
That's gay on cocaine.
...out of Middle East go to Asia. The first shortages will be in Asia. So you kind of invert it. And you see it. Because I think in Asian markets, you start seeing demand destruction, demand reductions. This crisis will also come into Europe. It's going to take a little bit longer because the heart of the shortages, they will start in Asia because they're more dependent on the Middle East.
Oh, are they?
So you're already seeing demand destruction, reduced flights as a result of this conflict. I mean, how much further does that demand need to fall in order to stabilize the market somewhat?
A lot. So we basically need to lose the... if nothing changes, that's of course the assumption in this question. If nothing changes, you need to take out probably 10 million barrels a day, something like that. Maybe 9, maybe 11. I mean, that's unheard of.
Yeah, what's sticking?
COVID was 20, just to give you a number. That's when we got there, but that's a different story. Yeah, look, and what is interesting in this market
I love this guy.
is that we focus a lot on Brent prices, which is fair enough. For demand destruction, you want to look at product prices. Because the users of the products are the ones who are going to shut in demand. So
yes, that's what I was saying.
But we begin with the war in Iran. The U.S. and Iran continue to threaten each other as thousands of U.S. forces arrive in the Middle East. More than 3,500 troops, I should say, including 2,500 Marines, arrived in the region just over the weekend. This as the war enters its second month. And there's still mixed messaging from President Trump. He voiced optimism about talks with Iran. Then
I do the bob and the weave, the pivot and the swerve, you know what?
Issued new threats to the Iranian regime.
It's almost like I'm great for world security.
He posted on social media.
You guys don't know what I'm about to do.
Some of that here, threatening to attack Iran's power plants, oil wells, and Karg Island if a deal is not reached soon. Just yesterday, he was asked about the U.S. strategy.
Are you considering still putting boots on the ground, and would you do that without going to Congress?
I just have lots of alternatives. We have tremendous numbers of ships over there. We don't need them all because of, the power. Look, I would say we're just like we're ahead of schedule in the ballroom. In a much bigger way, we're ahead of schedule with Iran.
He couldn't help but talk about the ballroom, too.
Earlier, the president told the Financial Times he may send troops to Karg Island to take their oil, but acknowledged that would also mean the U.S. would have to be in Iran for a while. Meanwhile, the White House has not denied a Washington Post report that the Pentagon is preparing for weeks of ground operations. Instead, they say it's the job of the Pentagon to make preparations, but it does not mean the president has made a decision. Iran has said if the U.S. launches a ground invasion, it will set up attacks on the U.S. allies. In fact, this oil refinery in Israel is the latest target of Iranian strikes. Let's go live to the Middle East and CBS News senior foreign correspondent Holly Williams. So, Holly, what is Iran saying about all of this?
Hey there, Mugo. Well, Iran has previously said that it has dismissed an American ceasefire plan and that it is not negotiating with the US. So that's obviously in direct contradiction to some of the things that we've heard from President Trump. Iran also continues to issue fierce warnings against any American ground forces setting foot on its territory. A spokesman for Iran's powerful Revolutionary Guards did not mince words. He said any American ground troops who enter Iran will be taken captive, dismembered and end up as food for the sharks in the Persian Gulf.
Wow. President Trump is claiming there's already been regime change in Iran, but are there even any indications that that is true?
Not really. I mean, President Trump has said that, or words to that effect previously. What he seems to mean is that because several of Iran's top leaders have been killed by airstrikes, that amounts to regime change, and perhaps one of the goals of this war has been achieved. We don't know exactly why he's saying that. Possibly he's anxious to make that point because the war is not particularly popular with Americans, and maybe because he's aware that questions will be asked at some point about what this war has achieved long term. But it's unlikely that any close watchers of Iran would think that regime change has taken place. The Islamic Republic is still there. It's been there since 1979. Look, many people here in Israel desperately want regime change in Iran. They see the regime as an existential threat to them and their country because of its nuclear program, because of its ballistic missiles, because of its ideology. But certainly nobody that we have spoken to here thinks that regime change has already taken place in Iran.
Yeah, but we all think the same thing about Israel.
Okay, and Holly, I also want to ask you about this because Yemen's Houthis, they are claiming...
Kind of odd how, like, they keep saying this regime change thing. Is that a Godzilla I see? Yes, it is. MV Godzilla.
Israel. Does this raise concerns that the war is now widening in the region?
Yeah. Same one as your profile there. Legendary Godzilla.
Yeah, I think it does. Look, the Houthis are an Iran-backed group in Yemen, so they're an Iranian proxy group. They've now entered this conflict, firing missiles at Israel. Now, why is that important? Well, energy prices are already soaring because of the war, because Iran has control over the Strait of Hormuz. The Houthis control territory.
Yes, this is very Zilla-friendly territory.
In Yemen that is adjacent to the Red Sea. That's another critical waterway that carries oil, much like the Strait of Hormuz. On top of that, the Houthis have a history of hijacking and attacking.
I know why my Twitch ended. Oh, shit. It's because I was talking about the pew-pews.
On the Red Sea. You may remember that we saw that during
mentioned the ones I was talking about.
All right, Holly Williams.
That's so fucked up that you can't even talk about them.
For us today. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Where's the cute
overnight
kaiju
missiles bombarding Tehran.
Cute kaiju.
As the war with Iran stretches into its
are you talking about the
fifth week,
the Godzilla,
Iran striking the Israeli oil refinery in
one.
Haifa, flames and thick black smoke filling the sky. Iran now threatening to set American troops on fire and target the residences of American
everybody, welcome the missus.
And Israeli officials who are living in the region, including those at universities.
Oh, the Safubi?
In a new interview, the president setting his sights on the oil in Iran, saying, my favorite thing is to take the oil in Iran, but some stupid people back in the US say, why are you doing that? But they're stupid people. Trump noting that seizing Iran's oil would likely involve seizing Karg Island, which handles nearly all of Iran's oil exports. But that would require US troops on the ground. CENTCOM announcing the USS Tripoli, carrying 3,500 additional service members and Marines from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, has arrived in the region. A second Marine unit is already on its way, with an additional 1,500 soldiers from the Army's elite 82nd Airborne also preparing to deploy. The U.S. has about 50,000 service members in the Middle East. The president saying of Karg Island, I don't think they have any...
The fact that they still think that showing all this war prawn is like a good thing, they don't understand that the American people are now kind of like against that kind of shit. We're not getting excited to see that. Every time that we see one of those soldiers leaving that plane, we're just like, oh, shit.
Defense.
Which one of those boys ain't coming back?
He could take it very easily. On Air Force One Sunday night, he insisted a deal with Iran could be done soon.
There was nothing to predicate this war. Therefore, you don't have an appetite for it. Therefore, you're not going to see the rally behind the flag that he's expecting. It's almost like he thinks the rally behind the flag is going to come because we lose troops.
And for the most part, we're going to be asking for a couple of other things.
Most people in America are going to be like, no, you just sacrificed American soldiers, you dickhead.
He says Iran has agreed to allow 20 more oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, a move, he says, that shows negotiations are going well.
And just to prove that they're serious, they gave us all these buses.
But Trump is refusing to rule out using ground troops as more U.S. service members move into the region.
I just have lots of alternatives. We have tremendous numbers of ships over there. We don't need them all because of, the power.
House Majority Leader Steve Scalise acknowledging the troop movements in the region and not ruling out
worried that is what will happen,
troops on the ground.
There are no boots on the ground today, but we're having a lot of conversations about what could happen next.
And now Israel ramping up strikes. Iran's University of Science and Technology left in ruins after being hit by an Israeli airstrike, as plans are made to increase operations in southern Lebanon, targeting Iranian-backed Hezbollah.
Now, Pakistan foreign minister says that he expects the U.S. and Iran to meet for talks, quote, in the coming days. But frankly, we heard that kind of optimism last week, and it went nowhere. So what an off-ramp for this war looks like remains...
No, Jon Stewart said it best, that the problem that we have now is the fact that we cannot trust our government. So when we hear shit coming out from, the Trump regime, and then we hear something coming out from the Iran regime, which is also very untrustworthy, we have to take it with a grain of salt and be like, I don't know. Oh, God. This is post-truth era.
Very much unclear, guys.
Okay, Matt, thanks very much.
Al Jazeera.
10,000 troops versus, yes, he doesn't understand what's about to happen. He also doesn't understand, like, again, fortification or any of this. No, any of us that have been paying attention, like, since the Iraq war, we're all at this point of just being like, nah, what is Greater Israel? Actually, you know what?
Today, why the Greater Israel Project is getting harder to ignore.
Israel has right now a golden opportunity as its leaders view it. Those who believe in Greater Israel believe that it is now or never.
What once sounded like a fringe idea is now being voiced more openly by Israeli leaders and showing up more clearly on the ground. What does a Greater Israel actually look like? I'm Kevin Hurton, and this is The Take.
My name is Noor Audeh. I am in Ramallah, and I report for Al Jazeera. I've been doing that for some time now, and I've covered the Palestine-Israel story for a very long time. I won't tell you how long.
Welcome back.
You know what's funny? How many MAGAs I see always, like, anytime that I watch something from Al Jazeera, they're like, dude, that's regime media. It's like,
Back to The Take.
And now we have that in America. Cool. You see why that's a problem?
No.
And why, like, honestly, this whole, like, fake news thing you got played by?
Well, that's why
Because now all you have is government-sanctioned media that can't fucking criticize the regime.
We're hoping to mine some of that wisdom. You've been
like,
on the
yeah,
show many
base.
times. We've talked many times.
Criticize
We've
my
touched on
daddy.
this topic before, but this feels like a moment to tackle it head on as we watch Israel escalate on many, many fronts in Gaza,
Pappet has AI in the name.
West Bank, Lebanon, and now obviously Iran. Certainly many in the region are viewing all of this through the lens of the Greater Israel Project. So let's start there. In the simplest possible terms, what is the Greater Israel Project?
The Greater Israel Project is a vision, an ideology
Mitchell
that
said hi.
views Israel's right borders as being between the Euphrates and Nile rivers, meaning taking up much of the Middle East. This is not a fringe ideology, so to speak. This is the ideology of those who are in power right now in Israel. And it is something that you're seeing more and more mainstreamed in Israeli politics, to the point where even the opposition
for the last 20 years, 30.
in Israel
More. It's almost 40 years.
is not challenging these statements. And so the Greater Israel Project is one of expansion of Israel. Israel, of course, which does
42,
not have
actually. Hold
defined
on.
borders almost 80 years after its establishment.
Yeah, this goes back all the way to Theodor Herzl, father of
42.
political Zionism, who wrote in his diaries about a future Jewish state whose borders might reach from the Brook of Egypt to the Euphrates, which directly echoes this spiritual language. Israel, for reference, is about the size of Slovenia, about the size of New Jersey. I mean, Israel expanding its territorial
I don't want to make fun of this guy because I don't know if he has alopecia or something.
borders is not a theoretical exercise at the moment. On Tuesday, Defense Minister Israel Katz
It's just, you ever seen the show Fringe? He
said Israeli troops will take control of South Lebanon as part of the army's campaign against Hezbollah. Now, this is a huge amount of land.
Defense Minister Israel Katz made its plans clear to occupy up to the Litani River and create what he called a defensive buffer for northern Israel. That's about a tenth of Lebanon's land.
I'll be right back.
They've ordered thousands of residents to evacuate and say they won't be able to return until, quote, security is guaranteed for the residents of North Israel. But Noor, we have seen this before. As you well know, Israel invaded Lebanon in 1978, in 1982, and occupied in the south up until the year 2000.
Yeah.
So what's your read on what Israel is doing now in southern Lebanon, and does it feel different to you than what came before?
There's a fundamental difference, and I'm glad you asked me about this, because in 78 and in 82, Lebanon or southern Lebanon was occupied, but the people of southern Lebanon stayed on their land. So Israel occupied the land and its inhabitants, much like Palestine. This time, Israel is drawing on the lessons of the genocide in Gaza, just like we heard from Israel Katz. It is using the model of Rafah and Beit Hanun, again quoting the Israeli Minister of Defense, which is to depopulate, to ethnically cleanse the area before occupying it, to demolish the homes in that area so people forcibly expelled from it have no homes to return to, and then to take it over. So to turn it into a wasteland, basically, before expanding Israel's borders to the new front line.
This idea of Greater Israel is based on a biblical verse. It's Genesis 15:18. in which God promises Abram, who's known as Abram then, the land between the Nile and the Euphrates. So there's always been strains within Israel, within Zionism, that saw this as maybe an end goal. But you've spent time in that land. You've spent your career reporting in these places. You know this history. Now you're based in Ramallah. I want to ask you about two important historical events and how they may have contributed to this notion of the Greater Israel Project. So maybe we start with the Six-Day War in 1967.
In 6 days, the Israeli triumph was complete. The Arabs, thrown back upon diplomacy, demanded condemnation from the United Nations Security Council. But with the ceasefire, the strategic situation had changed. Israel now held secure borders.
Let me just start with pointing out an irony, which is that the Zionist movement was not a religious movement, but it understood
that is so cute.
The power
just
of
so like comfortable in the bed right now
to rally support and invoke like, all of that passion and fervor.
My bed now.
1967 showed the right wing in Israel, the revisionist Zionists in Israel, that if Israel takes more land and expands the territory, as the founding fathers of Zionism and revisionist Zionists proposed, there would be no consequence, because Israel was able to devour the West Bank and Gaza, to take on the Syrian Golan Heights, a little part of Lebanon and a little part of Jordan, and the Sinai Desert in Egypt. There were no consequences. There were no sanctions. And so that ignited or reignited the Jabotinsky doctrine. And Jabotinsky, of course, is the role model of the current Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. He believed that Zionism can only survive through force, through power.
Yeah. In the aftermath of 1967, a Greater Land of Israel movement emerged, and it explicitly opposed withdrawing from all of this new land that they acquired. It also kind of launched a campaign of Jewish settlement in these newly occupied areas.
Yes, and the interesting part about this is that the founding fathers of the settlement movement was the so-called BLUFF in Israel, right? So when we talk about Israeli expansionism, we should not really view it as a purely right-wing leaning or inclination or ideology. The fact is, those who planted the first settlements was the left in Israel. So the seeds of expansionism, which were part of Zionism, this.
Yeah, except how do you guys classify the left?
Crosses the line.
Like the thing is, I have seen that there's like nuance to like world politics. So some people's left tends to be like some people's fucking like more like right wing. Like the way that Canadians have viewed our politics, they've even told me they're just like, oh no, your Democratic Party would actually be very right wing. It's like, oh.
Kind of ideology in present day Israel between left and right. Those differences are on the social front, not necessarily on the colonial fronts of how much larger Israel should be. And so you saw those settlements building up, taking up more and more land.
My iced tea. Oh shit, that sucks.
The Israeli left and liberal Zionists in Israel and their counterparts in the West had a way to rationalize those settlements as part of Israel's attempt to secure itself, to protect itself. And now you have nearly 800,000 Israeli settlers living illegally in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, on top of,
Thanks, Natch.
of the thousands who live.
You see how chill my chat is? We're telling you to just be like, you know what? Put the 3 in there. Just make it
illegally, of course, in the occupied Syrian Golan Heights, all of whom feel entitled now to take over more land by force themselves with the protection of the army.
So then the rise of the Likud party, Benjamin Netanyahu, and specifically this platform from 1999, this platform, it states that the Jordan River will be the permanent eastern border of the state of Israel. It flatly rejected the establishment.
Why would I censor myself? Otherwise, YouTube will censor you, and then my mod team will have to censor you as well. YouTube has something called terms of service. I'm not going to break terms of service just to placate to some dipshit that can't tell the difference between his constitutional rights and terms of service on a fucking world platform.
In an Arab state west of the Jordan River.
Fucking idiot.
How did that accelerate these ideas?
Well, the rise of the Likud
censorship on YouTube is actually a problem, by the way.
Party basically gave expansionism an ideological home. As it grew,
they didn't even censor you, numbnuts.
This ideology became more entrenched. Many years later,
you said something that broke terms of service. So I'm not gonna fucking get out of here. No, fuck. Take the trash out. Seriously, bye, News Troll. Fucking what? You see that? Children. Fucking children is what we deal with here.
Of Benjamin Netanyahu, him winning the elections, and basically
you guys are censoring me,
becoming the longest serving Israeli prime minister in history with that ideology, with that background, with that agenda, which you see being implemented on the ground.
Let's move on, because of course there's October 7th. And so, Noor, to what extent do you think that the October 7th events gave far-right figures in this government an opening to present longstanding religious vision of Eretz Israel as a security necessity rather than like a messianic fringe project?
You know, I think we need to be careful about that because it's difficult to remember what the world was like before October 7, especially for us who've lived through the thick of it. But the fact is, this government of Netanyahu, when it was formed, at the heart of it, in the coalition agreement, was a territorial expansion, annexation of the occupied West Bank. Now, what October 7 did is it...
Yeah, but you guys were already Jesus Christ, you were already mistreating them. Fucking, it was an open-air prison in Gaza, and then you were going just unilaterally to the West Bank and letting these settlers do whatever the fuck they wanted. Come on.
It allowed this government to, first of all, mute any kind of opposition domestically, but maybe more significantly, to shut out the outside world, enabled by the U.S., by the Biden administration at the time, and then later on by Trump. But basically what happened is that October 7 gave this government carte blanche to do what it felt needed to be done militarily, i.e. to...
Yeah, that's why a lot of people called it a fucking false flag, but
genocide,
whatever.
In order to fulfill this
I like how
ideological agenda. Because at the end
can be the biggest conspiracy nuts leading up to shit like this, but the second that it does happen, they're just like, don't question the official narrative.
You want the land without the people. That the idea of expanding Israel's borders does not include tolerating non-Jews. It's about purity, right? It's about total control and domination. So you need to get rid of them. You kill them, you dispossess them. You have to get rid of them. October 7 allowed Israel to say, nobody has the right to, argue with our methods. We're protecting ourselves. And we're getting all these weapons and all the support from our allies in the West. And so it must be done. We take over Gaza.
Wow. We should say that the Greater Israel has long been a hobby horse of fringe groups, conspiracy theorists even. But in recent years, the subject has become really part of the official discourse. Yeah. Prime Minister Netanyahu has publicly said he's on a historic and spiritual mission and feels very much connected to the vision of Greater Israel. Minister Bezalel Smotrich has talked on camera about expanding Israel's borders as far as Damascus. So I wonder how you read this level of openness from Israel's leaders now. Why are they now comfortable saying out loud?
Now they're saying that the Michigan attack was a Hezbollah attack.
Was kind of
Jesus Christ.
Once the quiet part.
Impunity.
Yeah. Make-A-Wish cash coming out just like, who do you need it to be? Who do you need it to be? I'll write up the report there, sir.
It's very simple. When you can get away with it, why should you back down? This is an ideology that is deeply entrenched in the minds and the political career of Netanyahu, of Bezalel Smotrich, of Itamar Ben-Gvir, of all...
I'll be honest, the fact that, just listening to her, this is where, with them conflating anti-Semitism, just being critical of them, they really are playing themselves because the whole world now is essentially anti-Semitic because now we're all anti-Israel and the state of Israel in its current fucking form, which is ironic.
Of this current government. But even more cynically, in the opposition in Israel.
For pointing out that, we totally have a leader that is 100% genocidal, but
the supposed alternative to this right-wing government. Yair Lapid, the head of the opposition, was asked about the Greater Israel, plan, and he did not challenge it because he sees that it has traction. He sees that the public in Israel is moving more and more towards the right, and he sees that, for example, Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, is a fervent supporter of Greater Israel, being audacious enough to give an interview and say, well, he's fine with Israel taking over the Middle East.
Does Israel have the right?
I caught 24-hour on Twitch.
To that land, because you're appealing to Genesis. Yeah. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all. But I don't think that's what we're talking about here today.
And you have no challenge. You have no rebuke from the White House. You have no rebuke or apology from the Trump administration.
Talk about the pew-pews on Twitch.
Begin to draw a terrifying picture of the convergence of ideologies, of this, terrifying alignment of interests and stars.
You can't even say
political stars, if you will.
Now that's censorship.
That enable Netanyahu to believe that it is possible, it is achievable, that he can attack anybody he wants, and he will not face any pushback.
Yeah. It becomes hard to know what's political rhetoric and what's policy language, but at some level, perception becomes reality. So Netanyahu has long framed Iran as
guys. I'm not sure if you guys can see it in the camera.
Israel's existential threat, pointing to Iran's proxies that operate in Lebanon, Gaza, Syria. It just so happens to trace the outline of this greater Israel map. But you cover Israel. You've seen under the hood. I mean, where do you see this heading? At some point, shouldn't Israel's geographic and demographic realities...
What if your game has pew pew? That's what I mean. Like, Etch, I'm actually genuinely kind of concerned about this because one of the biggest channels on YouTube or on Twitch is a Call of Duty and the fucking the CS:GO. What the fuck? You are obviously gonna just be like, yeah, you know what? I kind of want the 9. What the...
Maybe its ambitions somewhat. I mean, what does this map look like in 5 to 10 years?
That's
well, it all
fucking
depends
wild,
on
dude.
What kind of decisions are taken in Washington, and also, quite frankly, what kind of decisions are taken globally.
I mean,
this war
I
is
wasn't
not
even
just
saying that,
affecting the
though. I
peoples
was
of the
literally talking about what I fired at the range.
region. It's
something that's completely legal in America, like hardcore legal. You know, it's almost like enshrined in our Constitution.
not just upending the lives of tens of millions of Arabs and Iranians.
More like Call of Duty.
and Israelis, for that matter, who've been in shelters and haven't been able to send their kids to school for a month now.
Yeah, it's almost like cause and effect, you dumb bitch.
It's about the world, right? The stability of the world.
I know that she's just kind of reporting on this, but she obviously does have a little bit of a bias.
Food security is now in danger because of the war that Netanyahu has been pushing for 40 years. Right?
Yeah.
Now, you see some challenge and pushback to the U.S. calls for international intervention, for helping the U.S. military.
I swear I've been on Twitch streams where it's people at the range. The thing is, that's crazy because, like, when I was at the range, they were asking me, like, because I had my rig on me, and they were just like, oh, yeah, you can totally film, no problem. But then my buddy was just like, don't bring that because, yeah, I'll hold it. I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
No, if there is enough international stomach to kind of face Trump's wrath
good
and
friends
fury,
volunteer to be cameramen.
If challenged even more.
And you're good at it too.
But to be honest with you,
got that eye.
Again,
No,
humanity is at an inflection point where so much is at stake. And doing more war and adding more firepower in attacking Iran is not going
Stan's going to the vet on Saturday.
Solve it. Because at the end of the day,
he's having an allergy
the peoples
attack.
of this region are staying in this region. They're going to have to live with each other after the Israelis stop bombing, after the Americans go home. And what all of these bombs are doing, and what all of this ideological, translations, these violent translations of ideology is doing, is to plant the seeds of more strife in the future. You look at the millions who've been displaced in the past 2.5 years. You think they have,
it's bad
peace and prosperity on their mind? They want justice. And if you don't give them justice the right way, they're going to seek it
cost me too much.
Another way. And if, might makes right becomes the norm, without any restrictions, without any laws, without any breaks, as the U.S. Secretary of Defense says, then what kind of future are we looking at?
Stan is the man, but he respects Cancilla.
I think you're right. I think a lot of it will depend on how
he knows he'll get scratched if he tries.
How the world reacts to the after effects of this war. And I think people are probably underplaying just how devastating this is going to be. This is going to be, if this is something like the oil shocks from the 1970s over the next 2 years, it's certainly going to change the relationship with Israel and the United States. I mean, the United States, politically, there's already, a weakening support, but there's going to be no support for interventions on behalf of Israel that are military. Yeah. Because the problem is everything is...
No, it's not about pew. No, pew-pew's not what got me taken down, or what got my stream taken down over on Twitch. It was saying the actual names of the pew-pews.
It's a military solution.
So when I was talking,
for Israel, right? But we're seeing the limits of that, so starkly now. Anyway, I'm kind of ranting here. Let's get back to the interview, unless you have something to...
And you know what?
Here in the transcript. So it ends when I was talking about the bullpup.
It also has a lot in for Israel, because no matter how much pampering Israel has gotten from Europe, for example, over the years, no matter how much favoritism in trade and politics and policy it's gotten from Europe,
like I said, Twitch is
relations are about interests. And right now, what is happening? Israeli actions are threatening the vital interests of people, not just in the Middle East, but beyond that. And I think
in Israel, they're making you less safe. It's the same way that Donald Trump is making us less safe with these actions. It's almost like these warmonger fucks who aren't even going to be here in the next 20 years to see the fucking destruction that they have caused.
It's difficult maybe for those who are so driven by ideology and aspiration, so drunk on power and impunity, to understand just how deep the impact of the assessment of present-day Israel will be on its, for its allies. Forget the peoples of the region, but just Israel's traditional allies have to stop and rethink about all the cost they're incurring from this expansionist, colonial, militaristic, drive in the region.
Okay, so to sum up, we've talked about how the composition of this current Israeli government matters, really because it's bringing ideological...
I really can't get over how much he looks like one of the pale men from Fringe.
Maximalists right into the center of state power. This is happening as Israel is waging a devastating campaign in Gaza. It's prosecuting a full-scale war with Iran, and it's now pushing deeper into southern Lebanon. And I guess it leads to this closing question, which is how much of what we're seeing is genuinely new, and how much is simply the latest phase in this decades-long struggle over where Israel can draw its borders and which people are made to bear the costs of those ambitions?
Great question. I don't think that what we're seeing is new. I think what's new in what we're seeing are the political circumstances internationally. There is, Israel has right now a golden opportunity as its leaders view it. You have a White House that is unquestioning, that is aligned ideologically. And so those who believe in greater Israel believe that it is now or never. The thinking in Israel is that you either do it now or you're going to be reined in. The world is already upset with me. The International Court of Justice is trying Israel for genocide. The Israeli Prime Minister, we forget, is wanted by the International Criminal Court for war crimes and crimes against humanity. So it's already bad. It's already really, really bad. So why not just go all the way? You can't go back now. You can't, take back all of those tens of thousands of victims, all of those crimes. So you might as well go all the way.
Wow. Noor Odeh, at the peak of her powers, thank you for coming on The Take and helping us understand this important topic.
And honestly, that was educational. Surprisingly, on Pep Talks here, we actually had a very educational moment. You know what? Sometimes we learn together, Oh, yeah, that host. Yeah, dude, how much he didn't turn around. We don't know if he doesn't have a barcode on the back of his head. All right. So we got a breaking point segment lined up here about the oil analysis oil analysis warn global depression incoming. Ooh, spooky. Well, let's see.
Joining us now to talk about the rapidly escalating economic polycrisis, we have Sohrab Ahmari, who is the editor.
The white sleeves actually helped with the whole floating head thing.
Of Unheard. Great to see you, Sohrab.
Good to see you, man.
Hair looks good.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. So let's start with the picture with regards to oil, which is not looking great. We can put C4 up on the screen here. So as of this morning, right now in the markets, I think WTI is at about $101. Brent is at what, Sagar, like 115, somewhere around there. But we have this Bloomberg analysis where a lot of analysts are saying this is going to get a lot worse, that reality has not completely sunk in. So what they say is the biggest oil supply shock in history has reached the 1-month mark. Prices have surged. Growth forecasts are being cut worldwide. Shortages are emerging across Asia, Thailand to Pakistan. But the energy industry is warning the crisis is only beginning. And they float the possibility of oil going to $200 a barrel. So
again, this is all just a possibility. And like I was probably not great at, I was probably pulling the fear-mongery bullshit a little bit.
Are you in agreement with this analysis that we have not even grasped?
Yeah, the fact that we're even talking about this that should be alarming enough. But again, you got these assholes out there that are just like, but Biden.
Yet.
Do you understand how little that adds to any of this? We're talking about now. This but Biden shit, nobody, who the fuck actually responds to that now? Do any libs take the bait on that one? Ew.
With the reality of how bad things
still
are
defending
currently,
the
let alone how
motherfucker
bad things are going to get.
Outside of the facts.
Yeah, I tend to agree with the more gloomy analysts out there. The reason being that what's not taken into account is the difference between this crisis.
Shit. Oh, did anybody see the? I know that like nobody on this channel watches the Young Turks, but did anybody catch a little bit of the Young Turks today to see if Anna had her crash out about AOC
and the 1970s, oil crisis that followed the Yom Kippur War? In that case, it was a matter of a political decision by the OPEC, the Arab OPEC members, to shut off or turn on the tap. Right, that's all that there was involved. And once they decided politically to turn the tap back on, oil flowed again. In this case, the reason why this could be much more severe than the 1970s polycrises that are related to oil is the fact that even if the political decision were there, if the political will were there to turn the tap back on, there is damage to the entire ecosystem that makes possible the flow of oil from the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz and into the global markets. You have severe damage to oil facilities in obviously the GCC states to varying degrees. Some Iranian strikes have hit those in response to, I should say, to Israeli attacks on Iranian oil infrastructure.
It's only her today.
Have shut-in fields in Iraq, where a country that in a given day you have like 4.3 million barrels is now down to like 1.6 million barrels. And after a while, when fields are shut in for a long time, it takes a long time to turn them back on.
Oh, but Pep, have you considered that this might be Biden's fault? Hunter Biden's laptop.
So again, even if Iran tomorrow were to capitulate, which doesn't look likely at all,
in that fucking massive hog,
and were to reopen the Straits of Hormuz, the fundamental structural problem, the damage, the fact that in many of these cases, for example, and now this is not oil, this has to do with LNG, but the Qataris have called force majeure for 3 to 5 years. So that's all going to take a long time to get back online. And during that time, you're going to see price spikes. You're going to see, right now, I just read today in the New York Times that, 2 Australian states, 2 of their provinces have made public transit free in response. You're going to see more and more of that. You're going to see fertilizer plants that rely on petrochemical products
How you
go
doing?
offline. That affects farming. I mean, the ramifications are huge and legitimately like Mad Max level terrifying. And the crazy thing is that it was all a choice. It was a war of choice. It was Donald
right after we just got rid of renewables.
Trump and his coterie deciding to do this, not something that was imposed on the United States or the world the way like the pandemic was, where it was just this random freak event. And okay, whom can you blame? Here, there is blame. It's like Bibi and Donald Trump.
Yeah.
They didn't want COVID to be force majeure. Again, realistically, it comes down to they couldn't deal with the fact that it was something they couldn't see, which is ironic that they couldn't believe something they couldn't see, but they pray to God.
Let's put C2 up there.
Not lost on me.
On the screen, actually, to basically to underscore what you're saying. This is from The Atlantic. Welcome to a multidimensional economic disaster. And what they specifically tie here is the AI boom to a lot of the cheap energy. And of course, the data center already built out and drained that all of these AI data centers were already having on our power grid. This does not at all reflect a situation where you're going to have massive increases, not only in energy costs globally, but they also talk about how
also, there's this new push where you have communities that are getting together to be like, hey, if enough of us don't pay our bills,
the Gulf Arab states are basically the guarantors and investors of some $100 billion into these companies. These AI companies are basically the backbone of the U.S.
Knew that was going to come.
Market. And so,
sure as shit, it's a bunch of these like right-wing communities. Mississippi apparently is getting hit hard by this shit.
You and I, we've been deeply concerned about the U.S. industrial base now for quite some time.
And
so we could have
too.
a financial crisis, an energy shock, and we're already going through effectively an industrialization or a reverse industrialization as a result already of nearly the last year of policy. Like, what does that look like? Not just for Trump's agenda, but for all of us, as you're saying, in the health of our country.
Yeah, so the one spot, as you said, at least on equities markets, were all these AI companies and the whole AI revolution and the potential growth that it was driving, even as it also threatened joblessness, I should say. But that was in 2 ways dependent on cheap energy. One was, of course, you mentioned that the data centers take enormous energy to run. Okay, that's one. And second, it was also dependent on just oil flowing, and therefore these Arab states having money that they can then invest in these projects. They're not going to invest if they're not making money. I mean, it's as simple as that. So that's like a double blow to the U.S. economy.
All right. I just asked somebody about Anna Kasparian talking about AOC. They said that they haven't seen anything about her talking about it yet. So
I mean, like one of the few bright spots in the U.S. economy that otherwise was lagging in other ways that had been way too much focused on services and kind of low-level services and high-level financial services and so on. Okay, but now we're at the cutting edge of the AI revolution, or we were until this war was launched.
Well, I have my issues.
Did you really just say that with like sincerity in this chat? The left, somebody who blames everything on the right. Meanwhile, we're talking about Biden still. And the, 9.0 fucking inflation?
AI revolution, but there's no doubt that if the bubble pops, it's going to be extremely painful. And let me just read, because there's one other angle of the, the hit to AI here that was not immediately apparent to me that the Atlantic lays out in this piece. They say one of the clearest examples of the problems are advanced memory and training chips, which are among the most important or by far the most expensive components of training any AI model. Currently, most of these are produced by 2 companies in South Korea and 1 in Taiwan. That's something all of us have focused a lot on. These countries, in turn, get a large majority of their crude oil and much of their LNG, which help fuel semiconductor manufacturing, from the Persian Gulf. The chip companies also require helium, sulfur, and bromine, 3 key inputs to silicon wafers.
Nikki Haley literally went out and fucking sold that it was 19.7%. It never reached over fucking 9%. Jesus Christ, they really are fucking so bad with this. And then they don't look at the numbers that are happening right in front of them to go, yeah.
Largely sourced also from the
but Biden
region. In addition, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE.
On top of that inflation, we also have higher costs just because of the fucking tariffs that we're still, you know what? We already stopped talking about that shit.
And other regional petrostates have become key investors in the American AI firms that purchase most of
I got a little bit more in your taxes.
Those chips. And I think that's a really important example. But I also think, Saurabh, that it just underscores, it's almost impossible to wrap your head around the disruptions here. I mean, the best analog we can look to is our recent past history with the combination of the Russia-Ukraine war and COVID, obviously, which just screwed up supply chain.
Actually, the left blames everything on capitalism and the systems at play. Libs blame the right. Good point.
In a million ways that even, experts could not fully anticipate how it would, create problems and backlogs that would then go on to fuel inflation and have all of these residual, both real economic and political effects.
Yeah, and it's so infuriating, dismaying, scary, terrifying. I don't know which adjective to pick, but I read in the Times also today that President Trump had said at one point, well, I'm not worried about the oil because it's really the Asian countries that are most dependent on Persian Gulf oil. And while that may be true, it reveals such profound ignorance of what a fungible commodity like oil is like, right? If you pinch supply in one corner of the world, prices rise everywhere else. And just in general, that you gum up the whole economy when you do that. So unless you're willing to impose domestic for the US, export controls, right? Where we keep our oil for ourselves, and that could also cause all sorts of problems. Unless we're willing to do that, the fact that this very important choke point in the global economy is being squeezed is also bad for the United States. It was just part of this broader mentality where I think the American right and the Trumpians got too high on their own supply. Yes, the U.S. is blessed in many, many ways. We became the world's largest energy exporter in the world. We have these 2 oceans, protecting us from any kind of immediately enemy or anything like that. So there's these natural advantages, this natural bounty that the United States has, and all Americans should be grateful for it. But there are limits, right? We might want to deglobalize, and I've never been a fan of the kind of globalization that revealed its limits during COVID, where it suddenly realized that supply chains were way too far flung, and at the imposition of the slightest stress, they would snap and we couldn't produce our own masks or protective equipment and so on. That was a problem, and we should move toward maybe a less globalized world. I agree with that, but still, we are living in a globalized world to some extent, so that this attitude of, oh well, beggar thy neighbor, it's just going to be China's or India's problem if oil stops flowing out of the Persian Gulf, is stupid, and it's arrogant, and
it's arrogant as fuck.
I think we're all,
because they don't understand that there are also bigger countries that have more capacity.
All gonna pay the consequences.
Like, dude, there's nothing worse than a fucking American that's just like, we are the center of the world, don't tell us otherwise. It's like,
for it.
And to that point, actually, I think we have a good piece here. Let's put C6 up here on the screen.
We literally put the worst person that we could have possibly put into the White House twice.
War has already rippled across the world. Now,
and you know what? Like I said, because America is so fucking retarded, we kind of deserved a little bit of this, and I'm kind of glad. Like, I am. There's a part of me that's glad that, this might push us a little farther left. I know that it's pushed the populace a little bit farther left because they've gone, oh my God. I mean, literally, I just don't like Trump, and they're calling me an extremist.
Now, as you said, look, it might be China or India's problem. It might be South Korea's problem. South Korea, by the way, is, I don't know, a top 10 trading partner. So is Japan. Last time I checked, they're pointing out South Koreans are being told by their president to take shorter showers. In Thailand, another actually vital ally in the region, they're saying you need to make sure that you're wearing short sleeves to work so that we can
At some point, if you're just one of these guys that's like environmental impact is nothing, then shut the fuck up. You know nothing.
Air conditioner use. I'm looking at news out of India.
But sure, because you can't conceptualize what's going to happen in a few years. Dude, you probably already have cancer cells in your body that have been caused by the lack of oversight on some institutions. But fine, man. Keep spewing this whole, well, the left get rid of the refinery, even though Biden did a baby drill effort, essentially, where he opened up a whole bunch of new fracking and all that.
But
yeah, sure, man,
this
whatever.
Is personally tragic for me.
You're a disingenuous cunt who can't be honest about a goddamn thing.
And for all the white tourists in New Delhi, butter chicken has now disappeared from Indian menus because they don't have the cooking gas to be able to make it. Dosa, apparently, there's a huge shortage.
Yeah,
I talked to my family recently. They're rationing cooking gas, and they're looking at it. Sri Lanka is taking, shortages there, is shortages, and they're actually encouraging the work week to reduce. And C7, this is part of the point of what you're talking about, is that the Asian shortage has already hit because of the way that tankers move across the globe. But what this map shows is that actually we're about 2 weeks away from some of the major impacts and closures simply because of length of the tankers. Now, the big question, as you said earlier, is about Donald Trump and his hubris by getting us into this situation.
No,
but solving a crisis,
dude, you're the only one going, I'm hungry. Okay, well, here's another war for you.
Just like,
that's not what I wanted.
This, from what we saw during COVID, not exactly his strong suit.
Okay, Daddy, go have your war.
So what do you think that the actual impact of this shortage will look like?
Sorry, Harry, we're going to have to draft you now. Okay.
Like, in terms of his administration, who are clearly scrambling. Like, realistically, what can they do to get us out of this?
I really don't know, because what it comes down to is recognizing, strategically speaking, that Iran had always this potential to close the Straits of Hormuz, that they were able to always do that, and now they've exercised it, and there's no easy return to the status quo ante. In other words, the Iranians will want, as part of any negotiated settlement, they will want some control over the Strait of Hormuz, and we should try to negotiate that. But the point is that looks to the U.S. like an enormous strategic blow, right? We expended all this energy, and at the end of the day, you have to grant the Iranians what they always possessed, but now have decided to exercise in response to this war. So that's a blow to U.S.
bullshit, dude. You know that you're so full of shit because he was the one that decided not only were we going to tap into our national reserve, but in order to do so, we would need to go and get some new leases. So he fucking put a moratorium on that bullshit.
Jeez.
This is my point, man. Even when he did something that you would technically on paper fucking be 100% for, because it was the old man that the fucking blue teams supported, then you also have the disingenuous fucking bullshit where you're like, yeah, it's team politics, blah, 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 you can't see the forest for the trees.
A really
K.
Incalculable blow. We can't even begin to measure the scale of it.
Dean,
Otherwise,
you're lonely. You're still here. I can't believe it.
You're going to be facing obviously a bloodbath in November in the elections. You're still going to face that. It's only a question of how bloody the bloodbath will be. But if you think about it, there's a great tweet this morning I saw.
Shit, you see an iron lug?
Someone said,
that's what I'm expecting.
The objective of the war has become to restore the status quo ante before the war, dumbest war ever. Yeah. It really is. Like,
it is. It's the dumbest war ever. And it's like, Trump is going to go down as well as the if we still have an American empire, which I don't think we are, I don't think it's going to survive Trump.
What is the point?
His arrogance is going to take us all down with him.
Of this operation now is to open the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before we went in.
Almost like we saw this. He bankrupted casinos.
The regime hasn't collapsed. Its will has hardened.
Great.
You know, it can still fire ballistic missiles. As the front story in the New York Times today, basically saying the U.S. keeps saying, 500% of Iran's capacity has been destroyed. And that very evening, an Iranian missile will fall on some U.S. facility in Saudi Arabia and destroy a very kind of expensive command and control aircraft. So what's the point anymore? And again, I think the end point will be some capitulation, some recognition of Iran's ability to control the Strait of Hormuz. And that's
back from work, hell
like
yeah.
a Vietnam
421 pep talks
level debacle in terms of a blow to U.S. prestige, which hurts me as an American to think that we'd have to do that.
Saurabh, I wanted to get your reaction to Trump's truth this morning, which obviously directly relates to the war. It also relates to the economic outlook. Appears to be yet another Trumpian blatant attempt at market manipulation here.
Yeah, add some extra peppers to it.
He watches the Treasury bond yields very closely. He watches, obviously, the oil market, the stock market very closely. And so this morning, he tweeted out, or truthed out, the United States of America is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operations in Iran. Great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably...
Trump couldn't be absurd enough. He had to go and outdo himself.
Will be. And if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, and Clark Island, and possibly all desalinization plants, which we have purposely not yet touched. This is him pre-announcing war crimes, by the way. This will be in retribution for our many soldiers and others that Iran has butchered and killed over the old regime's 47-year reign of terror. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I think people probably know you're not a fan of the Iranian regime. You are quite a vociferous critic of the current government in Iran. But what do you make of what Trump is claiming here about how there's a new, more moderate regime in place that he's totally working on a deal with?
I don't know where to begin. That's such a kind of this barrage of stupidities piled atop stupidities. I don't know where to start. So first of all, I watch Iranian state TV, 24/7, just to read the mood. There is the regime is there. It's called the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's become more militarized. What's happened is all the restraining forces, which, believe it or not, as much as a fan of, I was not by him, he defined my life. The course of my life would have been completely different if he weren't around. But Ayatollah Khamenei was a restraining force relative to the kind of younger commanders that are in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. These are the people who are in charge now. There is no indication. Yes, they're taking heavy blows, but they think that I'm going to use a polite word for it instead of what comes to mind. They think that they have the United States in an economic and energy vice grip, and they're going to squeeze and squeeze until there is a kind of humiliating cry to uncle. And again, yes, they're going to take enormous hits, but this is a huge country of 90 million people, 4 times the size of Iraq. It's going to take a long time for it to wear down. Long before that, the economic pain will be sort of too much for Trump.
Monkey business. The regime is a puppet. In about 6 months, nobody's going to remember them.
That's the first thing, is that his assertion that Iran is...
I'll say this much. They're going to remember everything about this shit.
As the regime has changed.
And the fact that I hope that you're not one of those arrogant ones. Like, are you talking about Iran or America? Because right now, I can't even fucking figure, out the difference when we're talking about the regimes and the heavy-handed tactics.
There's just no sign of that. Second, the hitting of the desalination plants. Actually, Iran relies very little on these kinds of plans. It's America's Gulf allies and Israel.
I hope you understand that they have had what was it, the million person and something are like
that are much.
They pushed for this with their society, where they were just like, no, you're all going to be ready for this when it happens.
Much more dependent.
And now what's happening is anybody that was thinking about rising up and going against the regime, they keep getting bombed by the U.S. and Israel. So they keep going, you know what? Enemy, I guess the enemy that's in my country. It's the same way that if some jackass came in here that, oh, I don't know, the right and the left would finally put their differences aside and be like, yeah, you know what? At the end of the day, we're just Americans.
On these sorts of facilities, and they, as Iran has proved, it can hit those and create,
you get it,
calamitous effects for lots and lots of people who live in those countries. And again,
Almost
same
like we
thing
lived
with
through that once.
the electricity infrastructure, the power plant.
Well, at least I did.
They can do
I have
that
a good memory,
just as quickly, except Iran's electricity system and the grid is far less centralized, so that if you hit a single plant, it won't have the kind of effect that it would have, for example, if you did an analogous thing. If they did the analogous thing to a country like Israel, whose power system is much more centralized. You hit one node and boom, Israel goes into darkness. So, I mean, these threats aren't everyone. This is not some secret.
Exactly. Like they could do it, but the thing is, they keep doing it with this arrogance that Iran has nothing to push back with. They believe their own hype.
Intelligence. This is all,
which is fucking. That's dangerous.
In the public record. So it just
God
the stuff
damn,
that he
dude.
says. Like it was funny when it was about Rosie O'Donnell a decade ago. This kind of bluster. It's really, really depressing and scary.
Yeah, you can laugh.
When it's, the world on the precipice of geopolitical and geoeconomic calamity.
And you don't detect, as you're watching Iranian state TV, you don't detect any of their attempts to sort of like soften the line and create an opening to sell to the public some sort of, you don't see any of that.
Not at all. Every night it's about revenge, the daughters of Minab, the school that got hit early in the operation. And this is a culture that thrives on martyrdom, Shiite Islam. So every time you kill a commander, it creates like the closest equivalent is a Catholic cult of the saints. Like it becomes some new basis, or it'll be, they killed they hit a police station, the Israelis did, and they hit a street sweeper, just a guy, like a random guy. So of course he becomes like this, his coffin is laid out and people line up in huge numbers to touch the coffin and then rub it on their faces to get like a blessing from his act of martyrdom. That's the kind of people you're talking about. And again, so
fucking all crazy.
Much of the perception about what Iran is, or the kind of people, is driven by this, I'm part of it, this Iranian diaspora, very secular, very embittered. I understand the embitterness about the regime, but they led us. I think they led U.S. policymakers for years to believe that that's how all
the UN's
Iranians
planning
are,
for
and
nuclear
forget that
war.
no, it's a Shiite Muslim country. Lots and lots of people are not cynical about their religion. When they talk about Imam Hussein and martyrdom and Karbala and all this sort of iconography of bloodied saints who give their lives for a greater cause, they like really mean it.
Yeah,
they mean it.
Hey, if you like.
Yeah, I brought this up on Friday, talking about how they believe their religion a lot more than Christians believe theirs. Trust me. Because at the end of the day, if you asked a Christian to actually, go in the name of God, well, I have a feeling that they wouldn't. I have a feeling they would stop short. But I know there's some crazy ones that totally would. But not many.
Show y'all, and boy oh boy do we now saying the quiet part out loud yet again. He's openly saying and admitting that his goal here is to steal Iran's oil in the same way he's stealing Venezuela's oil. We have certain parts of a desalination plant. We have a desperate Joe Rogan Panic the Show on Patreon. Let's start with this. One of the things people have been saying is at the beginning of every week,
he gets to it.
Trump goes out there and says, things are going great. Actually, we have peace negotiations, and it looks like we're on the brink of a big deal. These people are actually really good to work with. Things are going phenomenally. And Trump does that every Monday. Why? To calm the markets. So that we don't have a massive stock market crash, which in turn spirals into the Greater Depression, which we're on the brink of at the moment. And so Trump,
nice jacket.
Trump is just day after day manipulating the market. Now, sometimes he manipulates it just so that him and Kushner and Witkoff and his idiot sons can basically profit off of it and make millions of dollars off of pain and suffering. And sometimes he's manipulating it just...
Oh, sorry, Rebecca. Oh, yeah. Jesus. What? Oh, a petticoat and 10-pound skirt.
Just to try to stave off a massive crash. And so he came out at the beginning of this week and he said the following. The United States of America is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operations in Iran. Great progress has been made.
Backstreet Boys manager.
But for any reason, a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be. And if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business...
Today. Just got home. Hello, and hope you were able to protest on Sat. Hung out with good people. Hell yeah. No, I played a little bit of it today. I did 3 of them.
We will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely...
Definitely check out the Elgin one. Robin, there's a segment that I know you would enjoy at 1 hour and 8 minutes. If you go to the Elgin one in my VOD, it starts the inaugural episode of Pep Walks, where
obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, and Clark Island, and possibly all desalination plants. So just openly saying, I'm the war criminal man, and I'm going to commit endless war crimes, just so all of you know. He says, which we have purposely not yet touched. This will be in retribution for our many soldiers and others that Iran has butchered and killed over the old regime's 47-year reign of terror. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So, as predicted, he did the thing. He came out and said, everything's actually going great to calm the markets. Well, guess what? It's not working like it used to because people caught on to the game that every Monday he says everything's great. Then every Friday when the market shuts, he basically starts bombing everything in sight and committing war crime after war crime. So it's no longer working, and people are recognizing, way too late, by the way, but they're recognizing we have the biggest, most disgusting liar in human history that's currently occupying the White House. Okay, look at the broader economic impact here. Price increases since the start of the Iran war. Heating oil is up 77%. European natural gas up 71%. Brent crude is up 58%. WTI crude oil up 51%. Urea up 48%. Diesel up 44%. Sulfur up 43%. Gasoline up 42%. Fertilizer 29%. Coal 21%. Palm oil 14%. Iron ore 7%. Rice 7%.
Great.
U.S. natural gas up
palm oil. Yeah, what's that?
6%.
What do we use that for?
That's not good. That is not good. And of course, this is going to hit working people the hardest. Developing countries are already barbecue chicken, dog. They already have long lines. They're already rationing gas. It's already a nightmare scenario.
Yeah, the Philippines are like literally in a crisis mode right now.
And this is slowly but surely going to spread throughout the world. And then you're also going to have a situation. It's not just limited to gas. Oil and gas is sort of like the lifeblood of the modern economy. So you're also going to have a situation where grocery prices skyrocket, for example. You're going to have a situation so that we have a shortage of fertilizer. And when there's a shortage of fertilizer, you're going to have a food shortage. The farmers are going to struggle. Like, there are so many cascading downstream consequences of this that our idiot-in-chief did not consider or simply does not care about. Okay, so Trump spoke to the Financial Times. Ready for this? This one is rough. He wants to seize Iran's oil. Quote, to be honest with you, my favorite thing is to take the oil in Iran. Again, he just admits it. It's so crazy. He just admits it.
He's just like,
he has verbal diarrhea. He's like basically begging the international community to arrest his ass and throw him in The Hague. He's doing the same thing he did with Venezuela, where he stole their oil and sold it and put hundreds of...
Stop fantasizing about seeing these leaders in some kind of fucking Hague position. Never gonna happen. Ever. Okay?
Millions of dollars in a personal bank account in Qatar.
It's more likely that he is going to, have the Mac attack or have the Iranian attack or something like that.
He's just saying it. Specifically, he's considering taking Karg Island, Iran's main oil export hub.
The Hague ain't happening. You're never gonna see Benjamin Netanyahu or Donald Trump in front of a fucking court. Okay? I am so sick of hearing him say that.
There's it to Venezuela, saying the U.S. could control the oil there indefinitely. He claims Iran has no real defense there. Quote, I don't think they have any defense. We could take it very easily. He acknowledges it would require occupation. Quote, smart. It would also mean we had to be there for a while. Trump claims the scale of the bombing, quote, we've bombed 13,000 targets. We've got about 3,000 targets left. He claims regime change has effectively already happened, and he describes the new leadership as a totally different group of people and very professional. Now, again, notice, though, he said this on Sunday night or Monday, because, again, he's trying to calm the markets about all this shit. This is a truly unprecedented situation. So take a look at this. The S&P 500 has now erased nearly 4.5 trillion in market cap since the Iran war began on February 28th. 4.5 trillion, y'all. All right, we also have this scenario. This is something we talked about the other day, but Iranian missiles and drones hit an airbase in Saudi Arabia, injuring 10 U.S. service members and damaging U.S. refueling planes. So the Wall Street Journal reported on this, and as you can see here, look at the destruction and the devastation. Now, by the way, as you all know, our massive radar sites in the Middle East were bombed within like the first day or two of this war. Well, then after that, they started using these radar planes.
Intel from Russia, by
Some
the
of these
way,
radar planes
allegedly.
have now also been hit. While we're having the conversation, just understand this is billions and billions and billions of dollars immediately up in smoke. Immediately up in smoke. Also, what's Trump doing as he launches World War III? He's been golfing nonstop at Mar-a-Lago and basically hiding down in South Florida. I mean, you literally can't make this stuff up. He spent $100 million
He's so bored
so
with
far
this
this
shit.
second term golfing. And by the way, same regime that cut pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels because that was too expensive. But $100 million for golfing and having a radar plane blow up every other day and U.S. fighter jets get blown up.
It's peanuts in comparison.
By Iran,
You know,
every other day. And then, by the way,
Whatever.
they all
Somali fraud. Let's focus on that.
also lie about it after the fact. That's a super important point. So look at this. New image reportedly showing the USAF E-3 Sentry destroyed in an Iranian attack at Prince Sultan Air Base on Friday.
Yes.
Okay? So this is what it looks like. You see the absolute destruction.
like
I mean, this thing is done. This thing is over. There's no rehabbing this, right? And CENTCOM lied about it. The fact that CENTCOM downplayed this hit and the Wall Street Journal reported the aircraft as only being, quote, damaged should tell you something about how credible the American public pronouncements are becoming at this juncture of the conflict. That's exactly right. I hate to say it, but it's factually true. If you had to choose to either take the word of the Iranian government or the U.S. government at this point, you would be crazy to take the word of the U.S. government. They have lied more often and repeatedly than the Iranian government has. Now, that doesn't mean that the Iranian government has been perfectly truthful. Sometimes they overstate numbers as well when it suits them and understates it when it suits them. But the fact of the
that's you trying to pick, like, that's you picking a side and going like, this other side's not as bad. They're bad, but not as bad.
matter is the Iranian government has a much better track record of telling the truth than the U.S. government at this point. So
how do you know?
Mohammed Safa says the following.
That's part of the
Previously
problem.
with the UN, he says, I don't think
do
people
this.
understand the gravity
Oh
of the
my
situation
God.
as the UN is preparing for
Oh
possible
my
nuclear
God.
weapon use in Iran. This is a picture of Tehran for you uneducated, untraveled, never served war hawks licking your chops at the thought of bombing it. It's not some low population desert.
For him to just
There
go
are
out there and
families,
say it, it's
children,
just like, oh my
family pets, regular working class people with dreams. You're sick to want war. Tehran is a city of nearly 10 million people. Imagine nuking Washington, Berlin, Paris, London, or beyond, bombed with nuclear weapons. I gave up my diplomatic career to leak this information. He gave up his career to say, they're prepping for nuclear war and not telling anybody about it. I suspended my duties so as to not be part of or witness to this crime against humanity in an attempt to prevent a nuclear winter before it's too late. Yesterday, nearly 10 million people protested No Kings in the United States. The possibility of the use of nuclear weapons must be taken very seriously. It's dangerous. Act now. Spread this message worldwide. Take to the streets. Protest for our humanity and future. Only the people can stop it. History will remember. And this is what I keep telling you. Trump is going to order this ground invasion. It's going to be an absolute...
At least online here, we got enough people that are convincing us that half the people don't even want to be saved.
Catastrophe. You're going to have countless dead American soldiers. Then to try to save face, he's going to say, nuke them. That's what's going to happen. And everybody's acting like this is not the juncture that we're at. It is. It absolutely is. Yep. And now you have people who were employed by the UN going, hey, by the way, here's what's in the works. And everybody's just acting like it's a normal day, like it's a normal time. And by the way, look, yes, this is a picture of Tehran. Look at what Tehran looks like. They're considering nuking this. I told you in the first term, Trump considered nuking hurricanes because he thought maybe it'll stop them in their tracks. And he had to get talked out of it by the adults in the room. Well, now there are no adults in the room. There's none. So this is, oh God, I struggle to find the words to adequately get across to you this current place that we're in. Okay, the 30-year Treasury yield closed at 4.98%, getting very close to the highest level since the run-up to the global financial crisis. Yeah. So we are on the brink of something big, something massive. Everybody feels it, everybody knows it, and it's about to unfold, and all of the signs are there. All right, from Drop Site News. report, BBC Verify, says footage and expert analysis indicate a U.S. precision strike missile was likely used in the March 9th strike on a sports hall in Lamerd, Iran, where children were training, killing at least 21 people, including young girls. High-resolution satellite imagery reviewed by BBC
Isaac, don't post shit like that.
Shows the sports hall and nearby residential buildings destroyed, while the adjacent IRGC compound appears to have remained undamaged. Okay, so absolutely,
Isaac, that's Fed posting. That shit that can like literally get my channel taken down. So if that was like allowed,
devastating. The more
not fucking allowed.
The more time goes by, the more evidence of war crimes comes out. Breaking, the USS Tripoli has arrived in the Middle East carrying 3,500 sailors and Marines amid reports that the U.S. is preparing for a potential ground operation in Iran, per CNN. Now remember, they have a total of 50,000 troops on call for Operation Epstein Fury. 50,000. All right, breaking, power cut in Tehran and elsewhere following attacks on energy facilities in Tehran, Iran's Ministry of Energy says. So, and we'll talk more about this, I believe, in a little bit, but they've repeatedly bombed nuclear power plants in Iran, repeatedly. And again, I don't see nearly enough talk about this. I don't see nearly enough coverage in the media. I don't see, the U.S. government condemning it. It's just day after day, I think 3 times to be exact, they carpet bombed a nuclear power plant. This is not like something that you can do and then there's like no consequences and no fallout. This immediately is going to lead to basically poisoning an entire region of the world and making it uninhabitable. Do people not remember the Chernobyl disaster? Do they not remember 3 Mile Island? Do they not remember, what happens when you destroy a nuclear power plant? Fukushima, for example, is another one. Like, hello, wakey, wakey, and apparently nobody is awake, and I don't know what to do about that. So take a look at this. The Pentagon used an untested missile in combat and it hit a girls' volleyball practice in Iran. The New York Times confirmed that a precision strike missile, a weapon that only finished prototype testing last year, struck a sports hall and an elementary school in Lamerd on the first day of the war.
Well,
at least 21 people were killed, including 2 schoolgirls aged 10 and 11 and their volleyball coach. The USA, now confirmed by the New York Times, bombed 2 schools in one day in Iran, murdering over 200 children, 25 times more kids than died on 9/11 and on West.
Dude, that revolution's never happening in Iran. Where are they talking
Western
about?
Media, Trump and Netanyahu still get airtime, and Iran is supposed to be the bad actor. Yeah, my ass cheeks. It turns out the actual strategy, the plan, it is purposeful to go after civilian infrastructure and innocent people. That's what the axis of Epstein is doing. And they want to do that. It's not an oopsie. It's not collateral damage, as some dippies out there will have you believe. No, this is the point. They're doing what they want to do. All right, so here's the aftermath of one of the bombings on the Iran University of Science and Technology. You know, those terrorists at that school for science and technology. Look at this.
Axis of Epstein, it is. 100% is.
Here's another one. It's just terrible, man. It's just absolutely terrible. Iran's IRGC issued statement on Saturday threatening to target American and Israeli universities in the region, warning students and staff to stay 1 kilometer away in retaliation for strikes on Iranian universities. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to hear shit when U.S. and Israeli universities start getting hit, start getting destroyed. I don't want to hear Dickie McGee's axe. Shut the fuck up. Because it has been, we bombed literally like hundreds of schools before they said, okay, I guess we got to respond in kind. They sat there and they took it and they took it and they took it and they took it. And then eventually they were like, all right, I guess we got to do the same thing back to them. So I don't know about you guys. I want to live in a world where international law matters. I want to live in a world where Netanyahu is taken away in handcuffs today and Donald Trump is taken away in handcuffs today. I want to live in that world. Yeah. But this is what we inflict on the world. And guess what? The chickens are going to come home to roost. That's what we're looking at. All right, more. Midas Touch says.
I mean, there is something called practical reality. That's why people. This is the thing. This is where I don't like what Kyle and Crystal, they both do this. They literally turn off the politics, which is great. Turn off the politics, but you can't turn off the existential dread that comes with knowing some of this shit and being like, oh my God, this is real. Like, this is reality. Because they are riding that fine line of like, yeah, you know what? I just talked about how we might have a nuclear winter soon, but I gotta get my kid to the gymnastics meet.
News in Iran.
Like, you understand how pointless this shit is? Like, realistically, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to blackpill here, but for real, anytime that, like, you're out there even doing something just with your family, just remember, it's like, like, now we are kind of in Terminator. Like, I'm not trying to do exactly what he's doing, but fucking A, dude. That's a reality we live in now.
Hit a service building at a Kuwaiti power and water desalination facility, leaving one worker dead and causing significant damage, according to Kuwait's Ministry of Energy. The attack comes amid escalating tensions following recent U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iranian energy infrastructure. Okay, so here we are.
No, they don't.
Again, on the brink of total catastrophe, on the brink of a completely uninhabitable Middle East. Now, this didn't destroy the desalination facility itself, but it did hit a service building at a Kuwaiti desalination facility.
If you believe that they were trying to get a nuclear weapon with the fucking Ayatollah in power, then you really do buy into all the American propaganda, Tucker. We know.
So, I don't know. To me, this looks like a very stern warning of like, hey.
We do know. Like, you guys are, for somebody, like, for a crowd that was like, don't tread on me, fake news, fake news, fake news, you believe everything you're fucking told by the government.
Man.
Which is fucking insane.
Y'all better reel it in.
Right. It's
with, for example, going after our nuclear power plants.
Because I'm a fucking retard. I don't like to think for myself. I only like to be told from what Donald Trump says because he's one of the greatest minds ever.
You don't.
Meanwhile, you know what? The ballroom. I got to talk about the ballroom. Can I talk about the ballroom?
There will be severe consequences.
And the paperclip. Did you guys hear about the paperclip?
Consequences. And of course, we're governed by absolute baboon.
Like, seriously, the motherfucker is way more delusional and just gone than fucking Biden. He's stupid as he is. Just genuinely stupid. There's no 5D fucking chess.
So do I.
Do you look at your kid like your baby and then see them do something smart? And you're like, that was 5D chess, because that's literally what you do for him.
Think like Netanyahu or Secretary of War Crimes Pete Kegsbreath is going to see this and go, all right, you know what? Back away from the edge just a little bit, ski. Are they going to? No, of course not. Of course they're not going to do that. In fact,
well, he made a dookie in the big boy party.
Again, what's Trump focused on? He's focused on.
I did. I absolutely did. It was the best. It was the best Trumpy Dumpy that I've ever taken.
I'm building the Epstein.
Everybody clap.
Ballroom. He's focused on golfing, building the Arc de Trump, the fucking Trump Kennedy Center. He slapped his name on. That's what he cares about. That's what he's focused on. He just did this thing where it's like he's going to have his signature on dollar bills or $100
was injected. You mean just, I don't know, people thinking differently, and now you just call everything you don't like woke?
Bill.
Again, you're retarded. We get it.
This is what he cares about. As he's ending the world, as World War III is erupting.
Like, seriously.
In the
when you need to define the word, your name pops up.
Economy is imploding. This is what he's focused on. You can't make this stuff up. How about this one? Muhammad Ali Shabani says the following. Israel
the fact that I just gave up on it. I'm just like, no, fuck these assholes.
2,000-pound bombs in residential districts in Tehran. So in other words, they're doing to Iran exactly what they did to Gaza. So 40 or 50 people killed in a single strike. Local authorities and residents told BBC. The Israeli military says 3,600 bombs have been dropped on the Iran.
Yeah, except they're not struggling as hard as we are.
Iranian capital.
Yeah, where's the part in that we're winning?
Alone. We are absolutely positively
Holy shit, dude. Some of them, like,
terrifying. Innocent men, women.
There's no way this is a real person, because this is like 100% like straight out of the White House.
And children in Iran's capital right now. These are regular.
I own my house, bitch, and you know what? I'm proud of my fucking hair. When are you gonna stop jerking off to me?
People, these are innocent people. These
dude, just admit you're gay. Like, we get it.
We
get it.
Accountants. They work at the fucking the butcher shop. They have regular jobs.
Pay more in taxes than you, and I probably fire more more pew-pews than you.
Jobs and regular lives and fucking house pets and moms and dads and aunts and uncles and loved ones and friends. They have passions. They have hobbies. And this is what we're doing to a whole bunch of innocent people in one of the most beautiful cities in the world. It's absolutely astonishing. And I don't know about, I want nothing to do with this. I was going to say, I don't know about you guys, but I do know about you guys. You don't want this shit either. It's absolutely grotesque, and my heart goes out to all of the people who are under these bombs from the axis of Epstein, these 2,000-pound bombs, where they're purposefully trying to destroy one of the most gorgeous cities in the world. This is crazy, but the Pentagon is now looking for vendors to supply pre-made bunkers within 30 days. You would think this is something you would like have prepared for beforehand.
I mean, having some of it paid off by the government would be bitching. Also, having some help with student loans would be bitching.
Before you launch,
I don't know. Why the fuck are you against any help for the fucking working class, you fucking class traitor? Don't ever call yourself a fucking I'm a blue-collar man. No, you're not.
Illegal and offensive war?
No. You're a fucking bootlicker for billionaires, which you're never, ever, ever going to be able to even conceptualize that amount of money.
You would think, like, hey, this is something that we have, a whole bunch of. No, it turns out they're scrambling. They're flailing. They don't know what they're doing. The U.S. military was not prepared for modern warfare, not even a little bit. The U.S. military was basically like this fucking slush fund of corruption for the Epstein class and the 1% and the billionaires. That's what, the so-called defense contractors. No, it was a massive slush fund to pad the pockets of billionaires.
Don't think fast, though.
That's what it was.
You type faster than you think, which we now know why you're called monkey business.
And so they're building, a
definitely harnessing that
military for like a 1970 style war.
Just make sure you clean off the shit from your screen from the last time that you just fucking you put out a fucking
war. Meanwhile, just get a couple of Shahid drones and you fucking fuck our shit up.
Must stink
royally. And so now they're like, oh my God, we're running out of interceptors. Well, now we need pre-made bunkers within 30 days. By the way, don't die for the Epstein class. I'm just telling you right now, if you're somebody who's supposed to be deployed to Iran, you better drop the fuck out, dog.
Yep.
You want nothing to do with this whatsoever. These people are going to come back in body bags, virtually guaranteed. And the president doesn't give a fuck about you. Nobody will remember you in history except as a crusading invader against innocent people. Do not waste your life for such a horrific mission. All right, more. The International Atomic Energy Agency confirmed
them waste their lives
using satellite imagery that the heavy water production plant at Kondab, part of the Iraq nuclear complex in Iran, has sustained severe damage and is
not already at the point of just like, yeah, fuck Trump. This is shit.
No longer.
Like, dude, one thing that I can say that's made my life a lot happier is that he finally lost a bunch of people in my life that they thought I was being, like, hyperbolic with my language. They thought that I was always just being a doomer. But now that it's happening, they finally not only apologized, but also said, like, nah, dude, this ain't it. So guess what they did? They showed up to these protests.
That's a big deal.
These are people that, again, never planned on protesting in the slightest because they're kind of right-wing.
Oh, y'all, that's a big deal. All right, launched in Operation Epic Fury.
Whatever, man. Keep buying what you're whatever you have to sell to yourself. Like, we got a Trump store that's closing here because they can't fucking even make half the rent of their building.
You
got people not buying Trump shit, not buying Trump flags. You got people burning their Trump shit.
Fired in a single campaign.
But yeah, sure,
so,
dude. That's all just a fucking AI psyop to convince you that they just want me to hate them. They just want me to hate them.
America just broke the record for using Tomahawk missiles in Iran. So Operation Iraq.
Honestly, does it ever get exhausting standing up for them? Like, it has to, especially now.
They launched 802.
All day,
We're
every
already
day
at
with
850 Tomahawk missiles that have been launched in this illegal war.
You're wasting Mark's time, which is why he's still here.
And as Adam Johnson points out, if you're wondering, just the cost of the missiles alone could have paid for the salaries of over 50,000 teachers for a year. So
I think I'm rubbing off on you guys in the wrong way.
Choosing to terrorize the world in a
some of y'all are getting a little snarky.
Fascist imperialist crusade. We're choosing to do that over paying our men and women here a decent, livable wage for being teachers. Incredible. The United States and Israel illegally, criminally, and deliberately attacked for the third time a nuclear facility in Iran, creating this way the risk of a nuclear catastrophe with mass civilian casualties. That's not just a violation of international law, it's nuclear terrorism. And here's what it looks like.
Yes, and also what he's not mentioning is how we have, like, this giant peace treaty.
This is
where, like, once we fire one, then
it looks like.
Yeah, and I guess you all forgot that there's other countries that we kind of pissed off.
Again, next to no talk about this. Next to no talk about this. All right. This image from the Financial Times shows how the war in Iran could have dramatic effects on global food security. Without natural gas, ammonia, and urea, key nitrogen fertilizers cannot be produced. Look at this. This is a huge deal right here. Without them, crop yields collapse. So that's a huge deal. And as is pointed out here, all of Bangladesh's fertilizer
I actually might have to just be like, nah, you get timeout.
Plants are fully shut in a country of more than 170 million people to feed. So as with most things, what's going to happen is the poor are going to suffer first.
The hard way.
They're going to bear the brunt of it, right? So the developing countries are going to be the hardest hit. Then the mid-tier countries. Then the most economically powerful countries, okay? So right now, we're already looking at multiple fuel catastrophes in Asian nations, and this is only going to spread. And when you talk about the impact of fertilizer, you're talking about basically global famine conditions where we don't have enough food for everybody that needs food. And again, you think this government thought about it at all? You think Trump gives a shit, thought about it, planned for it, has a plan B, has a plan C? No, they have no idea what the fuck they're doing. This is a baboon regime. This is a regime by whim of 12-year-old boy. That's what it is. Yeah. So everybody's basically scrambling. No, they're on their own. And so effectively what's going to have to happen is...
And then Trump even said, like, dude, when he said this in a room with Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio standing right next to him, that he hangs out with losers because they make him look better.
China's going to have to somehow be the adult, not just in the room, in the world. And they're going to have to find a way to mitigate this because nobody trusts the U.S. to give a shit. Forget about the world. The American government doesn't even give a fuck about Americans. It's so out of bounds. It's so wild. All right, Bloomberg says U.S. government officials and Wall Street analysis are starting to consider the prospect that oil might surge to an unprecedented $200 a barrel. Y'all, as I talk to you right now, the gas I saw was $3.99. That's got to be roughly where the average in the country is. Yeah. Okay. We're starting to get to historic numbers I can't recall ever seeing. We're starting to see that. And they're saying, oh, it's only going to go up and up and up from here. Nicholas Kristof of the New York Times, he says...
$5 a gallon at the end of Bush. And then at some point, I think that it got near there with Obama. When there
2 weeks ago, the United States denounced Iran for using cluster bombs against Israel, rightly calling them an inherently indiscriminate type of munition. Now it appears that the U.S. or Israel is using American cluster bombs against Iran. If that is not the perfect encapsulation of the axis of Epstein, I don't know what is. We're going to condemn you and cling to international law when you do something that crosses a line. But we will then cross that same line and then some. And in fact, we crossed the line first. Of course, Israel's using white phosphorus in Lebanon. They commit war crimes on a daily basis. They're about to execute all of the Palestinian hostages that they hold, including thousands of children.
Yep.
Okay? And they have the nerve to say, oh, how dare you violate international law. Are you fucking kidding me? Is this a sick joke? It is a sick joke, isn't it?
That one is
Arnaud Bertrand says the following. Was discussing tonight with a friend of mine who is in the business of chicken food, as in the food you feed chicken, one of the largest such businesses out there. Turns out chickens quite literally eat oil. Chicken feed requires methionine, a key amino acid produced with sulfur, itself extracted as a byproduct of oil refinement. And so, as a direct consequence of the oil shock, there's now apparently major issues in the poultry industry. Really insane to think about how deep the consequences of Trump's war on Iran go and how dependent on oil we are. Even chickens will go hungry globally because of this, and humans will inevitably follow. It's not even the case that, hey, there's an oil shock and a gas shock, and it's limited to that. No, it expands beyond that, but it even expands far beyond what many well-educated people who know this stuff thought. It goes beyond what I thought. It literally impacts everything in the economy.
Apparently, Trump is going to ask the Arab nations to pay for the war. Dude, he's literally going to create enemies out of these guys by trying to charge them, because that's where they're just going to be like, no.
Things become unaffordable. We don't have enough food. I mean,
no.
If you can...
Because also, they keep forgetting that after they're done with Iran, yeah, you guys are still an Arab nation that is technically a threat to Israel, and they're going to totally see it that way, so... This ain't going nowhere, dude.
Find a connection.
Cat's out of the bag. Fucking Pandora's out of its box. We're in this for the long haul.
To fucking chicken.
I wouldn't doubt that the Arab nations actually kind of start hedging their bets and go and start protecting Iran.
I'm telling you, it's absolutely everywhere. There's going to be a disaster. And by the way, we only have, what, a week or two left of some sense of normalcy? Even though gas is already through the roof, only a week or two left of some sense of normalcy before the shit really hits the fucking fan. The World Uncertainty Index just reached a new all-time high, higher than COVID, higher than 9/11.
Yes, and they're literally saying that by the middle of April, we are fucked.
Higher than the 2008 financial crisis.
I hope this is the thing. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that we're all wrong, and I hope that Kyle's doing his fear-mongering. I hope that I'm somehow, kind of part of that, where it's like, no, guys, because I do want us to be aware of this, because there is one thing. If you're MAGA in chat, what benefit is it to not just have this information, whether it's, good information or not necessarily? Having it here just to think about and go, okay, well, I might as well prepare just in case. Or do you guys do this thing where you're like, it's all fake news? So the second that, I don't know, perfect example. When all this actually happened, when he hit Iran, and then all of a sudden, you watch that $2 and something, amount of cents of gas just fucking go poof, and then start rising and rising and rising. Did you ever at any point kind of go, that's not great?
Because on some level, deep down, everybody understands.
Or are you actually one of those true believers where you're just like, I guess it's, it's not really hurting me that much. You know what? It's $5. I guess I could pay that.
That nukes are...
Which, let's be real, again, when Biden, I guess, I did that.
Are a real motherfucking possibility. And the Middle East becoming completely and utterly...
thinks MAGA is a bunch of clowns. It's because, dude, you don't have any principles. You don't have any actual consistent morals. You always flake on anything that you claimed was a big issue.
The uninhabitable is a real motherfucking possibility. And the Strait of Hormuz being permanently shut is a real motherfucking possibility.
15 minutes.
And the global order has just totally fallen apart.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
How's Mexico? Yeah, Mexico's that pay for that wall.
In front of our eyes. Everybody gets it.
Oh, my God, he's doing it. He's literally doing it. Saudi Arabia and the UAE, they're going to pay for the war.
The Wall Street Journal says Israel has begun rationing its use of high-end missile
interceptors. They're going to buy all our fancy oil.
Hoping to preserve stocks of its most capable defensive weapons in the face of daily Iranian barrages. So, imperial arrogance and hubris led the U.S. and Israel, the axis of Epstein, to perpetually underestimate Iran, and now they're in the finding out portion of the fucking around.
Yeah.
The pilots who dropped
You do understand how the economy works, and that these types of disruptions take weeks to feel. We haven't even felt when the war started yet. Not truly. That was all, the stock bullshit. Now the real bullshit starts happening, supply chain disruptions.
Ton bomb.
That shit that you kind of understood during COVID.
On residential buildings, killing scores of children, women, and men in Gaza, Lebanon, and Iraq.
Just make sure you're stocked up on toilet paper, I guess.
Earn tens of thousands of dollars from betting on the war. How sick can these pilots get?
Honestly, at this point, I'm kind of just
air crew members.
If he does,
perspective of betting on attacks
if we're trying
on Iran,
to actually bring about the apocalypse, then can they hurry this shit up
at Polymarket? The entire Air Force is gambling. What a sick, disgusting, dystopian world that we've created, where you have people insider trading and betting on misery and violence and death and destruction. None of this should be.
They don't give a shit. Honestly, Kyle, human life does not matter to them. They see it as a video game. They don't care about the human impact. They don't have empathy. They don't care anymore.
Legal. Netanyahu just admitted.
They think empathy is for the gays. They think that it's fucking somehow a weakness to show any empathy. But then again, whenever their fucking little feelings get hurt, then they expect everybody to fucking stop what they're doing and just go, oh, you need a hug, Widow Maga?
Did it openly. He has ordered the expansion of Israel's security buffer zone in Lebanon to 8 kilometers deep, as well as the demolition of all Lebanese civilian towns in that area. There's nothing self-defense about this. This is pure ethnic cleansing and land theft guised as security. Only a war criminal wanted by the ICC and being investigated for war crimes will pretend this is about security. Israel is not fighting Hezbollah. It is systematically destroying Lebanese villages and expelling their people to create a permanent occupied buffer zone. Call it what it is. Invasion, occupation, ethnic cleansing, and war crimes. The mask is completely off. So as I told you guys, they're doing to Lebanon what they did to Gaza. And they're not going to stop there. First it's South Lebanon, then it's North Lebanon. Then they steal even more of Syria. In fact, they're already making noises about Syria again. They're fighting like a 7-front war at the moment. They're going to do more than that. And the goal is expansion. The goal is to create a greater Israel. This is Lebensraum. We have new Nazis. And in the same way that Netanyahu's doing this, we'll get to a story either later today or tomorrow. But now the Secretary of War Crimes is admitting too, Trump is trying to create a greater America. I wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding. This is why I call them the Fourth Reich. Israel and the U.S. are the Fourth Reich. Get it through your head because it's factually accurate and all of the evidence backs that up. So in the Jerusalem Post, look at this. This is insane. They have an opinion piece. The only way Israel can govern the Gaza Strip
or shitpocalypse
without becoming an external oppressor of another people is to remove the other people from the confines of the Gaza Strip itself. They just openly wrote this. So as is pointed out here, to be clear, this is an opinion column.
They're just openly genocidal.
A major Israel.
They're just saying, like, dude, he's literally saying this about nukes. Like, you understand that a year ago, no new wars actually meant something to these motherfuckers. That's why I am adamant about calling them out about having no consistent morals. Like, that's a big one. Like, when you say no new wars and you say that, like, you truly believe it, that should stick. And that should make you think, hey, he totally started a new war. It's totally doubling down. But you keep doing this thing where you're like, let's do conflict. Well, he said that they're not going to do it. But then his own administration is saying, we're at a holy... Like, Pete Hegseth is literally saying, we're doing this to bring about Jesus. And you're just like...
Israeli newspaper
he says things.
For advocating ethnic cleansing.
Whatever. You're fundamentally unserious fuckheads. I don't know how to even fucking engage anymore.
Wish we weren't living through history. I wish...
Like, MAGA really has kind of, like... We keep calling you cultists, but that didn't resonate. Now it's just like, nah, dude, now you're just lost. Like, I kind of feel like, almost, I would feel sorry if it wasn't so fucking dangerous. And also, like, they come at it with such vitriol. And like I've been saying, they genuinely want a civil war. They genuinely want to go after their neighbors that they don't like.
I wish this...
Maybe not them, but they want some other people to do it. Look at Bob! Fucking Bob from the unnecessary, or the necessary, I call it the unnecessary conversation, but the necessary conversation. Look at him. He's more than comfortable sacrificing his own kids, his grandkids, to the fucking meat grinder that is this because he's such a retard that he can't realize that he is part of the sunken cost fallacy. And like I said, now I don't even care, but like the whole about the sanctity of family. Yeah, bullshit. Watching that shit is just like,
This wasn't such a...
Really great way to sell, like having a family where it's just you're watching this guy abandon these kids that he raised because he loves some fucking cocksucker that he will never meet. Sorry.
Sadistic, evil time, but it is. And this is the same sort of global disaster as fucking World War II that we're currently looking at. With all these ideas that we all hoped were long dead and gone, resurging. And perhaps the most disgusting part of it is people who either don't realize it is.
It's too easy for people to say MAGA with people who don't agree with your party line. I don't ever do that here. I don't say you're MAGA unless you are.
No, but don't
quit with that fucking whiny bullshit, monkey biz.
Don't care or support.
Nobody cares. Nobody's listening. No, we're calling out your shittiness if you're a shitty person. If you're a shitty person, then guess what? You can just own it. But if you don't own the whole thing and you're like, I kind of feel bad because I'm lonely and I don't know, maybe I am the problem.
Support it? That I will never be able to wrap my mind around. People getting themselves to sign on to this sort of depravity or lying to them about the nature of this depravity and pretending like it's not what it is. Let me give you guys some more here. The Israeli government is
dude, stop.
Photoshopping military.
It's literally just going to be a bunch of lonely assholes dying by themselves, angry at the world because it didn't turn out the way they wanted it to.
Fatigues on journalists.
Regardless of whether Trump gets what he wants or not, because they don't understand it. No matter what happens, the ending for them is not a happy one.
To justify murdering them. So the other day...
Because the guy that they think is going to bring about the heaven on earth or whatever the fuck...
there were 3 journalists that were murdered by the IDF terrorists.
It's not
3 journalists.
When everything is inconvenient for you. You can't just go to the store and just get whatever the fuck you want. Your business starts failing. You lose your house.
Roughly 250 journalists that were killed in Gaza on purpose by the IDF, which is more than every other conflict combined, okay? And then listen to this rare moment of honesty that we get here from Fox News. This is crazy because they accidentally said the quiet part out loud. Watch this.
3 Lebanese journalists were killed, including Ali Shuaib, who worked for the Hezbollah-affiliated Al Manor television network. The IDF accused Shuaib of operating as a member of Hezbollah's Radwan force.
So look at this. You see how he's got his press vest here, and then this other one, he's got like a uniform on, right? You see this in the picture? All right, ready for it? Wait.
And included a photo of him wearing a military uniform. When asked by Fox News about the source of the photo, the IDF responded, quote, "Unfortunately, there isn't really a picture of it. It was photoshopped."
I think the IDF was so comfortable with Fox News, they said that not realizing, like Fox didn't realize they're saying that in private, in confidence. They didn't want you to say that publicly. They're saying like, oh yeah, we photoshopped this because we're lying about him being a militant. And then Fox just accidentally says it.
Dude, the culture wars were started by Jeffrey Epstein. We actually have proof of it. But here you are trying to make it anything but.
Because
shut the fuck up.
If they thought the IDF didn't want them to say that, they would have said.
The general consensus amongst the American people now is reading the Epstein files and kind of taking them at their word, going, yeah, you know what? He met with the Reddit guy when all of a sudden all this woke shit started happening. QAnon started happening. Weird how all this culture war shit started right when Epstein was getting caught up. Right when he, like, I think that Epstein did get, you know what? I'm going to just say this theoretically. In Minecraft, I think that Epstein played Minecraft with Trump, right? And at some point, Trump realized that Epstein was trying to win the game and that Trump got to a position that he wasn't necessarily expecting. So something needed to be done because he was going to his court date with a little bit too much of a smile on his face.
So this is where we're at now.
You know, in a just non-fucking partisan world, I guess, that would be totally believable, right?
Fucking like Mr. Magoo ass.
But the fact that it's your guy...
It's genocide is what we're witnessing.
You do understand that's the main difference. If this was Biden, like if Biden was named in the Epstein files as many times as Trump, if he was best friends with Trump, took pictures with him, said how much he loved the guy, you know what? Hey, Jack, he likes some young.
Oh my God, bro. I can't. All right, so this is...
like, what the fuck, man? But no.
Ex-Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Olmert,
bring yourself
and he called
to believe
for
it. You
international criminal court intervention
against
against settler violence in the West Bank because they're currently engaged in a string of pogroms. Every day, there's seemingly more pogroms against innocent Palestinians stealing their land. Quote, "I've decided not only to not remain silent, but to draw the attention of the ICC in The Hague so that it may take enforcement measures and issue arrest warrants." So a former Israeli prime minister.
Yeah, Stephen Joe, whatever.
Man.
The thing is, dude, Donald Trump is on video talking about how hot his daughter is. He's on tape saying he grabs women by the pussy. I think that you can stop. Like, who cares? Yeah, we saw it happen. The thing is, he was a creepy old man. Nobody was really jazzed about him, but somehow he was a better president than what we got. And you also, lacking moral consistency, don't really have a leg to stand on here.
With these psycho illegal settlers
in
the
West. That's kind of the fun part with you guys. Like, you guys don't get it. You have nothing. You have nothing.
Banker doing this is beyond the pale, bro. It is just straight up terrorism.
If you did, if you actually cared about any of this shit, maybe, just maybe, we would have responded a little bit more, where we'd be like, yeah, you know what, this guy has a point.
Criminal.
But you made fucking complete asses of yourselves by just being like, I don't want to have a personality. My personality is whatever he says the next day.
And pogroms. A former Israeli prime minister is saying that.
My ass.
Then we also have this. So
yeah, this is kind of, I don't know, the most important fucking job in the world, arguably. And you're just like, yeah, he does locker room talk. Get fucked.
You can see here.
Again, these 17-year-old twats that are just like more than happy with this fucking shit because the president thinks like them.
Dan Lamont says the following. Scoop.
Fucking half a brain between them and their friends, too.
Pentagon is preparing for weeks of ground operations in Iran, U.S. officials said, as thousands of American soldiers and Marines arrive in the Middle East for what could become a dangerous new phase of the war should President Donald Trump choose to escalate. So as Adam Johnson points out here, note, the first war powers vote.
All right, then arguably, if they're all fucked, then Kamala would have been an easier opposition.
Vote was planned for
because the Democrats tend to eat their own, tend to fucking take down their own. So anything that you had as far as a scandal that was provable, the Democrats would have been calling for her impeachment the second that there was like, oh yeah, we have video.
After the initial attack, after Jeffrey
for real.
and Schumer took 8 days to comment on the war buildup, even though they knew it was happening. And now Meeks, one of the Democrats, wants a new war powers vote 3 weeks from now.
I don't know. Somebody said that the Democrats are hiding their power level. I'm like, I'm not sure about that.
Simply because Democrats lack the votes to block the war, which like anti-war groups do not remotely believe. They think we have the votes right now. Understand what's happening here. The Democrats...
Yeah, meanwhile, you know, Trump getting bit by a fucking 13-year-old.
...are slow rolling it.
You totally believe that, but not the accusation. Uh-huh. You believe something that you totally made up in your head, or that got made up by somebody else's head, which, again, you guys kind of lack original thoughts.
Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer low-key support this war.
Yeah. You're arguing that she would have been easier opposition. I mean, if you think that Trump is so smart.
And so they are slow-rolling us. They're pretending, oh, yes, we will get around to voting against this war. But they keep delaying it, giving Trump enough time to do the initial attack, and now giving Trump enough time to do the illegal ground invasion. This is insane.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is the Democrats
That's
low-key,
communism
secretly working with the Republicans.
Don't try
Democratic
to
leadership
waste your time.
is in bed, in cahoots with the Republicans. And they are making it so that Trump can do whatever he wants, and then after the fact they go, oh, yes, we are against this. This is disgusting, and this is criminal. And this is why we call the corporate Democrats, the establishment Democrats, they are diet MAGA Democrats. They're not real Democrats. Real Democrats would be out there crusading against this, trying to block this disaster from coming, trying to save the lives of innocent Iranians, but also the American soldiers who are about to get murked. So this is just, I mean, they're in cahoots. There's no other way around it. They are fucking in cahoots. As Igor Bobik points out, there have been no public hearings on the war. Both chambers of Congress have left town on recess, and now the Pentagon is drawing up invasion plans. Completely and utterly unacceptable. Hakeem Jeffries needs to step down. Chuck Schumer needs to step down. Any Democrat who's not...
I love how you always have those answers, but that's not happening, Kyle.
Opposing this illegal war with everything they have should not fucking be in government. Make room for somebody who actually cares about this country and wants to fix it.
Yeah, you know what? I should also get paid back every dime that I've ever been owed by the U.S. government, and that means all my taxes, and that just... I think that also every MAGA person should probably give me some money, too. You see? That's literally as effective, Kyle.
This country.
It's mental masturbation.
And wants to stop.
Or verbal masturbation at that point, where it's just like, I want to say this because it makes me feel better. Hakeem Jeffries needs to be taken out of leadership. Chuck Schumer needs to be taken out of leadership, even though I know they're never going to do it.
Illegal, fascist, imperialist wars of aggression. We've had enough, man.
We're sick of it. For some fucking practical solutions, but you never do.
All right, now
everybody wants
let
a
me show you this
quick fix
this
now.
Is crazy, dog.
It's
we
my
have a brand
money
new
and I need it now.
From UMass and Amherst. Ready? Do you approve or disapprove of the
877 cash now
recent U.S. military actions against Iran? Let me just say, they didn't even use the word war. If they were being more honest and direct, they would have said, "Do you approve of the war?"
I could actually see him like. Right in this pose, even just him breaking out into it. I have a structured settlement and I need cash now.
War. The illegal war launched by Trump. So they framed it in a way to be kind to the pro-war perspective, and only 29% of the
should do that at karaoke
country supports this illegal and offensive war.
Fun.
29%. So it's going down. Now, what happened when you ask about the Trump presidency more broadly? Ready for this? Only 33% of the country is pro-Trump right now. 33. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in post-January 6th territory, and like I told you guys, sooner rather than later, there will be a 29% banger that we see. There's going to be a 29% in terms of Trump's favorability for his whole presidency. There's going to be a 29% banger any fucking day now. This is a new low. This is a new low. This is their lowest approval rating in either term for Trump. So in this poll, even lower than post-January 6th. Wakey, wakey, resist this with everything you've got. This is not going to end pretty if we don't fight this. And then finally, I'll end on this one. The Millman Group polled Jewish Americans, okay, and asked them their thoughts on the war with Iran. Only 32% of American Jews support this illegal and offensive war against Iran. So massive, big, fat, juicy L for all the stupid right-wing anti-Semites out there who say, oh, it's all Jews. All Jews are the problem. All Jews are the problem.
All fake polls. Everything's fake that I don't like. Shut up.
Really? Doesn't look like that to me. Looks like American Jews are actually
Nobody fucking cares anymore, Ryan. You know, I get it. Don't believe anything that's, you know, critical of Trump. It's all TDS. instead of the fact that you are now literally doing the thing where, I mean, I'm doing a joke, but this is you. It's you all the time. At what point are you gonna have this like while you're pooping? It's where it tends to happen, where you forget your phone, you're sitting there taking a nice dookie, and you're just like, I feel like Trump might have lied about that. Nah.
The Hassan Piker situation.
The fuck?
The way in opposing this war, because they a lower number of them support this war than the average.
Can we all agree our soldiers are in a place they should not be? No, Carl, apparently you can't. No, we can't. Because you got people in this chat that are more than happy.
Americans more broadly. I believe the average for Americans is like 39% or something more broadly. In other words, way more Jews oppose this than average Americans more broadly. So they're more anti-war. So I'm telling you guys, all the fucking big fat L's the anti-Semites are taking are piling up one day after the next after the next. They are not like Israeli Jews, who the polls show are absolutely psychopathic these days, where like 85 to 90% of them support this war against Iran. I mean, that's crazy. It's like a plurality or a majority support like invading Palestinian towns, killing them all and stealing it. Insane stuff, right? That's something else completely. But American Jews are leading the charge against this madness. But there you go, guys. Horrible, horrific, terrifying updates. And there's nothing I could say except we have to fucking fight back against this with everything we have. Because history's watching. And this guy's completely and utterly unhinged. And we don't know where this ends, but it's certainly not going to be pretty.
Yep. We in trouble. Finances. Oh, here we go. This one was actually important.
U.S. consumer
not
sentiment
exactly
is taking
to the
a
fun
dive
half,
as the war in Iran
still.
stokes fears of inflation. Now, a month into the war, gasoline prices have skyrocketed, and markets are threatening to crack as supply chain disruptions grow.
I fucking told you.
And new concerns today is law.
It's almost like I have people that, do shipping and receiving for a living, and they have told me that they're just like, oh, dude, it's going to be bad. And he's like, this is worse than the tariff stuff. He's like, because honestly, now we're seeing like actual market changes where he's like, we're not doing temporary moves on, some of the stuff coming in. He's like, we're just charging flat fucking rates. It's like, oh, damn. So at some point, it's going to just be permanent.
Makers move no closer to ending the DHS shutdown, now in its 44th day, becoming the longest partial government shutdown in U.S. history.
This president has said again, I have the power to pay TSA agents, and I'm going to do that. Why didn't he do this weeks ago when we started seeing the suffering of folks at the airports? We've had a unanimous agreement to do what Democrats were saying from the beginning, pay TSA and not let ICE have another dollar when they're reckless and out of control in our neighborhoods around the country. We came to that deal. The Republicans capitulated. We unanimously passed that out of the Senate, and the Republicans rejected it.
Joining me is Justin Wolf, who is professor of economics and public policy at the University of Michigan. Good to see you again, Justin. So new numbers from the University of Michigan show that U.S. consumer sentiment fell more than expected in March, hitting a 3-month low. What are these numbers telling us about the economy's outlook?
Well, first of all, Alex, the most important University of Michigan number is how we're doing in March Madness, which is fantastic right now. But let's move on to economics. I think that putting it in the frame of the last few months is interesting, but actually what's even more interesting is that's a survey that's been going for over 60, 70 years. And right now we're at one of the lowest points through that entire post-war history of the United States. So the bigger headline is we are awfully close to being as miserable American consumers as they've been at any point in recorded American history.
So in this last month, the U.S. national average per gallon of gas jumped $1, and U.S. crude oil closed at almost $100 a barrel. That was happening on Friday. Analysts warn the Strait of Hormuz has got to reopen by mid-April, or oil supply disruptions will get significantly worse, Justin. So if the Strait stays closed, is there anything that will keep energy prices from skyrocketing?
No, and a lot of people are saying this was the plan.
Wow. A funny story for you on exactly this question. 2 or 3 days.
After he started the war and he saw this like response, he's just like, fuck it.
After
who's ready to get rich?
Iran, it was said that Susie Wiles, his chief of staff, suddenly was running around the White House saying, "Oh my goodness, gas prices are going up. Is there anything we can do about it?" And the approximate answer is no, or at least not in a very in a particularly quick way. There's long run things like renewable energy and like, but the president tried a couple of gimmicks, pulling oil stuff out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, allowing Americans to buy oil from Russia and in fact from Iran. But most of those are just really small, which is much of the world's oil, roughly a fifth of it, is behind the other side of the Strait of Hormuz, and it's really hard to get stuff through. And so
I'm going to try and like put this together so I don't get in trouble, but there's new footage circulating that kind of shows like somebody with a small, like a small firearm, pointed at Charlie Kirk.
You've got less oil for a world
from the
that's
crowd,
just as hungry for it. The only way that you can make...
Before I even think about platforming that, I'm going to make sure that there's no AI and AI fuckery or any of that bullshit.
All of that work is for the oil price to go up
the era
to
we
a
live
point
in,
where some people will do without.
Well, amid this partial shutdown, you've got airlines that are taking a hit. You got the fatal crash at LaGuardia last Sunday. You've got some near misses in the skies and on the tarmacs. Security wait lines, I mean, come on, they're terrible. You have 500 TSA agents who've quit. Experts warn, Justin, that some airlines risk their survival if oil prices don't come down soon and people continue to cancel travel plans. So how concerning is this?
Fucking where?
And talk about the domino effect that could create.
Yeah, I'm optimistic that we're not going to see the worst of it. We're not going to see airlines going bust as a result of this. If an airline hasn't made plans for how could we survive if oil hits $100 a barrel, then management is so incompetent that they don't
going
really
on Shark Tank on Friday to pitch cool nacho Doritos.
To be there. What's really going to happen is oil prices go up, the price of jet fuel's going up.
Oh my God.
And you've got the extra price that you're forcing people to pay. They now have to arrive at the airport 1, 2, 3 hours earlier. All of that makes airfares more expensive, and it's going to lead to less flying. So what you might see is a few less flights being scheduled that will hit the profitability of the airlines. It could ultimately hit the employment of airlines. But I think we see everything survive.
We've seen this before. We saw this in the other economic shutdown that we had, or not shutdown, whatever the fuck it was called, global economic crisis.
Well, thanks for joining us. Glad we got you in before you sit down to watch the next March Madness game. You guys are playing Tennessee, I think. So there you go.
It's gonna.
Thank you very much, Justin.
I know that some Illinois team won. Cool, the Illini. Great. All right, scientists go missing as mysterious drones over U.S. bases. I don't know anything about this. I literally know nothing about this story. So let's see what's up with this. This is gonna be crazy, right?
Now, we also didn't want to keep our eye off of a very strange story that's happening here on U.S. soil.
Very strange, indeed.
Multiple missing scientists. We have mysterious drone swarms.
We are building our
US
captors.
bases.
Oh, shit.
We have a few congressmen, which are
almost like we've made movies about this.
Asking big questions about this. One of them is Representative Eric Burleson, and here is what he had to say.
General McCasland apparently walked out of his home, left all of his devices, and never came back. And Monica Reza, she was on a hike as well and mysteriously disappeared. And I've heard of others. We've already sent a letter. When I first came in, I heard of another gentleman, and I'll keep that name to myself.
These are military scientists.
Out of respect. I sent a letter to the FBI investigating the suspicious suicide of another individual who had worked alongside, other whistleblowers like David Grush and Jake Barber who had come forward. So their colleague is mysteriously committed suicide. We've already sent the letter to the FBI to investigate that, and that is an ongoing investigation.
So to catch everybody up, on top of this drone story, missing scientists, right? And now let's put this one up here on the screen.
The scientist story is crazy, but not really surprising, unfortunately. Yeah, fuck.
This was a married mother who vanished last year, could potentially have actually been tied to these missing and dead U.S. scientists. This fills in some of the gaps that Representative Burleson was saying. Big picture, for those who haven't tuned into the story at all, we have about 5 missing scientists all across the nation. NASA engineers, major figures at the Air Force Research Laboratory. Many of them were actually overseeing like futuristic metal for rocket engines in terms of their projects. One of them, obviously, is this retired General William McClaskin. Now, his, disappearance is really strange because we had previous incidents involving Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and the tying of all of these things together has had a lot of people in the UFO community really concerned about like what exactly is happening here. We were talking, your mind immediately starts to go to like 3 Body Problem, if you've ever read that book. But look, I don't know how crazy that is, because now we're also in a time of war. And in that time of war, what we've actually seen are all of these
I actually got that
drones
reference.
that have just been hovering apparently over a U.S. Air Force Base. Can we skip ahead to E5, please? Because in the midst of this missing scientist wave, we have, quote, multiple waves of unauthorized drones recently spotted over a strategic U.S. Air Force Base. This was the U.S. Air Force Base at Barksdale in Louisiana, and it was, quote, under a shelter-in-place order on March 9th, so 9 days after the U.S.-Iran war launched, a report of unmanned aerial systems operating over the installations. This is the same Air Force Base which houses those B-52 bombers and plays a critical role in the command and control of the Air Force nuclear defense capabilities. I will note on this one, I could see it both ways as a UFO person. Drone swarms over nuclear bases.
Oh God, is that really?
Is like
he's
UFO,
like a true believer. He's like,
it goes back for decades. This has happened multiple times. The Strategic Air Command, specifically the nuclear arsenal, seems to be monitored.
Every once in a while,
when you combine all these things
Sagar,
together, the
I'm
fact that
just
we're in a time of war,
you're just such a fucking weenie.
you also have to ask the main reason why normal national security officials who are not UFO people at all ever got involved in the story, people like Rubio and others, is people in the Air Force and in the Army kept coming to them and go, no, you don't get it. Like, there are drones hovering over our bases. There are things that are just monitoring what we're doing. And they're like, oh my God, this could be Russia or China. Now, the more they dig, it's not Russia or China.
Or your own government.
I actually could see a situation where this one is Russia or China, specifically also because they're the ones who were helping Iran. Remember the whole Chinese weather balloon situation? It's not like you would put this out of character for all of them. But if you put it all together, it's very mysterious and scary. And for those who think I'm a kook, it doesn't just have to be UFO related. Do you know how many nuclear scientists that we've killed in Iran with the Israelis? The Israelis are bragging about it right now, how they've killed 2 missing nuclear scientists already. Didn't I just read earlier in the A block, we hit a specific part of Tehran University? What do you think that's for? It's for military-related, nuclear-related research. So this is a campaign which, is very Manhattan Project, kind of Oppenheimer, where it could be UFO related. It also could be related here to the war with Iran.
It could be UFO related.
Scientists, though.
Fucking what the fuck?
Oh, I should.
God damn it, dude. Yeah, you know what? In this fucking day and age, or, whatever, this time we're living in, aliens, sure.
Clarify.
Why not?
This has been a months long.
Return of Jesus on a fucking winged horse and aliens. Fuck it. Yeah, it's all gonna happen. I'm just calling it. It's all happening.
Year-long thing.
Yeah.
So
we're gonna have some weird shit with Krishna.
Somewhat disconnected, but I do think the story.
You're gonna be like, oh, this is not the Marvel crossover I was expecting.
Yeah,
God damn it.
I think there's 3.
That's like weird Manhattan Project where, Area 51 and maybe they got the scientists. Fucking cringe.
Obvious possibilities. One is the connection to the UFO stuff. And by the way, part of what really raised
Jesus is an Anunnaki
eyebrows.
That's what it is. We were all right.
The one of these scientists who this one disappeared was
That's just me sitting here like, ain't that a bitch?
The Major General William McCasland. And his disappearance occurs shortly after Trump announces, like, okay, we're going to release all of this, like, UAP
What up, Brian?
material
How's it going,
and
brother?
let you know what's going on there. Not that we have, I think, a lot of hope about just how transparent that will be, but that was part of what raised eyebrows. And his is, first of all, the circumstances
Man,
are
I just kind of realized, I'm like, oh.
very strange. Okay, he
this is a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot to wrap your head around.
left Albuquerque on foot, like left his home on foot, didn't have his phone. There was clothing found.
Nuclear scientists go missing. And his first thing was, that must tie into the aliens.
Again, coming right in proximity to this UAP directive coming out. He was actually in the Podesta, the 2016 Podesta wiki.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
He leaks emails as someone who, quote, had firsthand knowledge of UAPs. He oversees this classified space weapons program at Wright-Patterson. Sagar, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's where the supposed
New Mexico.
Yes, there's that's
Lilu Dallas multipass.
the idea in the UFO conspiracy community is that the craft was taken to this Wright-Patterson Air Base. It's the subject of a lot of the sort of the conspiracies in the space. So when he goes missing in this weird way, it's very eyebrow raising. The other one that is the most eyebrow raising is Monica Jacinto Reza, who worked under him, under his program. She's the one who was studying this, very advanced nickel alloy. And again, the circumstances are really weird.
Your left toe?
She was hiking with a group of people, not alone, hiking with a group of people.
I answered one specific chat. I'm not going to read it out loud.
Vanishes. They were, she was some 30 feet away from her companions, and then she's just gone. And they found no sign of her whatsoever. Extensive search, volunteers, dogs, helicopters, the works. No sign of her
but not
whatsoever. So look, like I was saying, three possibilities. One is some sort of relation to the UAP program, perhaps, wanting to silence them, etc. That's one possibility. The other is foreign intelligence. The other is just a coincidence. It's a violent country, unfortunately.
That's a mighty big coincidence.
Weird and bad things happen all the time. It's certainly not out of the realm of possibility.
We live in such a dumb fucking time.
That this is all just coincidences. So you've got those two, and then you've got about...
Yeah. Don't entertain that it might be coincidence. You should have been like, yeah, it could be coincidence. Like, a hint of sarcasm would have been nice.
Three others.
What the
Some of
she's just saying it. Yeah, she's just saying it.
On our
oh fuck.
More or less sort of
I don't want to do this anymore.
Potentially related. Certainly some of them, I think it's probably like people trying to put pieces together that don't totally fit. But it's enough that
if it is aliens, please.
A former assistant director that
just can you do I don't know.
FBI Swecker, who was interviewed by the New York Post, said, "Hey, these should really be investigated in connection with each other. Like these shouldn't be separate investigations.
Having like a proper crash out, just like I just thought
they should at least be looked at." Which tells
how are you? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you.
It's not
here.
Just kookery. There's at least enough here, and as Sagar said, it certainly wouldn't be the first time that's high-level scientists at like the bleeding edge.
So
of,
if you guys could do me a solid, hit that like and subscribe
sciences,
if you haven't already subscribed to the channel.
They would be targeted, and so I think
really
that's why it's at least significant enough to kind of flag here without fully hitting our tinfoil hats on.
Whether it's Russian, well. My hat's on. My hat's
on.
The hat's ready. The hat's ready to go.
I don't think you need the tinfoil hat to look at this and be like, this at least bears looking into.
Whether it's
flagging,
Russia,
looking into, etc.
Whether it's Russia, whether it's China, whether it's Trisolarans, everybody as an inch.
This motherfucker calls stoners like. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Tris.
I don't get it. I don't get stoners. I don't think that we should be smoking weed. Blah, 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 blah. But he believes Trisolarans
in killing scientists, right? Everybody has an interest in killing scientists.
I literally just read 3 body problem. So so reading that and then seeing this, of course, I instantly was like, oh, what's going on here?
The show is, it's not the greatest thing ever made, but it was okay. It was okay.
Benedict Wong was awesome.
We started watching it. I like it so far.
It's all right. It's you guys,
It's not as
tell me
good.
what you think.
The book is always better, right?
Not necessarily.
Apparently,
No, not necessarily. Sometimes actually the movie is better.
there's a Chinese version.
Oh,
like
really?
They did a
Yeah. Yes, they did. Does he not understand that technically he's like all hyped up on Chinese propaganda?
well in China, obviously,
Because it was.
it's
Yeah.
a Chinese book. So
Yeah.
I think China did like a multi-episode series where it's like akin to like an
Yeah,
HBO
it's actually pretty
style
good
prestige
apparently.
show.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be good. So if anybody knows where I can watch it, I'll watch it. As long as it has subtitles, I'd be happy to watch it.
That's cool. Yeah, I would check that out too.
Okay, we've got Wilkerson standing by. Let's get to it.
What a wiener.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody, and I think we need to have a little bit of a conversation about censorship that is happening from our government on social media, because you
All right, so this is interesting.
may have been watching
We'll
my
see.
recent
We'll see.
video that
I
just
want to
put
do
out
more of a
about an
wrap up
hour
on this
ago
one.
Kash Patel and his recent issues with his emails being hacked by Iran. Pretty huge story. I mean, everybody's talking about it in the media space, and you may have been watching that, and all of a sudden that video evaporated from thin air, and I was given a community guideline strike for nudity, which is
Okay, so here's what happened. I think he got mass reported.
It's a little
'cause that's how it goes.
bizarre, as anybody who would have watched that video would have seen.
No,
there was
and I think that this
zero
is
of that
my
in
dude's fucking first time dealing with this.
there. And also, I've been through the guidelines on this, and literally nothing in the video violated any guidelines whatsoever. And it begs the question: why would that story of all stories all of a sudden be getting censored and removed from social media? Well, I'm not sure exactly yet, because this is super bizarre. You see, in about 2.5 years of me being on this platform, I have never had a single strike, violation, warning.
Oh, he got a taste of the MAGA bot army? Yep.
Or anything.
Which, can I just say, I think that like the bot army actually might be done with me,
And yet
which I'm all right with.
somehow, when I do a comedy video, literally all comedy,
Wait,
making
your stuff's comedy?
fun of the FBI
Oh.
director, because
This is an interesting way to find out that he's doing bits. I was not aware that he was doing bits.
it's a pretty funny situation he's in right now, as we all know.
I mean, he says Dan Bongina.
That video somehow gets nuked for a reason that wasn't even in the video. And so the question is, what's going on?
Oh, I can be mean.
Is this
When it comes to shit like this, I can be mean.
something that's maybe being worked on in tandem
I think
with
you
these
guys
social
know.
media platforms?
You call it Spicy Pep.
Is this
Every once in a while, Spicy Pep has another setting on the Scoville chart.
just mass reporting through bots because the current administration does not want America first to
I need to do that. That's what I need to make, like, for my screen, is like a little temporary Scoville reader where it's just like the angrier I get, the more you guys can like pump up the Scoville.
talking about anything because MAGA is
Dude,
having such
actually,
a
it's not a
massive
bad idea.
issue
I wonder if I
politically
can
right
implement
now.
that.
I don't know. But what I do know is, again, I have never had anything like that happen on my channel, and I have covered content on just about every story that there is in the last 2.5 years. And again, just this specific one with the FBI director that this happens to. Interesting. Now, you guys know my content. It's actually very, very mild. If you notice, I censor and bleep out any bad words, any curse words. I
censors
never
a
show
lot,
anything
actually.
violent or
It's almost
sexually
problematic.
related or
I was like,
anything on
dude.
my channel ever. Which is, again, why I've
Makes me feel like I'm not doing enough.
never, ever been flagged for anything before, again, until the moment of making fun of Kash Patel. So I don't know for sure what's going on here, but I think it's starting to make a lot of sense. We've also seen a lot of paid smear campaigns that have gone out against Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent especially, and it just kind of feels like we're entering a new era to where those of us who are strictly America first are becoming a very, very big issue for the current administration. And if you can't win through the freedom of ideas in an open marketplace where everybody can voice their own opinions and people can make decisions for themselves, what do you have to do? You have to ban people and censor people. Feels very, very 2021, doesn't it? As we move back into this Gestapo-style environment on social media that we all knew was obviously coming.
No. You thought it was coming from one side. So you, dude, you were all about that.
I mean,
Like,
anybody who's
I
advocating
remember seeing his videos about that shit where he would
and
like
vocally being
this
very
is
against
weird.
the war in Iran is being targeted. We've seen that with Joe Kent and Tucker Carlson recently, viscerally.
Look up the picture of Lady Liberty getting arrested yesterday, Sign of our times. Apparently, one of my chatters got arrested with her.
Anybody who has the audacity
to
question what our greatest ally is doing, of course, is also starting to feel the wrath of that. And so we should probably be very, very aware of this as citizens of what's actually happening around us. Because again, we went down these paths before. For those of you who don't know, if you look back on what social media was like for conservatives in 2020 and 2021, 2022, I mean, you could get banned and censored for just...
Oh, he's trying to rewrite his past. Oh, yeah. Totally.
About anything.
100%.
And so we're definitely in a moment of us versus them for sure. And this type of stuff is going to get ramped up. So what I would highly suggest to all of you, if you like my content, this is why we have ramped up our Patreon in the pinned comment and link description, where you'll always be able to find my content there. So my video that I put out today, I would never show that video again to anybody since it was so naughty. If I did, that's probably the place to find it. And I also think this is interesting timing following that, you know.
See, now this is the thing. I've had this like weird conspiracy moment where I'm just like, is it because I'm talking about this? Like, guys, it's like, there have been a few times where my stream got taken down where I was just like,
Donald Trump and the Trump administration has
that was suspicious.
The lowest approval rating
timing just
he's
kinda,
ever had, close to in presidential history.
But again,
also
I have like, you know, on average, maybe 20 to 40 viewers. So
massive No Kings
Spy, what's up? I'm doing well.
Protests that went on around the country yesterday. It feels like we may have a massive crackdown coming to social media and independent media news sources, because what they would like more than anything is to get all of us and all of you strictly watching propaganda news. Yes, Fox News, CNN, MSNBC. That should be the only place that you guys get your information from. That way you can get it straight from the source, the government. Now, another thing that's interesting, if we actually look at the current administration and who he had with him.
You realize that the government calls him
at his inauguration. Oh, that's right. Literally
every
all
once
of
in a while
them were
like,
there supporting him, right? There's Twitter, Google, Amazon, Facebook, all of them right there. So yes, we should have been paying attention to this probably. And what else just happened between the Trump administration and the social media world? Oh, that's right. This just a few days ago.
Was it a MAGA live stream? You kept getting put in timeout, so he left?
Yes, Jensen Huang and Mark Zuckerberg among tech leaders appointed.
Man, even I don't put that many people in timeout.
Into the White House Advisory Council.
It's funny. Somebody here, I forgot who it was, but he's like, I think it might have been Danny Turner here, but you know, right winger who likes to hang out in my stream for some reason, even said they're like, yeah, I'll even give him credit. He doesn't ban because like most people would have banned me by now.
Oh, wow. So who all's a part of this? Yes, the executives are part of a 13-person panel appointed by Trump to serve as the president's council of advisors on science and technology. Among other issues, the body is expected to wield influence over the administration's AI policies. The panel will be co-chaired by White House AI czar David Sachs.
Could you imagine being a people pleaser online?
Technology policy head Michael Krastios. Ellison was part of a consortium of U.S.-based investors who in January each acquired a 15% stake of TikTok's American operations and has a history of support.
Yeah, dude, I am so glad that you're now like, hey, America first and the libertarians are kind of catching up.
For Donald Trump. Huang is...
They keep almost pivoting left. Like, they're like, that's close.
Regularly with Trump in a largely successful effort to convince the White House to lift restrictions on the sale of NVIDIA's chips. And Zuckerberg says that the United States has the opportunity to lead the world in AI and that he is honored to join the president's council to work under the industry leaders to help make this happen. Yes, the entire tech world and all of social media have now joined hands with the current administration. So I wonder what type of stuff we're going to see going forward. Probably a lot more of this, if I had to guess. Because if you're not free to do comedy sketches and bits about politics...
Wait, he got them in the first place by pretending to be left?
Politicians... No. And we're not really...
He never really pretended to be left. He pretended to be fucking, like, not one of, like, the mainstream.
In America anymore, are we? You know, non-elected officials like Kash Patel making huge, huge mistakes, and obviously things we're learning about, you know, what he's just involved in with his personal emails. Yeah, you're not allowed to criticize that anymore, it turns out. So again, if you want to support the channel, because who knows how long of any of us are going to be around for, the Tuckers and
I will admit that that is something. Definitely support. All right. Let's have some fun. First off, I need to see if there's any clips of Anna Kasparian and AOC here. Actually, you know what we'll do? Make this easy. But all right, AOC and Anna Kasparian clash over Israel aid votes. The exchange started when Kasparian mocked AOC for condemning a foiled plot against an anti-Israeli activist, urging her to vote for more weapons money. AOC replied that she never has, while Kasparian pointed to AOC's 2021 present vote. Well, technically, she didn't vote for it on a $1 billion Iron Dome bill, and her recent opposition to cutting its funding. Records show AOC consistently votes against major Israel aid packages, but supports Iron Dome as a civilian protection, fueling left-wing divides over defensive aid amid Gaza's conflict. Cenk Uygur called for an end to the infighting. Jake's just like, no, please, no, ladies, no. Of course this would happen now. Oh my god. He really did have to like cut. Could you imagine? Because it's just like, don't fuck this up. She might be the candidate. All right, that's kind of funny. All right, let's see. Wait, so sure, I might be on. Wait. Where did this start? Okay, replying to Anna Kasparian. Now Anna's frickin' going off on what's her fuck? No. Okay, so fuck it. Oh, there we go. I was about to say. Expand. Sure, I might be untalented, up to others to decide. But I can deduce that voting no on legislation that would cut arms to Israel amounts to supporting U.S. She voted present, not no. As they carry out... I mean, I'm not even trying to go to bat for her, but if it was a present vote, that's not how that works. I never have. Feel free to continue lying about me in public, though. Those checks don't cash themselves, and you aren't talented enough to be relevant with the truth. God damn it. The girly pops are fighting. In addition to voting no on that legislation last year in 2021, you originally and correctly voted no on a bill that to funnel an extra $1 billion to Israel on top of another $3.8 billion that we were always sending them year after year. Blah blah blah. Present from your corrupt colleagues changed your vote to present and then wept about it. Literally, is that what political talent looks like? Israel was enjoying an economic surplus that year. We, on the other hand, were not. As for cashing checks, I'd respectfully ask you to remember who pays yours. It's the people you're lying to right now. Damn. I've learned my lesson not to go through fucking any of the comments like that. Okay. Where's Jank? Wait, I want to know where's this whole thing where Jank jumped in. Okay, so let's see. There it is. Lying to AOC, you are lying. You vowed to forever send the genocide. Blah 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 blah. The FBI. Wait, here we go. Oh my god, I've been waiting for this mud fight for years. Of course you have. Today, the FBI and NYPD disrupted a plot by a member of a pro-Israeli terrorist organization to assassinate Nordine Kiswani. This is a reprehensible act of political violence. There is no place for it in our city or our country. I am thankful Ms. Kiswani is safe and show more. You should vote to send Israel more money for weapons. Okay, so that was the original. Okay. This might... Oh, here. This might be a stronger clapback than you've had against the war or your corrupt colleagues. But we don't need any more silly beefs like this. You voted in favor of the Iron Dome a couple times. That's okay. Water under the bridge, you voted for IHRA, definition of anti-Semitism, which is inexplicable and egregious. Of course, sending any kind of weapons to Israel is worse than the speech you blocked, but it's against all progressive beliefs to equate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. True. I know that stuff is really popular in Washington, but it's unacceptable to take our speech away like that. When he's right, he's right. Well, ish. But everything in the past is erased the minute that you start fighting. So please fight as hard as you can against this war, the insane Israeli aggression against the occupation. No, you're not fighting nearly hardly enough right now. Yes, we would like you in the battlefield next to us. If you can't fight the establishment over this, what can you fight? That's fucking very fair. Either you put your boots on and stand a... Either you put your boots on and stand a post, or I guess that's like a phrase that I don't know. Like stand a post? Like, is that what the phrase is? We're not interested in any sarcastic comments towards the people who have been fighting against this war and Israel's control over the country in the trenches this whole time. Oh my god, is Cenk really fucking replying to just random people? This guy. What? I wish you and Anna would keep your trap shut. You gave Donald Trump for you gave us Donald Trump for president in 2024. Isn't that enough reason to stop running your mouths? So we told you that Democrats needed a better candidate than Biden in order to beat Trump. You guys said you didn't mind losing to Trump as long as you got to kiss beloved Biden's ass. I'm pretty sure someone cost us that election and it wasn't us. Do you regret voting for Biden? Or backing Biden, not voting for. Okay. I was like, what? It wasn't a vote. What are you talking about? Asparagus needs to retire. I mean, this is... this is a little bit... Is he going to ignore that Anna is the one that started this beef? Yeah, apparently. Here, now let's go back to Anna. Because Anna Kasparian... Alright, let's see. What did Julianne Michaels say? It's wild to me that some of the loudest voices right now are arguing over whether the Iranian regime really killed 30,000 people. Like, the real issue is whether the number is technically lower. If someone wants to say, I'm worried about a forever war, or this doesn't feel like feel America first, those are fair arguments. Reasonable people can debate that. It's because you okay. But pretending the Islamic Republic is not that bad because you don't like Trump is bananas. That's one hell of a regrettable talking point. And what did she reply with? You swore up and down that the U.S. wouldn't get dragged into a war with Iran. You said you'd apologize to me if ever proven wrong. We are now at war with Iran. Iran so far away. Couldn't get away. We bombed an elementary school and slaughtered 160 plus little girls as the opening act of liberating Iran. You are a fitness guru with an unbearably inauthentic vocal fry. You have no credibility on geopolitical matters. Damn. Tehran, a city of 10 million people, is literally on fire right now, and this is the slop that you whip up as analysis. Embarrassing. All right. I mean, I'm here for it. Whatever. What's her name? What's an Aaron? Oh. Anyway. All right. Well, that was pretty much what's going on with Anna and AOC. I wish I had like some video or something of Anna kind of addressing it. I'm sure it will be tomorrow because she did a bonus show. So I have a feeling that it's on the bonus show, which smart. I can always admit when it's like, okay. Members first. The one thing I respect about the way they do the members thing is they do release it. I think it's 24 to 48 hours afterwards, so can't really complain. All right, what do we got? Podcaster. Oh, here we go.
I do not care what any person says, okay? That little man belongs in a locker. That's where he belongs. Ben should be given a swirly every single day of his life. Ben Shapiro's head belongs in a toilet permanently. That is a scientific fact, and I will not let anybody dispute it. That's just the nature of what he is.
He looks like a half blue man because he's been dipped for so long.
I don't care about your feelings. Yeah, exactly. I ended my own monologue response to him by saying those exact words.
Man,
which
seems like
fucking
Ben Shapiro is on everybody's shit list right now.
I was entitled to one
That's crazy.
below the belt punch. Right? When they go low, we go micro penis. That's the way it's going to be.
All right, so the podcaster wars are really heating up, and it's so entertaining. I don't like Candace Owens, but when she's trashing Ben Shapiro, I'm here for it. That's when she's at her best. And Ben doesn't know what to do about it. He's floundering.
I'll agree.
His solution is to pressure
It's
everyone
funny.
who's
It's funny as shit to
trying to
watch.
stay neutral to pick a side, which usually just results in them taking Candace's side, which shows how unlikable Ben is.
Guys, I might have to change my MR name to Ben Shapiro's eyebrows.
Or if you talk to Tucker Carlson, Ben wants nothing to do with you, which even his own employees are getting really sick of hearing about it. Like Michael Knowles, you can tell, thinks Ben is being a big baby. During a show, Ben and Andrew Clavin tried to get Michael to speak out about Tucker and Candace. And you could tell Michael has been dealing with them, pressuring him for a while now. Because as soon as it gets brought up, he's like, why do we have to talk about this?
Why we gotta talk about
Andrew
this?
admits he's
Yeah,
been yelling
dude,
at
he
Michael
gets all,
off
like,
camera
pissed.
about this. So there's definitely a lot of tension here. But like Michael mentions, this tactic of them trying to convince people to pick a side clearly is not working. You know, Tucker and Candace are definitely winning the podcaster wars at the moment.
I think we have to talk about this. And Knowles cuts me off every time I say this because he's so ashamed of himself. We have to talk about Tucker Carlson. This guy
Why do we have to talk about?
Why do we have? Because he's a demon-infested Nazi, and I think that if Vance attaches himself to him, he's going to drag him underwater like an anchor tied to his leg. And I think that, you know, this is the thing. I've been yelling at both you guys off camera. I want to yell at you on camera. I mean, first of all, Knowles, it's time for you're a Catholic. It's time for you to fight the demons. When people are infested with demons, whether they're Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson, they're the bad guys. I mean, they're not right-wingers anymore. They're not our friends.
Thank you,
And it's
Robin.
time to
She was in chat a little earlier.
They're bad guys. And
I think that the podcaster wars are deeply counterproductive. I think even if you want to take friendship and personal affection, all that out of it, it seems to me that if the objective of the podcaster wars is to, you know, talk about how evil and terrible everybody is.
Yes. Yes, he did.
The only
heard that right.
meaningful objective to that, other than stating your own position, which everyone has clearly done, is to try to reduce their reach or get people to stop listening to them or get them to be less influential.
Gotta relax for a
None
second,
of that
guys.
is
I'm
work.
sorry.
Everyone that has been named, and many who have not been named, are more influential than ever, more popular than ever.
I think that people have a moral duty to say that this is a bad thing, even if they are quote-unquote friends with those people, and I find it an act...
But let's take that further. So obviously one should state one's view and say, you know, Erica's great and the attacks on her are not right.
Well, Michael, I'll
whatever.
just ask you straight up. Is Candace Owens doing something evil by attacking Erica Kerr?
I think that it's wrong to attack Erica Kerr.
Well, no,
agree.
say the sentence with her
No,
name in it.
I'm not going to dance like a puppet for the podcast.
You don't have to dance like a puppet, but you are dancing pretty quickly. I mean, there's a lot of tap dancing here.
I don't.
For him to move Michael Knowles to publicly denounce me, to say something about Candace, that would give him a literal high. Like, that's irresistible to him. He needs that. He's just like a little gremlin. He just needs the evil.
So whenever someone Ben knows interacts with Tucker Carlson or Dave Smith, Ben throws a temper tantrum. Like, he stopped appearing on Piers Morgan's show.
The colloidal silver guy, the Papa Smurf.
Because Piers talks to Dave and Tucker, and recently he had them on. So Ben started freaking out and criticizing Piers for being a click whore who only cares about views. So soon Ben will have nobody to talk to because he'll have to boycott every show.
Damn, pop meat kettle.
Which is ironic because
That's
a big part of his
crazy.
shtick used to be having
What the
conversations
fuck?
with anybody. And
Damn, dude, every once in a while you hear somebody like say something so egregious where you're just like, what? That's you. That's you.
debating things in the marketplace of ideas. Like, he has no problem debating the most radical left-wing college kids that absolutely despise him.
But now if a show he makes appearances on
Fuck you, I'm
has someone he
talking.
doesn't like, he'll refuse to go
Nice.
back on there. And Ben acts like he doesn't make appearances on Piers' show because it's just a joke, like it's the Jerry Springer of politics, he calls it. But I guarantee if Piers condemned Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson and never had him on again, Ben would go running right back and say it's a great show.
Nor, by the way, did I call Piers Morgan an anti-Semite. I said that his show is the Jerry Springer of politics, a clown car of stupidity, and it is. That's all. That's literally all. I didn't say that he should be
The bitch
taken
of that is, Ben's not necessarily wrong.
down. I didn't say that people should stop
It is
watching his
kind
show
of a
if they want
similar
to.
show.
I said I did not wish to appear in the clown car of stupidity, which seems to me an aspect of free speech. I don't have to associate with Piers' dumb show. I mean, lots of people like it. Good for him. And Piers measures his morality by clicks, and so I assume he sleeps fine at night. That's fine. That's his prerogative. It's a free country. I'm still bewildered as to why Piers is so pissed off. Seriously. Stop being a pissy little bitch. Seriously. It's really kind of ridiculous.
What you
I
got?
said that I don't want to go on your show.
Hey.
Oh, wah. I'm sorry. I said that I think your show's Jerry Springer. That you fill up the screen with a 6-box of people, none of whom you would want to talk to in a cafe. And then you have them argue with each other and yell at each other and scream. I don't think Piers' principles ever morphed. I don't think Piers had any principles. I think his principle was always clicks.
So it's kind of rich hearing Ben Shapiro talk about how goofy Piers' show is, because some of the segments Ben does that get him the most views, and I'm sure he does for views, are just as cringy, if not more cringy than Piers' show. But of course, Ben saying it's the Jerry Springer of politics is just an excuse, because Ben really just hates that Piers has on people that criticize Israel. Obviously, that's the main issue Ben has.
One thing he doesn't criticize, however, is Israel, and he routinely gets very upset when other people do. It's such a blind spot for Ben that through the red mist of his rage, he sees an alternate reality where anybody who disagrees with him is a demonic, America-hating terror apologist who can only possibly be doing it for ratings. And it was brought to my attention that he was very upset about a debate last week featuring Dave Smith.
So last night on Piers Morgan, which is the Jerry Springer of political television, where people gather to throw chairs at one another and determine paternity. Piers Morgan, who has sort of made a mockery of the entire industry by putting on screen whatever dregs are still willing to go on screen with Piers Morgan. He had on Dave Smith, who has, apparently his job is never to tell jokes, but to instead give poorly informed foreign policy takes. And also to hate America. Here we go.
Well, first, Jerry Springer was a very good friend of mine, and he was a beloved national treasure who actually hosted one of the most successful shows in television history and became a media mogul worth hundreds of millions of dollars. So thank you for that comparison, Ben.
Stop it.
Second, we proudly host lively debates on things that people care about, featuring guests that people care about, to cover both sides of complex news stories in an engaging way. Do the debates sometimes get a bit combative? Yes. Do audiences tend to enjoy a bit of theatrical rough and tumble? Of course they do. That's why the Daily Wire, Ben's company, has an entire political debate show which is literally called Bar Fight. That's why Ben's own show features hard-hitting segments including Ben Shapiro destroys celebrity ice reactions. Ben Shapiro destroys the Golden Globes. Ben Shapiro reacts to woke TikToks. Ben Shapiro reacts to woke socialist TikToks. Ben Shapiro reacts to woke religious
Just looked at me
TikToks.
and kept doing it.
And when it comes to humiliating the industry, please tell me why the Pulitzer Prize Committee did not reward Mr. Shapiro for this masterpiece.
What the Running.
You could say that makes a mockery of the industry.
And another person Ben had to cut off is Megyn Kelly, who he was good friends with for 15 years. And Megyn claims she gave Ben
hilarious. Notice how much I'm laughing. Ha 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 ha.
Star in the industry.
Paid laugh.
But now,
wait, I wasn't paid. Oh.
Now, since she won't speak out about Candace Owens, Ben has been calling her out for being a coward.
They lied to
so Ben
me.
is just losing everyone. You know, him forcing people to pick a side clearly hasn't been working very well.
Very sad.
All right, man.
To me, as somebody who's known Ben forever and helped make Ben 100%. He became a star on my show, The Kelly File. I'm very sorry to see this happen. And like, there is absolutely no cause to go run around policing the guests on somebody else's show and trying to diminish somebody who is as interesting, but and I mean this complimentary, benign as Piers Morgan. That now we have to get rid of Piers Morgan. So obviously, in Ben's view, Tucker had to go. Clearly, even though he helped build Candace, she had to go. Then I had to go, even though I've had a 15-year friendship with a guy, publicly attacked me. Same thing, not even a text in advance. Even though we had a text
He's like
literally 4 months or 4 weeks earlier saying, no matter what, who we're friends with, because he was mad I was friends with Tucker, our friendship means more to us than anything. And we won't do anything to F it up. Next thing I know, I get attacked by him on stage at Turning Point. Now Piers Morgan, like, how many people have to go? Truly, how many people must be culled from the conservative movement in order to make Ben happy? This is ridiculous.
One of my best friends, he was kind of MAGA. Now he's turned into like, he's anti-MAGA, but he doubled down on conspiracy stuff.
And it's not just Ben.
The Epstein files broke his ass.
All right,
they
there
really
are others
did.
who take his lead.
He called me. He's
once
like,
he calls you an anti-Semite.
Did you see this in the Epstein files? I'm like, no. He's just like, I've been reading every file. I'm like, that's not healthy.
Says you need to be kicked out of.
And Megyn has also been going to war with Mark Levin from Fox News. He's been calling Megyn out a lot.
Wonder if he finished
they go
him.
back and forth on Twitter.
I haven't seen him since.
They use the most childish attacks.
That'd
It's
be kinda funny.
hilarious what this has devolved into. Politics is like just being
I
at a
get to
middle
see
school lunch
him.
table at this point. Megyn recently accused Mark of having a micro penis, and I guess he got really offended by it, so he had to go running to Trump, and Trump had to defend him on Twitter.
That's how adult friendships work.
To prove he doesn't have a micro penis, he went crying about it to the president so he could protect
That was the
him.
good old days where I could just on a Friday be like, yo, what are you doing?
I don't know if that's really helping the allegations.
But finally, I had enough. And I tweeted at Mark Levin this weekend something to the effect of, I'm very sorry about his micro penis. I mean, I thankfully have never had to look at it firsthand, but you can just tell. And really, we should be feeling sorry for Mark Levin. We should become.
I mean, glass houses, you bird ass bitch.
Because that's got to be.
I'm not trying to stand up for this micro penis asshole, but I'm just saying.
Really tough. You got to go out on the air and like try to act like you're a big
If you
swinging.
think that you are,
Situation's gotten
you got some reinforcement there. I don't think so. Got some sun-stained glass there.
No, the
Just
only people who
waiting.
act like they have the big swinging are the ones that don't. So he's really revealed it to me.
Like, I'm gonna just say it. She got a reason that her arms are kept like that, you know?
Against my wishes and consent.
Probably because the comments mentioned that she, was getting a little bit of them bird arms.
To be honest.
Which, ladies, I'm sorry. I understand that this could, it's chauvinistic. It is. It's not even going to come across as it. It is. But it's also just pointing out, like, no, you want to cast them stones?
But there it was for me to see, obviously.
Just remember,
And,
some people can
so I
be
called him out on
mean.
it. And guess what? He didn't like his
one
new
of 'em.
nickname. Rather than dealing with it like
Kind of the thing about nice people, like, especially like when we work at it, where we're just like, don't. You like, especially, I have had like, that Hulk moment where it's just like, oh no, it's not what you think. Like, I'm not gonna threaten you. I'm not gonna bring up the muscles, and none of that. But if you get me in full blown mean roast mode, you're gonna go home crying. And also, you're going to be thinking about it every time you fucking shower, so.
He actually ran to the
Watch
president
it.
of the United States. He ran to
You're that confident in your fucking appearance.
Donald Trump and had Trump send out a nice tweet about him last night, overnight. And it was a ridiculous tweet, calling Mark Levin a truly great American patriot. He's somewhat under siege by other people with far less intellect, capability, and love for our country. Mark is tough, strong, and brilliant. I mean, if he's so tough, Mr. President, query why you're fighting his battle.
And again, recently Megyn tweeted at him.
I mean, I'm not going to take insults from somebody that looks like a Funko Pop.
And called him micro. And then he responded and called her deep throat and said, the stories I...
Pro tip, do not piss off sassy gay men. They will Roast you beyond belief.
Here.
Well, I'm not gay, but
Filthy
I do
mouth.
understand where you're
So
coming
this
from.
shit is totally out of control. I don't know if these people ever work things out.
You're not talking
and
about
it's
me,
hilarious to watch. And now also Trump's former
You
head of
ain't wrong.
counterterrorism has gotten involved, Joe Kent. He resigned, and now he's taken Meghan, Tucker, and Candace's side. He's making a bunch of media appearances and talking about how he wasn't allowed to look into Charlie Kirk's assassination.
You know what? I just realized it's because they do have like something.
And how
like
the
different,
war
where
with
it's just
Iran
like,
was
oh, they got a whole new level of not caring.
started under false pretenses, which he went on Mark Levin's show
Eh,
to try
I
to
must
explain to him. But Mark kept cutting him off and acting like he had no idea what he was saying. And he's like, slow down, what are you talking about? And then he just went to a commercial break. So this is a terrible look for the people that were pushing that war.
Is it bad that even when like some bad person got under, like I've had hecklers. There were times that I even felt bad about that, where I'm just like, oh.
And also, as Secretary Rubio
I mean, when somebody got up and left the show, I was just like,
said there was no imminent threat coming from Iran against the Americans.
Well,
against
you
our
know, he
service
corrected
members. There was an imminent threat coming from the Israelis who were going to attack. But that's actually the
Okay, hold on. We're going to do it honestly. One point at a time.
Had observed, the Iranians had observed an escalation ladder. They hadn't attacked us under President Trump.
Can you do me a favor? I don't mean to be rude. Can you talk a little more slowly? I'm having trouble hearing. Take your time. Go ahead.
The Iranians knew that President Trump wanted to get a deal. They observed the escalatory ladder very carefully. They stopped having our proxies attack us like they were attacking us under the Biden administration. When the 12-day war kicked off and the Israelis started that, the Iranians still didn't attack us.
All right. We have to take a break. I'm going to circle back on some of your comments here.
And now also the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, his girlfriend, that country music singer, made the accusation that Tucker, Joe, and Candace are linked to foreign intelligence. So this is like watching a soap opera.
Yes,
it's
I do.
crazy. And now Joe's under investigation for leaking classified information. People think it's to Candace Owens about the Charlie Kirk assassination, which she addressed this claim, and she said, Joe didn't leak me information to attack Erica Kirk, which sounds kind of suspicious. She could have just said, he didn't leak me anything. That's completely ridiculous. But she added with the purpose of attacking Erica Kirk as a way to deny it.
That Joe Kent may have been leaking information to Candace Owens for the purpose of attacking Mrs. Erica Kirk. What are you doing? Okay, I can tell you right now that is completely untrue. Joe Kent did not leak me anything for the purpose of attacking Erica Kirk.
Then one of Candace's sources, Mitch Snow, who claimed to have seen Erica Kirk at a military base the day before Charlie was killed,
These people are so dumb. I know, but this is fun. Like, this is at least like...
Candace under the bus
It's
recently
not
and said
as
she
bad,
used
you
Joe
know,
Kent
as
to vet
everything
him,
that we, like,
which this guy was
we
always
see so
obviously
much
full
where
of
it's like,
shit,
no,
but when
enjoy
Candace
this.
interviewed
This is
him,
fun.
her and her fans believed him somehow. But now, of course, they'd argue he's full of shit and he's paid to say this. But who the hell knows? I remember, though, even when Candace first interviewed him, there were some of her fans that thought he might have been an op trying to discredit her.
I know Candace said you were vetted. Who vetted you?
Oh, geez. Yeah. I let that slip once, and maybe I wasn't supposed to, but yeah.
Mitch Snow has been proven as a hack.
It was Joe
but
Kent.
Okay.
She trusted him.
And people were trying to tell Candace this guy was trouble, but she didn't
Yeah.
want to listen. Like Alex Jones, he kept telling her that. And
No,
he was even
I
calling
mean-
Candace out for a while. Like, she was driving him nuts.
Funny
But
enough, he's
now
had
he
problems
might
with a
even be
bunch of
pushed to her
people.
side because, it seems like people are almost having to choose a side now. And Alex thinks the attacks on Joe Kent by people like Dan Bongino are uncalled for. And now he's also admitting Israel's calling all the shots here.
They call him a traitor and attacking him. It's disgusting. And Dan Bongino attacking Joe Kent. It is just so cowardly. Absolutely disgusting. I don't even want to attack Bongino. He has just become such a shameful person. But he's just bought and paid for by the Israel lobby, folks. And I'm not the guy that says everything's Israel, but now it is Israel. Everything people worried about, things that Pat Buchanan was worried about on foreign policy, he was right about, but he never thought they'd actually run the whole government. And they're doing it all against their own interests, folks. In the end, Israel's own interest. Netanyahu's thinking about staying in power. With sales plan of greater Israel and stuff. It's delusional.
So it's wild to see after Trump promising to drain the swamp, put the Clintons in jail, take out the deep state, be America first, he ended up doing Israel's bidding.
I hate his Hassan take, by the way. If you guys didn't know, Too Lazy to Try has a pretty bullshit fucking like Hassan hit piece that I'm not even going to entertain on the channel.
Covering for the deep state by covering up the Epstein files and never went after the Clintons or Obama or anybody like that.
Well, Alex felt genuine, so strange.
And now he's
Yeah, because it's something he actually gives a shit
Only
about.
going after his former supporters like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson,
Everything
Joe
else he
Kent.
gives two
it's
shits about,
crazy
but
how
that
things
was
turned
personal.
out. Like Joe Rogan has completely jumped ship now too. Recently he was complaining about how MAGA's full of a bunch of dorks. So Trump might have to start going after him as well.
But that phrase sucks. Here's the thing. Like, first of all, America is great. Make America greater, I'm down. But make America great again, and then it becomes a movement of a bunch of fucking dorks. Because a lot of them are dorks. A lot of them, these really weird, fucking uninteresting, unintelligent people that have
I'm so glad
got
he said
something
this
they
finally.
cling to. And there's a lot of people that are just real, genuine patriots. And they're all lumped into this one group, and you got to accept the dorks, too. Fuck that.
Yeah. And Joe's also starting to question Charlie Kirk's assassination too. So Candace Owens must love seeing all this, and I think she's almost cracked the case. Like any day now, she's finally going to be able to prove who killed Charlie Kirk. She's almost there. She's so close.
And we are getting closer. I think we're close. We are definitively getting closer. We're getting close. We're getting low. Very close. We're inching ever closer. We are now, I believe, extremely close to solving this thing. As I get inch closer and closer to discovering the truth, I've got a feeling about that. We're close. We're getting closer to something, and that something is pretty big. I just sense that we're getting close. I sense that we are getting very close, and we are getting closer, getting very close to something. We're getting closer because we are getting close. We are definitely getting closer, very close. We are very close. We are close. We are
close.
We are dangerously close to something.
Hey.
We are dead close to something. And I think every day we are inching closer to who killed Charlie Kirk. You know we're getting close. We're inching ever closer. We are inching closer, a little closer to solving the Charlie Kirk murder. And I'm getting very close. And we are getting very close. But I'm getting closer. I'm getting real close. My prayers are with you, Candace. You are close. We are close. And we're getting closer to the truth. We get closer. We are getting close.
So hopefully she could.
That was worse than I thought it would be.
Solve the case.
When it kept going, I'm like, huh?
Before that assassin the Macrons paid takes her out, you know, she's flying too close to the sun here. Like also recently I saw she had a broken leg and her husband had a black eye. So maybe the assassin got to him and they had to fight him off. Or another theory is maybe Candace and her husband were fighting, because I think Candace might be starting to believe that her husband is actually a Mossad spy, because his dad is the vice chair of the Council of Christians and Jews and spoke out about Candace. So maybe the Jews finally got to her husband and now he's trying to sabotage her operation. She does seem really freaked out about the idea of her husband being Jewish. Apparently AI told her that and she's just been obsessing over it.
For whatever reason, when Grok first got started, it was convinced I was Jewish.
What is he wearing?
Which is quite hilarious.
Mm.
That my husband was Jewish. Somebody came at me and said George is Jewish, my husband, and I know because they had a screenshot from Grok. They said George was Jewish. But I read a conspiracy theory the other day that my husband was Jewish.
She's gonna be divorced. If they're not already like it's one of those like private divorces, and it's like for her.
I can't stop.
I'm just gonna say I think that this ain't gonna fucking
stop reading conspiracies
about me
and my husband.
Long.
I've read that my husband is Jewish, so it's nonsense. Yeah, people were arguing with me online, telling me that my husband was Jewish, and I was going, but he's not. I mean, it's fine if he is, but he's not. Do you know that, by the way, ChatGPT once gave somebody the answer, and then they tagged me as they were like, what ancestry is George? And it said George Farmer was a Jew, like that your family was Jewish, that your father's father was Jewish, which is crazy. And then but the internet is a strange place. If it's on the internet, then suddenly people believe it.
So I think the Jews are trying to turn her and her husband against each other, and that might be why they're fighting. And the walls are finally closing in. You know, Mossad infiltrated her operation, and she just sounds so paranoid. But let me know what you guys think, and check out the Patreon. There are over 180 exclusive videos on there. Recently, I talked about how depraved Andrew Schultz and Charlemagne are. Those two are somehow much worse than I thought. And Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen are just going out sad. I covered how depressing that podcast has gotten. So if you enjoy the channel,
it has.
Extra content,
it's fucking abysmal.
then definitely check it out.
Not that I'm watching episodes of it, but goddamn, I've seen the clips of Schaub just throwing questions at fucking Brian, where he's just like, there's like a half a response. It's over. It's Jover. It's so Jover. Oh God. Speaking of Jover, ooh yeah, I got it. I got one in me. Let's go.
Extraordinarily dangerous. Unfortunately, Iran has proven to be a pretty clever adversary. You can't do that kind of invasion with a couple of thousand troops. You need a couple of 100,000 troops.
They do want to die. The Ayatollah knew he was going to get hit. He sat there.
Oh my God. It's fucking Rudy. It's fucking Rudy.
He thought he was going to go up to paradise and find his...
I'm still stuck at the Four Seasons.
72 virgins.
They said that they have another catalytic converter that I need to go get.
The Iranians have been...
I thought I'd been paying off my bill.
Reactive to this, not proactive. There has to be a response. You can't just say, well, you know what? We're an existential threat to the Israelis, so of course the Israelis are going to have to bomb us.
There's never been a guarantee to defeat evil, but there is one guarantee. If you don't stand up to it, you're going to lose.
Please help us bomb Iran. Please help us bomb Iran. Please help us bomb Iran. And the president's always said no. President Trump was duped by Benjamin Netanyahu, and now we're in a war that we cannot win.
I don't think I've ever seen a gathering of more spineless people in my entire life.
Ooh. What was that?
For the talk of Vice President J.D. Vance being marginalized by the war in Iran.
Anybody else think that was weird?
He could play a defining role in ending it. The Iranians say they don't trust the president's chief negotiators, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and they'll only talk to him. And Vance has now kickstarted the blame game for a war that's becoming more complicated, expensive, and unpopular by the day. Benjamin Netanyahu, he says, oversold Trump on the chances of an easy victory and a swift uprising, neither of which look close. If they're still possible.
His editor's great. He is. Whoever he's got editing his show is actually very good at his job.
According to the vice president, everything the U.S. is doing now is to prevent a drawn-out war.
Observation there.
We've accomplished the gross majority of our military objectives. I think you can make a good argument we've accomplished all of our military objectives. The president's going to keep at it for a little while longer to ensure that once we leave, we don't have to do this again for a very, very long time.
The problem is, as it always has been, that the objectives are unclear and ever-changing. Trump says he's negotiating with a new regime in waiting, but we don't know who that is.
Yeah. It's the...
Thousands of U.S.
It's the one-armed man.
Marines are now in the region with special forces and paratroopers on the way. They're reportedly preparing for a ground operation that could take weeks. There's talk of seizing and occupying Haag Island to choke off the oil exports which keep the Iranian economy alive. The Wall Street Journal says Trump is weighing up a Hollywood-worthy raid on Iran's uranium, involving diggers, nuclear scientists, and thousands of troops behind enemy lines. Polymarket says there's now a 70% chance that U.S. forces will enter Iran by the end of April, an upward swing of 20% in just 2 days on a 50...
Can we stop? We really need to stop with Poly... We're going to bet ourselves into oblivion. You do realize that, right? This isn't how betting's supposed to work. Betting's supposed to be on, like, small shit, horse races, fucking... Not things that are existential and can literally be moved. Like, there's one thing that I learned about, like, when pro wrestling got into, like, the DraftKings and shit. I was just like, oh, there's nothing legitimate about this, because what are you talking... Really? You're going to tell me that there's all of a sudden going to be a rule that, like, the writers of WWE can't fucking, like, swerve the fucking... Come on.
$54 million market. Anyone who's paid any attention...
Fucking, I hate it all. I really do.
To big market moves related.
Why? Why do you need this, like, that quick extra... You understand that just that little couple extra dollars, because it's not going to ever make you, like, generational wealth the way that people think that they're going to use it for. Like, maybe 0.1% of people that you bet on these websites get that. Realistically, you're sacrificing the long-term stability of society for just a quick buck, which... Yeah, late-stage capitalism at its finest. I mean, I think that Crystal Ball said this, but she's like, no, this is not late-stage capitalism. This is a different stage altogether that we didn't even anticipate. It's like, yeah. I didn't ever think that we'd be betting, like, on wars and, like, actually betting on them. You know what I mean?
White House will know exactly why that's worthy of our attention. And running in parallel to all of this is the ongoing escalation by America's partner in the war. Israel is expanding its invasion of Lebanon, raising fears of a scorched earth campaign modeled on the Gaza war.
Nah, I don't think so.
The IDF is facing intensifying criticism for several attacks, which
I think that he doesn't care. Like, and he thinks that it's like a mover and a shaker of the industry.
JD
and
Vance may want a swift
the industry in this
end to the war in Iran,
as do
a majority of the American people. there's currently no indication they're going to get it. To debate this, I'm joined by Mark Kimmett, retired US Army Brigadier General, Amin Dane, who's the author of 9 Lives, My Time as MI6's top spy inside Al-Qaeda, and Doran Spielman, reservist IDF spokesman and author of When the Stones Speak. Well, welcome to all of you. General Kimmett, welcome back to Uncensored.
Sure.
Every time we talk in this war, it seems to have escalated at the same rate that President Trump and others try to reassure us it's over and America has already won. So forgive me if I'm a little bit confused sitting here in London. Where are we with this war? Because from where I sit, it's not over. The Straits of Hormuz remain pretty well closed. The attacks on the Gulf states by Iran continue. There is enormous economic damage from a month of the world's oil and gas being held up, along with the world's fertilizer. And the President of the United States is now committing a lot of troops to the region. And the briefings that the papers are getting is that he is planning potentially some sort of land invasion, which I have to say again, as I've been saying for a while now, that is completely contrary to everything that Donald Trump campaigned on. The one thing he reassured his supporters was, I will not take America into any more senseless, expensive wars in the Middle East, and I definitely won't put boots on the ground. Here we are. What do you make of it?
Well, first of all, you've asked about 10 questions, made about 10 statements. So let me get first focused.
Yeah, as much time as you like, General.
No, I'm just going to say let's remain focused on what I believe either are or should have been the objectives of this war. We went into negotiations with the Iranians to do 3 things. End their nuclear program, end their ballistic...
No, it's not still the Polymarket studio.
...missile program, end their
that was bad
Oxy
publicity.
program.
They did get rid of
We were
that.
unable to achieve that at the
credit,
bargaining table, so we've taken it to the battlefield. I think that we've heard a lot of noise, a lot of chatter, a lot of flack over the last few weeks, but I certainly hope those remain our core interests. And if those remain our core interests, and candidly, the core interests of countries around the world, to include Great Britain. No, we haven't achieved our objectives yet, nor should we be discussing off-ramps at this point.
Okay, but my sense is that Donald Trump would love an off-ramp if he could claim any kind of legitimate victory that gets him out of this, because he knows that, never mind anything else, politically, as he edges nearer to the midterm elections, this is proving incredibly unpopular. All the polls show that. And I think that for that reason alone, coupled with the economic mayhem it's causing, it makes no sense to a businessman like Donald Trump, a deal maker, to allow this to continue for months and months and months. And yet I don't see how he can stop it if the Iranians have worked out that it's the economic part of this war that they're currently winning.
Are you good?
No, I agree with you. First of all, I don't think Donald Trump cares about the midterms. He's already accepted them as lost. Even if they were won by the Democrats, the fact remains is that nothing is going to get done in the United States Congress, whether the Republicans still in charge or whether they're Democrats are in charge. Our legislative body seems to be generally irrelevant.
I swear to God.
But look, I think that Donald Trump now recognizes that the advice he took or the orders that he issued are not achieving the results he wanted. Unfortunately, Iran has proven to be a pretty clever adversary. The Israelis went for regime decapitation. The Americans went for blow up as much stuff as possible. And the Iranians kind of did a jujitsu move and said, okay, we're going to move down to the Strait of Hormuz. If you want to do regime decapitation, we're going to...
If that's jujitsu...
...do economic decapitation. As we used to say, old dead Karl Clausewitz, he had some great lines.
Then apparently a fucking deep puddle can, incapacitate any, jujitsu master.
And one of them is...
Because... holy shit, did they fucking break their ankle on that one?
After a war starts, it takes on its own character. And while this president may have hoped for a quick and easy victory as he had in Venezuela, or a negotiated settlement as he had in Syria,
everybody.
This war has definitely taken on a character of its own.
And before I go to our two other very patient guests, thank you to both of you. Just one final question, purely on the military reality of any kind of ground invasion. Because if it seems to be the case, the only way to guarantee getting the enriched uranium, which is believed to be buried way below the ground and heavily protected, if the only way to do that is with ground forces, is it not going to be incredibly hazardous to do that in a country like Iran when they believe that regime change is absolutely on the mind, certainly of the Israelis, and probably quite a few people in the Trump administration too? In other words, they have little to lose. That if America was to put ground forces down, potentially with IDF, we don't know, is that not a very dangerous mission, General?
Extraordinarily dangerous. These two gentlemen to my right don't remember what you and I do, which is a 1979 mission to try to get the American hostages out of Tehran. That was an absolute goat. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, when you also not only have a tough target, but your mission is being
that backwards. It's the idea.
Being bleated out by every broadsheet like the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times, makes life kind of difficult. So I simply think that may be, again, to use another trope, a bridge too far at this point, unless we pull some real magic out of our hats. And I don't think we're going to be, quote, invading or conducting an invasion. That brings to mind of your audience another attack into Iraq to go up to Baghdad. You can't do that kind of invasion with a couple of thousand troops. You need a couple of 100,000 troops. So what I see those ground troops being used for primarily is short, quick operations, probably no further in than the littoral, to go against the speedboats, the mine factories, the missile factories along the beaches, maybe even a dumb idea like Karg Island. Although I think the better way for Karg Island is just take out the electricity. That way you can quickly turn it back on when you need it.
I mean, the problem, and I'll come to our other guest now, Doran Spielman, the problem here is that Donald Trump has kind of signaled everything that America may do. He does it on a kind of every few hours basis on social media.
Yeah, and he announces it like a moron.
I mean, he changes it 2 hours later.
Right. And the problem, Doran Spielman, is, I can remember watching movies about the code breakers in World War II, where there were whole teams of people whose job it was to crack sophisticated codes that the Germans were leaving, for example, planning their military operation. The Iranians don't need any code breakers. They've got the President of the United States just broadcasting it all. So, they know that there may be an attack on Haag, for example. They know that the Americans may do X, Y, Z because Trump keeps saying that's what they may do. Is that, apart from anything else, is he sensible?
Look, these are all the million-dollar questions, how we're going to look back at President Trump. 100 years from now, I can say this, that he's definitely knocking off balance a lot of terror regimes throughout the world, including Venezuela. I think he's sending a different message than has been sent. It's not the typical diplomatic message. This is kind of the Trump deal maker, where he comes in, and we've seen it multiple times when he offers with one hand a carrot, and with the other hand, if it's not taken, he's got Marines moving in. And I'm not sure that it's the incorrect way. I think we'll know when this is over. But I do, Pierce, kind of want to zoom out a little bit. I think, this is not a news story. I think we need to kind of take a few steps back here. This is a story that I can say as a Jew who's, we're going to be celebrating Passover in 2 nights. It goes back to the Passover story. It's really a question. Are we going to, stand up against oppression? Are we going to make a move that there's no guarantee what we're going to do, but we have a chance at changing a paradigm? Or are we just going to accept, okay, we're slaves, we're oppressed, and we're going to allow a terrorist regime that has expressly said they want to kill and destroy the United States multiple times. They've said that they want to destroy Israel. Are we going to allow them to become nuclear? Are we going to allow them to build up their ballistic missile program? Or are we going to say, something, there's no guarantee. But we're going to hearken back to a story that is 3,000 years old, which has inspired multiple stories throughout the world, which is, there's no guarantee. There's never been a guarantee to defeat evil, but there is one guarantee. If you don't stand up to it, you're going to lose.
Eamon Dean, you've made a point that you've got to filter out all the noise in a fast-moving situation like this and try and get to the reality of the movement of military assets. You say deployments don't lie, narratives do. The rest is theatre for markets, publics, and gullible media. And of course, that is often the case in every war. Again, from where I sit out here, it's not that I don't think that the Iranians are a very bad regime. They are, and have been since they took power in 1979. It's not that I'll lose any sleep over the death of Ayatollah Khomeini. He was an appalling human being who terrorized his own people, who sponsored terrorism all over the region, largely aimed at Israel. So I can totally get all that. However, launching such a full throttle attack on a country with 90 million people, where the regime clearly has a lot of firepower to protect itself, 250,000 of the IRGC, you have
the disrespect.
500,000 paramilitaries, have nearly 1 million regular army, that they've got a lot of people around to enforce their will. And so far, there's no sign of any public uprising. There are a number of reasons for that, not least of which bombs flying around. But
Jake Yeet.
I just don't see any sign of a victory here. I see a lot of bombs going off, a lot of show of military might.
You don't
but
know
I
it's a
also
wrestling
see the
thing.
Iranians winning the economic war quite easily and quite devastatingly. You know, I'm looking at the markets. I'm looking at the oil production, gas production. And now I see Trump in a message this morning in which he talks about potentially going after desalination plants in Iran.
Dude, what the
well,
hell?
the first reaction of Iran to that would be to go after desalination plants in the Gulf states, which would be utterly devastating. I mean, for people who don't quite grasp what that means, you're talking about desert states that rely on desalination plants for water. If you get rid of those, they don't have much drinking water left before they all start dying. So these are incredibly bellicose, serious threats that Trump is lobbing out all the time, whilst at the same time saying, actually, you know what, we're talking to them and it should be over soon. I just find all this not just confusing, but borderline ridiculous.
Well, Piers, March 2019, so that's about 7 years ago, on my podcast, I talked about the reason why Saudi Arabia went to war in Yemen against the Houthis. And in that conflict, in that podcast, I said that one of the reasons is that Saudi Arabia wanted to protect above everything else.
Plot twist. Bless you, my child. I have risen and I have returned. Yet you have
water desalination.
You've turned your cheek.
Because you see, during the Gulf War between Iraq and Iran between 1980 and 1988, and I grew up in the eastern province of Saudi Arabia at that time, and I was from Bahrain. So I know all about, the situation, in the Gulf at that time and how it was really harrowing and really threatening. But at the same time, the Saudis realized that their water desalination plants on the Gulf were under threat from Iran in a future conflict because
Jesus requires donos and macaroni pictures.
Since I grew up, I always hear about Iranian threats from across the water. So it's not something new. So the Saudis moved many of these water desalination plants to the west, to the Red Sea, even though it will cost far more, in terms of economics of doing it. However, then 2014, the Iranians chased the Saudis all the way into the southwestern flank of their country, and they pushed the Houthis.
There's a storm heading right towards Chicago. It's coming from the south.
Taking over the power in Yemen, and after a bloody civil war.
Warning that in about a half hour it's going to hit us.
And then they absolutely start threatening water desalination in the west of Saudi Arabia. So, Piers, the Iranians has been threatening to close the Straits of Hormuz since I was a 7-year-old child. And that was 40 years ago. I mean, I feel old now. And they've been threatening the water desalination of...
Wait, you're 40?
The Saudi Arabia...
Damn, dude, this guy's 40. Yeah? Huh?
And the other GCC countries...
Yeah, I look fucking good. I'm gonna own it.
40 years, and they've been threatening to attack energy facilities. In fact, the attack against energy
kind of like
facilities
shock me
happened
sometimes
already
when I'm like, "You're how old?"
at the hands of
I met a dude that was like, he just turned 30. I swore to God that he was 41. I was like, oh.
The Iranian proxies in September 2019 against Aramco, the biggest.
Right, but what they've been given, what they've been
bro, I'm doing great if that's 40.
given here is license to do it under the guise of retaliation, because
they had the license from a long time ago.
Unfortunately,
no, I'm not disputing what you're saying.
The license anymore. They've always been doing it.
No, I understand, but to the world, what it looks like is that, all right, fair enough. You know, Iran's getting bombed everywhere. The Israelis are bombing their refineries. Why shouldn't they bomb other people's refineries? So they're using,
after he puked twice,
everything that's happening to them as an
swear to God,
excuse to
he
do
puked like
probably
that. It's
what,
gonna be a
as you
problem.
say, they've wanted to do for a long
You just farted. Nice.
time. But what they have worked out,
you feel good? Was it a nice gas releaser?
Is that they can control the global economy.
You need Stan? Yeah? The siren? Oh, shit. Really?
In a way,
oh, apparently there are tornado sirens might be going off.
that I think the Americans have massively underestimated, and I think it's come as a nasty shock. And that's
Seriously, I don't think you can't win a war this way, Pierce. I mean, this kind of reasoning. I'll give you an example. Imagine there's an illegal arms dealer on your street, right? And so you call the FBI, you call the police, and they surround the house, and the guys inside the house start shooting at you, right? So what are you going to say? Oh, we gave them an
there was a tornado.
Excuse to shoot at us.
I'm in the basement, Steven.
We gave them license to shoot at us. No, if you're going to go after the arms, then the guys are going to pick up the arms that they're threatening, and you're going to use it.
My basement.
What's the difference? Iran would have used this anyway. They would have closed the Straits of Hormuz, Pierce. The difference is, had we waited.
It was funny because my wife was like pushed. She was like, "Is Stan already like?" Everybody was down here already except for my one cat.
They would be closing the Straits of Hormuz with a nuclear threat, with an armed nuclear weapon. Could you imagine the price of oil? If there's a nuclear Iran, and they're crazy, right? I've got ballistic.
Oh, dude, they set the big boom off. We're all fucked. You understand what that does to like the global economy? We're fucked.
Landing next to my home with massive warheads, which if one of those landed in England, God forbid, and if it's unprotected, it can take out 50 blocks. If we don't stand up now,
no, I don't hear when
Iran. This isn't giving license.
I have a
this is trying to defeat them, and they're using whatever they have at their disposal.
But then it comes down. Okay, but then it comes down to how an impending threat you feel Iran was posing, and I am not convinced, as I wasn't by the argument about Saddam Hussein back in 2003. I am not convinced that there was an imminent threat from these weapons in the way that people have tried to sell it, and I think that's the problem. And I think that there are lots of bad regimes. There are lots of bad regimes around the world. Well, Dorian, there are lots of bad regimes around the world, like North Korea, that America does not attack, right? Even though every argument you would use against the Iranians works equally to the Iranians. To the North Koreans. So there are reasons you don't do this kind of thing.
Not at all. Not at all.
Well, okay.
Not at all.
Well, there's but no one's attacked North Korea.
I'm sorry. Like, I mean, that's a false equivalence, because, like, I mean, comparing North Korea to Iran. First of all, North Korea did not recruit 700,000 young men from across the region, from Iraq, from Iran also, from Yemen, from Lebanon, from Syria. They did not recruit all of these young people into joining non-state actors, terror militias, in order to destabilize their own countries and then attack neighboring countries with ballistic weapons. They were not supposed to get them in the first place. So you see, the problem here is, it's not, North Korea is just sitting in its own little box. Perfect. At least it is contained. It's a contained threat. However, Iran refused to be a contained threat. They expanded.
That's just not true. Let me, first of all, I think it's a good equivalent for a number of reasons. Yesterday, North Korea tested a ballistic missile that can reach the United States homeland. They're not sitting in their own. But I also believe it's a good comparison, because the United States and the 4 parties and then the 6 parties spent many, many years negotiating with North Korea who convinced the world that they weren't going to build a nuclear weapon. We threw money at them, we threw food at them, we threw access to the international system, and they continue to say, no, we'll never develop a nuclear weapon. Do you think that Iran is not following?
Oh, shit. Stephen, thank you for the $2.
Stephen
Thank you for the
Pulks,
forum. You're welcome.
$175, $2.
Appreciate that,
Thank
man.
you for the
Following
forum.
that same playbook? Of course it is.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that's true. Just hold fire panel for a moment. I want to bring in another guest now, General Sir Richard Sheriff. He's a former NATO commander. General, welcome to Uncensored.
Thank you for having me. Yes.
You've been pretty scathing about this. You've called Operation Epic Fury staggeringly arrogant. And you wrote in the Daily Mail, so we are living through, and as a lifelong soldier, I don't ask this lightly, the outbreak, are we living through the outbreak of World War III? Certainly, I can't remember a more perilous moment in geopolitics in my lifetime, and I'm now 70. I can't either. I'm actually 61 today, and I can't remember that either. As it's gone on, we're a month in now, does your fear about this escalating to that kind of level, has that increased or decreased?
It's increased, without question. I think the attack a month ago was launched without thinking through the possible consequences. I'm sure that military commanders would have war-gamed to death the potential for closing the Strait of Hormuz and would normally have taken sort of action to prevent it. But clearly it did not happen on this occasion. And I think the assumption was made that a lightning industrial scale aerial assault, such as we've seen, would be enough to do what? I mean, we didn't know. There's no clear design for battle. There is no clear strategy. There is no clear idea of how this war ends. I think, and my concern is that we are about to see escalation, potentially putting troops on the ground on the islands of the Strait of Hormuz or wherever. And then I think we have to take account of the linkages, the linkage between what's going on in Ukraine with Russia's genocidal war there, the fact that Russia is now supplying drones and targeting information to the Iranians. And I've no doubt there are further and wider linkages. So I think this is a deeply globally destabilizing event, not least, of course. It has completely knocked the global the potential for knocking the global economy awry in a major way. Let's not assume.
Sorry, guys. Keeping an eye on the storm.
The Strait of Hormuz is going to be opened anytime soon because of America. If the Americans land amphibious troops in that, for whatever, on that coastline, this thing is going to run and run and run. And we're going to be back into a worse situation. You're probably not old enough to remember 1973 and the oil crisis then. Well, you might be, but you know, we'll be back into that, but times 10.
Yeah, I was 8 actually then, but I do remember it vaguely. But I think the trouble is no one's learned the lessons from history, and I look at what's going on, and I think, you were the Deputy Supreme Allied Commander for Europe. You see some of the rhetoric coming out of Donald Trump now, very bellicose and negative about Europe, about NATO, about what he perceives to be the lack of cooperation here for Operation Epic Fury. If you were still in your old job, how would you be handling this?
Well, I think I would make the assumption that Donald Trump has pretty much single-handedly torpedoed NATO as an alliance. You have to understand, NATO is an alliance which flourished for pretty nearly 80 years. And it's based on trust. It's based on common values. It's based on the doctrine of collective defense, that the alliance is there to support an ally if attacked, the famous Article 5. From the moment we saw Trump 2 come into power, we saw Vance and Hegseth announce very clearly that America was not going to underwrite European security. Now, I get that because the Europeans, frankly, have been freeloading from America for decades. And so there's a part, Europe has a part to play in this. But then move forward. The fact that 2 months ago, Donald Trump threatened to attack the territory of a NATO ally, Denmark, over Greenland. Nobody has forgotten that. Europeans will not forget that. That is a grotesque breach of trust, that the lead dog in the pack turns on the other, a smaller dog in the pack, as it were. So no surprise.
Sorry, guys, I'm literally taking pictures of the radar, sending it to my wife.
That no NATO ally is prepared to support Trump in this particular ill-starred mission.
She's sitting in the front of the house watching this, watching it come to us. It's just like, okay, just be cautious.
No surprise for a start, because it's not a NATO operation. NATO does not cover the territory of the Persian Gulf or the Arabian Gulf, and absolutely it does not support an ally launching an unprovoked, although you may argue that, but an attack which could well be construed as illegal against a party that had not attacked it. So there's no way that NATO should or could support it. But the message for NATO now is that NATO's...
Remember when we used to turn the TVs off and unplug them during bad storms?
Got to put its act together. The European...
I still unplug my my game systems and shit.
Members of...
I don't have to anymore because I got them all on switches.
NATO have got to get their act together.
Used to do that.
Recognize that, yes, they have to maintain links with America, and certainly in the UK's case, the intelligence and the military links are much deeper than political. They are built on, frankly, shoulder to shoulder, brothers and sisters in arms over many years. But that America, as an alliance ally, a member of the alliance, is not going to play a central part. So Europe needs to step up to the mark, and drawing on Mark Carney's words from Davos, develop and build an alliance based on the middle powers, which it can do if it's prepared to make the necessary sacrifices, and European leaders are prepared to show the necessary leadership.
In one word, is the special relationship done, over, kaput?
I think the special relationship is a fantasy put about, if I may say so, Piers, by the media and politicians. It died, if it ever was one, it died in 1956 at Suez. And it's crazy to go on banging on about the special relationship.
Couldn't be clearer. General Schiff, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Well, back to my panel now. I'm pleased to say we've been joined by the former CIA officer, John Kiriakou, who I'll come to in a moment. John, welcome back to you. General Kimmett, you were shaking your head throughout a lot of that interview with a British former general. You didn't agree?
Well, a couple of things. He first said that NATO has never operated in that region. He's just absolutely wrong. Operation Ocean Shield was conducted by NATO as part of the counter-piracy operations, so they have been there before. Second, the special relationship is not something that simply was a whim of the media. I lived that my entire 30-plus years in the military. I served side by side with Brits. We shared intelligence and we shared foxholes. So I think that special relationship still exists. And this notion about his life.
You know how I was talking about Barrington? They're getting hit by a fucking tornado.
Lifetime, he had never seen something this whacked up. For God's sakes, the 300,000 dead and wounded at Gallipoli because of British arrogance seems to me a fairly good.
So what's going to happen is likely I'm going to finish this video up and then I might have to go.
Comparison.
Just to be safe.
So it just always bothers me.
Is the sky green?
When somebody with a nice Oxbridge accent comes on and starts lecturing to the Americans.
You're sounding a little...
And one last point.
Yeah.
There is a solution to the Strait of Hormuz, which is I do not believe that Iran wants to fight with the British, the French, the Germans. 1981 to 1989, the United States escorted Kuwaiti flagged and escorted Kuwaiti tankers in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. We can't do that this time because the Americans are belligerents. I wrote an article recently, and the title...
Dude, I'm so sick of living in this new tornado alley. Like, what the fuck?
Where are the allies? So why aren't the allies like Britain and France and Germany, who have far better capabilities in countermeasure, and they're not active belligerents in this war, why are you not escorting the tankers in and out? China would join you as well. So as everybody is wringing their hands as the United States is bringing the world economy to its knees, why doesn't Britain and France and, God forbid, NATO take on that mission?
Just out of interest, General, where were you educated?
Listen, chill vibes here. Even if it's end of days, I'm gonna go out fucking loving my neighbors and just fucking be a chill ass dude.
The United States military.
It costs nothing, and goddamn it, you know what? It's a much better life than being fucking miserable.
Academy and Bishop O'Connell High School, a trade school in Arlington, Virginia.
You have a remarkably eloquent and clipped American accent, I have to say. Notwithstanding,
from being around the Brits for it's that special relationship I've had with the Brits over these years.
John Kiriakou, welcome back to Uncensored. Let's just talk for a moment about the domestic jeopardy that I think Donald Trump is risking here.
We'll
and I think
here
it's
with
significant.
this for just 1 second.
The polling is terrible.
I'm gonna go check.
It's the first time I can remember an American
a little sooner.
Armed forces at war, even if they're not calling it that, which has not had the majority support of Americans. Gas prices are skyrocketing. Food prices are and will go higher because of the issue with the fertilizer. You've got the midterm elections coming. I mean, General Clement thinks he's already given up that. I'm not sure that's how Trump will be thinking, but certainly all the polling again suggests that the Republicans could lose both the House and the Senate now if this continues the way that it's going. It just seems a hell of a throw of the dice by Trump. And I'm increasingly thinking he's made a massive miscalculation. What's your view?
Oh, I think this is a disastrous miscalculation. Where do you even begin? You know, there's a very significant split right now within the Republican Party here in the United States.
Yeah.
There were a lot of Republican voters who voted for Donald Trump because they believed that he really was the no foreign wars president. You might recall February 14th, Valentine's Day 2016, during a Republican debate in which Donald Trump called George W. Bush a war criminal for getting the United States involved in the war in Iraq. And now all of a sudden, it's as though it's John McCain's neoconservative Republican Party again. It seems to me that Trump surrounded himself with some people like Tulsi Gabbard, for example, and J.D. Vance, who reportedly have been opposed to these foreign interventions, but then others like Marco Rubio, who is sort of the successor to the John McCain wing of that party. And the party and the president himself don't know which direction to go.
Well, I think I would add Lindsey Graham.
Disappointed.
I'd add Lindsey Graham into that.
Lindsey Graham.
I think he's been extremely
You're 100%
vocal.
right.
But what you're really, it's so true about the split in the party. I saw Matt Walsh yesterday from the Daily Wire making the point that almost every Republican he's been talking to is against this war.
Went off again,
and he said,
yes, it looks like there
unusual.
could be rotation near us. We'll see.
When you have a Republican administration,
I'm watching weather-wise
war,
right now.
For Republicans to be as against it as he is hearing personally, anecdotally, he thinks it's not showing up yet properly in the polling. But I saw a thing about enthusiasm for the midterms, and I think
Sounds
the
like you
Republican
already did.
enthusiasm now is down to like 60% and falling like a stone, right? Which again,
That's the danger.
and I think that's the kind of quiet, that's the quiet voice there of people saying,
all right,
we don't get this. This guy, the whole point of Trump was he would not take us into foreign wars, especially in the Middle East, and definitely no boots on the ground. You know, I do think if he commits boots on the ground and it goes even half wrong, as many military strategies think it could, then I think
I don't know. I saw him at fucking Disney with a bubble wand today, so I don't know.
It's
which I'm all for, like, you know, anybody rocking a bubble wand. It's bubbles. It's a wand. Come on. I'm not gonna fucking police fun. God damn it. Like, bro, you were just calling for, like, you know, some war crime kind of shit. So I don't know. Maybe you don't get to use a bubble wand.
this becomes his legacy. And again, I just asked the question, and I would ask it to the president myself if he calls me. I would just say, why did you do it now? I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
I don't think I've ever seen a gathering of more spineless people in my entire life. This is just simply, it's like a vacuum, Pierce. Like President Trump woke up one morning and decided to go attack Iran because Israel convinced them, as if Iran does not pose a nuclear threat, as if there's no one to resolve.
Hang on.
What would be the red line for you, Pierce, to say that they're an imminent threat?
Hang on, Doran. We'll take your insult, but let me just respond. the reason people think that's what happened is because that is what the Secretary of State of the United States told everybody on camera. Just to remind you, Marco Rubio said, when he was asked, why did America take preemptive action in this way? He said, because another country, brackets Israel, had informed the United States they were attacking Iran, and the expected result would be that Iran would, under that incident, it would then attack American interests, and therefore they had to get in first. And J.D. Vance has also said the same thing. We're not making this up. This is something coming out of the mouths of the senior people in the administration.
The 12-day war, Piers, why did Trump join
Groove. I appreciate
the 12-day war at the end of the war?
Well, the 12-day war...
Israel had been fighting alone for 11.5 days.
The 12-day war...
Why did Trump swoop in and take out these nuclear reactors? Because he believes that a nuclear Iran poses a major threat.
Sure, and we were
Marco
told...
Rubio, Pete Hegseth, they've all said many different things,
we were told that threat was eliminated.
The president himself said
we were told the 12-day war...
Iran has killed tens of thousands of Americans over the years. He understands the American people, this is their story. They don't need a reason to understand that there's evil in the world and stand up for evil. And by the way, the Brits are the ones who taught us this.
Sure.
The importance of standing up against evil. Like, what I don't understand about any of the people you brought on, are we just then going to surrender and let Iran just grow into a nuclear armed terror regime? Or does anyone, including you, have another idea of how to prevent this?
Yeah, I think the honest answer about that is that...
I didn't think so.
Well, I haven't answered.
Well, while we're doing that, I'm going to take a look at my spine here. Apparently, it's been eviscerated.
No, not all of you, but some of you.
Trump for life, life without parole. Nice. Don Harden, welcome to the show.
General Kim is spineless.
I think that's...
Hit that sub and hit that like button. You're in a good place here. Also, just in general, like, yeah, I like to have, open discussions here. You won't see me banning MAGA.
Including myself here. So you're one of the...
But there's nothing...
They will get banned for, being themselves eventually, because they always do. I have a few that have surprised me, but, yeah.
I don't think it's anything particularly
it's almost like
heroic
they
or
have something to
courageous
prove, like by
about
getting banned by
launching
leftist channels.
Biggest military attack of modern times with the most overwhelmingly powerful military.
Sorry if I'm not paying full attention to this. I'm also watching the weather app. Like,
it's not to be a hero. Who needs to be a hero?
No, but I don't understand what the I don't agree that there was an imminent impending threat.
I wish I didn't live in this
fucking
zone.
Well, let me answer. The only imminent impending thing was that Benjamin Netanyahu
and AWACS, what's up?
Told Trump, we're going to attack. We now know from Antony Blinken, a previous Secretary of State, that he tried the same thing with Obama and Biden, told them he was going to attack.
Loud as
and then both Biden and Obama said, well, we're not coming with you. And then guess what? Israel didn't attack. And that is why people believe, when you add Rubio's comments and Vance's comments,
totally calm
but what happened here is that Netanyahu railroaded Donald Trump into going along with this in a way that was actually rejected by Biden and Obama, and that the actual threat, which is we're going to do it anyway.
Max Velocity ain't live. I ain't going live with it.
He probably wouldn't have done it anyway if it wasn't for the
weather guy.
So, history will tell it.
Trust me, I should have. Oh man, I missed my calling with that one. I actually watched the Weather Channel when I was like a kid.
I guess the answers to these questions, but it was fascinating to me that Blinken said what he said.
And then you just keep watching.
As to where we are now, how does it square? Surely, Durham, you must see the unbelievable risk of committing ground forces to Iran to get enriched uranium
Kelly,
from
welcome
deep
to the show.
under
I
the
appreciate
ground,
you being here.
when we know how heavily protected it is, and we know how cunning the Iranians have so far been in the way they've responded in this war. I think it's a terrifying potential escalation that could lead to the deaths of many Americans, right? And I say for what? Where is the impending threat? Where is the evidence? It takes me back to 2003. Wait, hang on, you say I'm spineless? Let me answer you about spine. I was editor of the Daily Mirror newspaper in the UK, one of the biggest selling newspapers in the world at the time. I took on my own government, Tony Blair, the Labour government. We were a Labour-supporting newspaper. I waged one of the most ferocious campaigns against a war in media history, and it failed. And we know what happened in Iraq, because I did not believe that there was the evidence that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, or that he was about to use them, or hit London in 45 minutes, or any of that bullshit. And you know what? It turned out, very sadly, I was right. And yet, 20 years later, utter mayhem followed that illegal invasion, as I see it. So I don't think it's necessarily lacking in a spine to say sometimes that these wars are wrong and they're on false pretexts, and that the public is entitled to stand up and say, not in my name. That actually can often take more courage than simply dropping a load of bombs on people.
Pierce, we see that Iran has fired now thousands of ballistic missiles, including those that land in Israel and population centers. They fired 2 ballistic missiles towards Diego Garcia, which, yes, had they not fired them to the east and they fired them to the west, could have landed in London. The warhead on a single ballistic missile, if it's 1.5 tons, do you know what the impact zone is? It's 100 square blocks in London. What would it take for you to acknowledge that there's actually an imminent threat? We have ballistic missiles landing all over. At what, when the nuclear warhead is on the ballistic missile and it's on its way to Israel, do we then say, okay, this is an actual threat? Or do we stand up today against a terror regime that has developed proxies throughout the Middle East, that created Hezbollah, created Hamas, created the Houthis, took over the United States Embassy in Iran, has driven trucks and blown up thousands of hundreds of Marines, and have tried, MI5 has prevented 22 mass casualty terror attacks in London since 2022. What does it take?
Okay, let me bring John back in. John, your response to that?
Where do you even begin? The Iranians have been reactive to this, not proactive. You know, people watch on the news what's happening in Lebanon, in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Syria. There has to be a response. You can't just say, well, you know what, we're an existential threat to the Israelis, so of course the Israelis are going to have to bomb us. That's just not real life. I can tell you, in all the years that I was in the CIA, no matter who the Israeli Prime Minister was, every single time an Israeli Prime Minister came to Washington, no matter who the president happened to be, the Israelis would say, please help us bomb Iran.
Having a grand old time.
Please help us bomb Iran. Please help us bomb Iran. And the presidents always said no until this one.
A little jealous.
I think that President Trump was duped by Benjamin Netanyahu, and now we're in a war that is not ours from the beginning, and that we cannot win. And this is another thing, too. My own experience in the CIA and at some of the highest levels of government. I was the executive assistant to the CIA's deputy director throughout the Iraq War. There's never an exit strategy. It's easy to attack a country. It's easy to overthrow a government. But then what do? That's the hard part.
Right. I mean, Dean, that is the reality. And that is why Donald Trump was always so vocal. I'm not going to do this. And yet here he is. He's doing it to the biggest place he could possibly be doing it with the greatest risk. And that's the bit I don't understand. I think you're one of the spineless 3, so maybe you'd like to respond to...
No, he's got a spine.
Oh, he's got a spine. Okay, great.
We're down to 2.
Okay, we're down to two spineless people. So just the CIA guy and the guy that rightly called the wrong illegal wars. Got it. Okay, well, Amy.
Look, this war was going to happen by hook or crook, because at the end of the day, you know, Iran represented not the perfectly rational, logical player in the established global order. You know, in this poker table, the global poker table, where the Russians, the Chinese, the Brazilians, the Indians, the Europeans, the Americans, you know, you see, at the end of the day, if you come to the poker table and you try to cheat and undermine everyone and to try, like, I mean, to be absolutely loutish and brutish about it, at the end of the day, you will be escorted out of the premises unceremoniously, and then you will be terminated with extreme prejudice. And this is the problem with people who don't understand that the Iranian threat was accumulatively growing stronger and more dangerous as the years progress. Again, what is so normative about Iran's politics in the region? You have to understand that Iran was expanding across the region, a region that actually contained more than 50+% of the world's traditional energy reserves. And that is a threat to the global established financial order that is backed by the dollar as a reserve currency. You cannot allow Iran to become the hegemon of the entire region, and then Iran can do whatever it wants when it comes to charging, for the petrol with other currencies, undermining the status of the US dollar as the reserve currency of the world. If you allowed Iran, to have such unchecked power across the region, is going to be tremendously, as always, President Trump said, tremendously, dangerous to the status of the United States, financial system as the financial system of the world. And add to this the fact that you cannot, basically say that Iran's politics and rhetoric towards its neighbors, it's not just only Israel. Some people always saying it was an existential threat towards Israel. Since I was a child, their entire rhetoric wasn't just only about Israel and America. It was also about Saudi Arabia. It was about Kuwait. It was about the UAE. The fact that UAE trading with Iran for more than 40 years, and at the first sign of trouble, they threw more than 2,500 ballistic missiles and drones at the UAE. What does that tell you? It tells you basically that their entire plan, their entire military strategy was about hegemony over the oil-rich neighbors. As simple as that. They recruited so many young men, 700,000, to be parts of non-state actors, illegal non-state actors. In what world can we tolerate that? And the United States, at the end of the day, if they want, for the America First crowd, America cannot be first at home if it's not first abroad, if it's not first overseas. Because at the end of the day, the entire economic system of the United States depends on it being the hegemon of the world and the
Well, China holds most of our debt there, guy.
Guardian of the maritime global established
but
order, the maritime imperium.
Yeah, okay, but look, you're making an assumption that America's going to win this, and I think that's quite an assumption to make right now.
We haven't won a war since World War II, and we had a lot of help on that one.
Yes, it is, but because
this guy is doing American exceptionalism a little bit more than even Americans do when we actually look at the facts.
The end of the day is the calculus of the firepower.
Okay.
At the end of the day,
that doesn't matter, dude. We've always been the biggest military, but for some reason we still can't win a war for shit. I hate to fucking repeat it. But...
Okay, we'll see.
Despite all the rhetoric of Iran,
we will see whether
I like how the CIA guy's just like, this guy's full of shit.
Firepower alone can win this war.
It's not just only firepower. At the end of the day, what is a victory? Arabs always say, that victory is just to be patient. Is your patience outlast your enemies?
Yeah,
and here is basically the thing is the fact that there is no economic patience in Iran anymore.
My guess is
their economy will collapse.
My guess is that the Iranians will have a lot more patience than Donald Trump. We shall see. We shall see.
We will see.
All right, we'll have to wait and see. I've got to leave it there. Panel, thank you. Interesting debate. Thank you very much indeed. Well, I'm pleased to say that I'm joined now by Rudy Giuliani, the former New York mayor and lawyer to President Trump. Rudy, welcome back to Uncensored.
How are you, Piers?
I'm good. I've missed you. You well?
Calling it on this one. All right, here. Got one more thing I want to do before I end the night. But after this, I do unfortunately have to get going. Even though this God damn it. You know what? Hold on. Fuck it. Let's do this. Well, let's watch this Hassan bit, and then we'll fucking do my Mehdi bit, and then I gotta go.
Crazy as Democrats are divided and don't know what to do about him, and so we asked him. 8 million people marched against him as Trump didn't show up to CPAC and his approval just hit 36%. And every Trump-Iran deadline keeps getting moved as every Trump threat gets bigger, and Iran says they're waiting to set troops on fire. We're talking subscribers only, varies by plan. And then diving right back into the news as promised, here's our interview with Hassan. Hassan, Democrats are publicly split on whether you should be involved in campaigns, right? El Sayed wants you on stage. Stevens said you're the exact opposite of someone I'd be campaigning with. Slotkin said you sound deeply anti-Semitic. What is your response to elected Democrats calling you a liability?
I have the same attitude that Bernie Sanders demonstrated after his rally yesterday. It's I think there's a major split within the corporatist side, the corporatist flank in the Democratic Party. The the people that are constantly trying to appeal to this like mythical moderate
Billy D selling knives,
interest voter, and that's been a demonstrable failure. And I think that the party's base actually understands that it's a demonstrable failure, so they're demanding more. And these guys they're losing their relevance, their institutional relevance, like a lot of these think tanks like Third Way and certainly advocacy groups like APAC, ADL. So they're just kind of trying to create pressure wherever they can. And I think they're very boomer minded because they think like, when I go and stand next to a politician, that actually benefits me. They don't realize that like politicians are coming to me because I can fundraise for them in a way that you really can't do because it's like all individual donors from all around the country, right? This is not like a closed door private dinner, $50,000 a pop. Like this is like real people that appreciate what the candidate has to say and want to give $5 to $100. And then also on top of that, I have a fairly active audience that makes up the door knocker base, as I like to call it, like a lot of activists, advocates, labor union leaders, and lower level local politicians and the like, who when they get excited about a candidate, they want to do phone banking. Like there is the real grassroots momentum when candidates associate with someone like myself, and that's the reason why they do it, because it doesn't give me any like significant legitimacy when I appear next to a candidate. At least it doesn't work that way on the internet. No one really cares, right? And in the same way that like when I get favorable coverage from a legacy publisher, it's good for the managerial class. They read those papers, but it doesn't actually yield a real massive amount of eyeballs and attention that translates to like viewership and an increase in like people tuning in to my broadcast, as opposed to going on like Theo Vaughn. So they're both the old guard and desperately trying to maintain that old guard mentality by like trying to apply pressure to politicians that very clearly are more malleable, more persuadable. You get a couple lobbyist phone calls or big donors, they give a phone call, and then you release a statement like the one that Slotkin did, which was so crazy. Like she openly admitted that she doesn't know who I am. And then very clearly was like reading a talking point that was given to her, but maybe she didn't even like fully understand the talking point, because she was saying the conflation between Jews and Israel is anti-Semitism, is like very anti-Semitic. And it kind of seems like Hassan does that quite a bit. And it's like, no, actually, I do the exact opposite of that. So that was like a funny angle. It wasn't even like quote mining to be like, well, this quote seems crazy or whatever, because like they all do that usually. There's like a couple of them flying around that the ADL disseminates. But she didn't even do that, where she just like went off on a tangent on something totally irrelevant and unironically antagonistic to my worldview, something that I have for years and years pushed back against.
Well, especially as we get closer to the primaries, though, I mean, we are going to see these things coming out of like just people, you endorsing people or you being with people trying to use things that you've said and done. So we do have to talk about that while I have you on, right? Because you've been accused of calling Orthodox Jews inbred, comparing Zionists to neo-Nazis, dismissing reports of sexual violence on October 7th, saying, I believe the quote, and once again, it could be a clip, so we'll get to that. It doesn't matter if rape happened on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic of me, and posting that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. Which of those things would you say you stand by? Which of those things would you say you regret? And which of those things do you think are being misrepresented?
I think the ones that are being misrepresented pretty egregiously are like it doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th or not, because that was actually an argument that I was having fairly early on with a chatter who was denying sexual violence or the likelihood of sexual violence happening. I was telling him that this actually doesn't change the dynamic of genocide. Like this doesn't justify genocide at all. But that one has been misrepresented pretty egregiously. As far as the inbred comments goes, there's like a massive compilation of this out there of me like calling any kind of like ethno-religious racial supremacist an inbred, because a lot of these ideologies do revolve around genetic purity. But the idea that it's like directed at Orthodox Jews is ridiculous. It was specifically talking about like, settlers and settlers destroying aid and things of that nature. But I do understand that it can come across as insensitive. But so I will, as I told Politico, I believe, or the New York Times, I'll try to be a little bit more careful with my language there. As far as the differences between Hamas and Israel, I mean, that I do stand by. I don't have an issue when people point to that to say, how could you say such a thing? Because my counter always is, okay, well, then argue against it. Explain to me why Hamas is a larger danger to the world, or a larger danger to the Palestinians, or a larger danger to Israelis than Israel is. Because Israel has committed a genocide. I think that it comes across as like a statement that is out there, because it's not one that you hear.
I gotta say, his son's cooking
From any American commentator at all. But it's still a reflection of reality. It's not even a defense of Hamas at that point. It's just it's a way to try to get people to understand like the severity of what Israel has done, and to also try to like make people understand that these are groups. Like, Palestinian resistance is not operating out of a place of like anti-Semitism in the way that it's been presented. It's operating out of a place of having an emancipatory need, right? This is 75 years of apartheid. It's a pretty brutal and pretty ruthless occupation that these people have been subjected to. This is not an alien force that's like outside of the Palestinians. I mean, they do have internal dynamics. They have Palestinians certainly are not all of them are fond of Hamas or anything, but it doesn't matter, right? Because like the much larger problem here right now is the genocide that Israel's conducted and the apartheid that it continues to maintain.
And the last thing I'll get to regarding anything in the past, because there's a lot of stuff happening now I want to touch on, and I know that you're kind of limited on time. It popped up during everything with Mamdani, right? You said in 2019, America deserved 9/11. You later called it inappropriate. Do you still think that the underlying argument was right and that just the phrasing was off? And if so, what is that? Or have you moved off that position entirely?
No, that was me talking about blowback, which is a concept that has academic consensus, right? And even in 2019, it had academic consensus. It's just that the way
That's really respectfully, he hasn't even had a bit to
I used was certainly not the best, especially because it can be misinterpreted and still is being cynically misinterpreted to this day. But I think at the end of the day, it's people leaning into quote mining and to be like, oh, this person is not arguing in good faith. This is like an insincere person. It's a radical person. One thing I have noticed is that, as you probably also know, I collaborate with politicians quite frequently. Bernie Sanders, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. I have had Tom Steyer on the stream. Like, I collaborate with politicians, especially in the primary season, but also in the off season as well. Greg Kazar, someone who I was a big advocate to win the Congressional Progressive Caucus leadership role, right? Like, I understand the internal dynamics of the party. I talk to politicians all the time. I talk to analysts all the time. And yet this issue only gets brought up when I'm campaigning or when I'm working alongside Muslim candidates. Like, the major blow-ups have only happened twice. First with Zohran Mamdani, where Andrew Cuomo was trying to associate me with like Islamic radical terrorism and then tie him back to that as well. And now they're doing the exact same thing to Abdullah al-Sayed. So I think it's in some ways a not so subtle, but certainly more subtle than like Randy Fine way of terror jacketing a candidate. Like, to say like this candidate is platforming a person who might be a dangerous radical, right? But
shitting in his diaper right now.
It's ridiculous, especially because the issue that they're doing it on is Israel.
Plenty of fuel for Pam Bondi.
And this ties back to the boomer mentality that I was mentioning earlier, because Israel's a 90-10 issue, especially in the Democratic Party, Democratic Party's voter base, right? So they are weirdly aligning themselves on the opposite side of an issue that's a 90-10 issue. They're siding with the 10%. And I guess the point I'm trying to make is, like, no matter how much quote mining they can engage in, or no matter how much they try to say like, oh, I'm a radical person, I think most people, especially after the last 2.5 years, kind of understand that this happens to anyone who puts themselves out there and says, free Palestine, says they're on board with Palestinian emancipation, that Palestinians deserve.
Although it looks like the tornado is like not even a thing anymore.
Statehood, dignity, sovereignty. There's always a barrage of
cell
hatred,
that's
down to the likes
about,
of Miss Rachel,
40
who
plus
is
miles to
an
the west of
immensely
us.
kind
So
person, like an
we'll see what
impossibly
happens.
kind person, who just simply says things like, "I don't think children deserve to die," right? So it's
Hey, Angela.
Ironically, another thing that I talk about quite a bit as far as like the dilution of the term anti-Semitism, which is a severe crisis regardless. But this kind of dangerous
Tornadoes are where?
conflation,
Oh, in the Chicago region.
this false conflation between Zionism and Judaism, paired up with like this
Right now, they've been
barrage
downgraded
of
to
this
severe
barrage of attacks
thunderstorms,
against
but there was
people who
tornado
are
warning.
advocating for Palestinian
had some,
emancipation and consistently calling them anti-Semites, pairing people like myself up with morally repugnant worldviews like Nick Fuentes. I think that is a spectacular failure in terms of combating anti-Semitism. I think it actually leans into anti-Semitism. It makes people no longer take anti-Semitism allegations seriously. And it also legitimizes the likes of Nick Fuentes rather than delegitimizes someone like myself.
So I was going to ask you, right? Because Mallory McMorrow, she compared you to Nick Fuentes in that you are someone who says offensive things to generate clicks and attention. That's a paraphrase of what she said. What's your reaction to being compared to a white nationalist by a Democrat? And do you think that comparison is being made in good faith, or what do you make of it?
No, I don't think that comparison is being made in good faith. I will, to be as charitable as possible, I don't think Mallory McMurrow knows who I am. I think she just got talking points and thinks that this is like a viable way to draw a line in the sand between herself and Abdul al-Sayed, because they're both in like the anti-Zionist lane. They're competing for votes in the anti-Zionist lane where the votes are, but then all the donations are on the pro-Israel lane, right? And Stevens is actually the pro-Israel candidate. She's the AIPAC candidate in this race. So it's very clear, you know, her position is already established, right? Everybody understands it. But I think this was McMorrow looking at the three-way race that's taking place. That's within a margin of error, and deciding maybe I can be the viable, Israel curious candidate here and try to moderate and maybe get AIPAC off my back. Which, we'll see if it even happens, because these are the types of things we have to pay attention to now. It's really strange. It's not even about policies necessarily. It's more so about what kind of subsidiary corporations is AIPAC going to set up that will not have the word Israel in it at all, and how they're going to launch unlimited amounts of money. Because sometimes they are going to boost McMorrow, and sometimes they might even boost Abdul al-Sayed a little bit. If they feel like there's a battle between McMorrow and Abdul al-Sayed where like Stevens can win out at the end. So it's this complex machinery that I think undermines the principle of democracy. But we'll be paying close attention to it.
Do you think that might be connected? I mean, you have AOC, Ro Khanna, other prominent progressives, right, appearing on your show, people like Bernie Sanders backing candidates on the campaign alongside you. But when many of them are pressed on specific comments, whether it be about Jews in Israel, most of them won't address those comments directly. Like, do you think that the elected officials who associate with you publicly but won't defend specific things you've said, like, does that stand out to you? Do you think that's just playing the game? What's your take there?
I think I should never be the conversation. So I think it's totally appropriate for these politicians to be like, guys, there's going to be things that we disagree with. And there are things that we disagree with, not on the issue of quote unquote Jews, obviously, but like there are going to be differences in opinion. It's healthy, it's normal, it's understandable, right? So I think they're just covering their bases by being like, it doesn't matter if we have disagreements. I'm gonna talk to this.
No one hid your chat. That was you too.
Person. I think they're just trying to
auto flag,
signal it in a way that is like the most appealing to the broadest base.
Bitch to Google.
I don't
control it.
Politicians to just like run around and defend every clip out of context. They're not my fans, right? These are people that I work with. These are people that I want to fight for an agenda, and they are fighting for an agenda, so I support them. And if they stop fighting for an agenda, I will stop supporting them. But at the end of the day, this is an insincere conversation. So I do appreciate any kind of defense, because I understand, or at least they understand, that this battle is for who gets to retain control over the party, right? And I think they are just using me as an entry point. So when they're yelling at me and they're saying I'm radical, they're actually yelling at the base, because I do have a lot of fans, but I also am a megaphone for a lot of people who don't even know who I am, right? Like, these are people that I meet on the streets when I go to these protests. These are people that are totally outside of my demographics that are also expressing the same anger and discontent towards the Democratic Party's ineptitude, its feckless nature, against the growth of fascism in this country. So they've arrived at my position without hearing my commentary at all. So I'm not this like singular being that is, hypnotizing the base of support into demanding more radical things. I'm just a megaphone. I'm just one person, right? So for them to highlight me like this, I think boost my profile. It's rather flattering. It's definitely annoying that I have to like deal with all these, clips out of context, or just, I hate being misunderstood. I don't think anybody likes being misunderstood professionally. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of politicians also recognize that this is more so an ideological battle that's taking place in the Democratic Party. Are we going to have a left flank Democratic Party that represents the interests of the working class, or are we going to have a Democratic Party that continues along with this aesthetic posture against Trump, if at that places the interests of corporations over the interests of the people? And I think that's the real battle here. It's not me.
Well, on the note of your fans, and this will be the last question for you, there are millions of young people who watch you. They align with your politics. They feel deep, like completely locked out of the Democratic Party. If Democrats decide that you're radioactive, they cut ties, they keep pushing you, what do you think happens to those voters? Where do they go? What do they do?
I think we just go back to square one, right? I mean, that was like how it was in 2016. I don't care if politicians in general are just like, oh, I don't want to be along. I don't want to appear alongside this person. My commentary is not going to change, right? Like, this is not about my own personal feelings. Will it signal to me in some ways that like they are running scared, which I do think is a big problem with even some of our best candidates so far? Sometimes I think they are too conciliatory, too conceding to these groups that apply a tremendous amount of pressure by way of both the media and through direct phone conversations that they have with candidates. Absolutely. But at the end of the day, beyond that, it says nothing to me. I always repeat to my audience as well. I will have disagreements with even someone like Zoran, who I admire, who I love, who, I talk to with regular frequency, but there's going to be disagreements there, right? But at the end of the day, it's just all about putting the policy in the bag, little bro. Just put the policy in the bag. I don't care. We don't have to be friends. It's great. He's a wonderful guy. But we don't have to be friends. As long as you are fighting for the working class, I'll be there. I'll defend you when you are doing defensible things. And if you're doing indefensible things, I'll criticize you.
Hassan, thank you for the time, man.
Hell yeah. All right, so here's the thing I wanted to show you.
My name is Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. I was running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois, and one of the most common questions I've been getting over the last week and a half is what's next? And the true answer is I'm not totally sure. I don't have a ton of specifics, but I do know that...
I knew it. I fucking knew it, dude. God damn. That was... Guys... Did I not say that this was like the last question I had for her in that email? I know that Pinkerbell really appreciated the fact that I was asking this. Her campaign just, you know what? I'm going to just say it. I'm glad she lost. Fuck it. I'm going to just say it. Like, this proved everything that I thought was wrong with her campaign.
I'm going to devote...
Like, God damn it, man. And you know what? I voted for her. Plain and simple. Me and my wife, we voted for her.
Every single day of the rest of my life.
This is so fucked up.
I have to fight ICE and hold these bastards.
Goes to Minnesota, number one. I did notice that she was in Minnesota.
That's why today.
And I made the joke where I'm just like, is she just going to go to Minnesota and try and run there?
Today, I'm at
the fact that she didn't have a plan B or a plan C is kind of messed up.
Largest No Kings rally in the country to push against this administration with thousands of people who are marching all over
Surprise.
the city to come right here, saying fuck no to ICE, fuck no to illegal wars, and every other unconstitutional bullshit thing that this president is doing. My name is Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. I was...
I can't. All right. Last thing, and then I got to go for the night.
As Nostradamus, you had three famous predictions in 2024 that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war with Iran.
Iran clearly has the strategic advantage. I think the next step
in the escalation ladder.
I mean, Tim Walz is stepping down, isn't he, baby? She's going to try and run for that seat.
Is that Trump will send in ground forces.
Maybe.
Nikki Haley was key to your prediction about Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, but he didn't pick her.
I think that the problem with education is that...
You know what? I don't know. Because I genuinely don't really care if her campaign gets a hold of me anymore. I mean, funny enough, now have Dan Biss that I will likely...
focuses too much on facts.
I'm going to just
too much
keep that
on
at
rigor.
that.
And not enough on imagination.
I didn't remove your fucking comment. And you're spamming. Dude, we asked you nicely to not use caps. We see your fucking comments. I don't care if you're a boomer or not. Take the caps lock off.
Trying to control what you say now.
One more fucking message. I'll delete you myself.
Your critics might.
They asked you nicely. I cannot stand when I'm at the back end of my show and some cunt has to come in here and not listen to the basics of our fucking chat rules.
Say they're using you.
I allow people that dissent. I allow fucking Trump supporters. I allow people that generally make fun of me. But this shit is what pisses me off.
As a propaganda.
It is possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government.
Hold on.
You can't stand people that just cannot.
You don't call
because you can't see.
yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel.
I do now. But when I first started out, if you go way back to my
Doesn't
early
matter. When you first started out, you do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year.
If that's true, turn your computer or your phone stuff up. I just don't believe it. No, I don't believe it either.
Back in 2024, Chinese-Canadian educator Shui-Qin Jiang posted a video on his YouTube channel, Predictive History, where he laid out 3 big predictions. Donald Trump would win the 2024 election, the US would then go to war with Iran, and ultimately the US would lose that war. Since then, the self-styled professor who says he uses game theory to analyze the past and predict future geopolitical events has become an internet sensation and has even been dubbed China's Nostradamus. But he's also faced some criticisms over his predictions and, many would say, pretty out there conspiracy theories. 2 out of 3 of Jiang's big predictions have come true. But how much of that is his own geopolitical foresight and how much of it simply comes down to luck? How much does the Chinese government control or even influence what he says, what he predicts? I decided to not just speak to Shui-Qin Jiang, aka Professor Jiang, about Iran and the state of the world, but also to challenge him a bit.
Good.
Here's our interview. Shui-Qin Jiang, thank you so much for joining me on Zeteo. You have said you use game theory to predict future geopolitical events. For those who have never heard of game theory, please do explain what it is and how it helps you explain what's happening with Donald Trump and with Iran in particular.
Right. So game theory applied to geopolitics means that we see each individual nation state as a player in a zero-sum game to maximize its individual interests. And so each player would have its own characteristics, its own strengths, and it would adopt a optimal strategy in order to win the zero-sum game.
So how does that apply in the Middle East right now?
Right. So the United States is attacking Iran, and these 2 nation states have different strengths and weaknesses. So America has the world's greatest military. It has aerial supremacy. It has tremendous technology. It has unlimited funding. And so Iran is adopting an asymmetrical strategy of holding the global economy hostage, meaning that rather than attacking the United States directly,
he played Civ and was just like, oh, what if this was it?
Which you cannot defeat directly. It is instead controlling the Strait of Hormuz, which is strangling the global economy, and it's attacking the GCC nations, the infrastructure of the GCC nations, in order to force Trump into the negotiating table. So that is the asymmetrical warfare of Iran.
You've also predicted that the US, you had 3 famous predictions in 2024, that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war with Iran. Based on what you've seen over the past month, do you still stand by that prediction?
Yes, I do. I think that after a month, I think that Iran clearly has the strategic advantage. And what I mean by that is that Iran is very clearly able to articulate its military objectives, and it has a very clear strategy of how to obtain these military objectives, and it is working very hard and very meticulously to obtain these objectives. This is the complete opposite of America, where Trump has failed to articulate an end goal.
Oh, don't worry about it. Don't apologize to me.
And
he's already pissing me off.
Right now, it seems
he doesn't give a shit about Sheridan Gorman.
That the administration, the Trump administration,
none of them do.
Is unable to articulate both a
Trust me, if they found out that she was technically like a fucking leftist
strategy and a purpose,
they would probably abandon the whole cause. But you know what? Her parents are jumping on this, so all of a sudden she's the new Laken Riley because you know Trump didn't deport the guy who killed her like he said he would. You know, with that whole year and a half that he had to do it, and also 2 trips to Chicago, one of them with the National Guard.
Purpose to the American
brought fucking helicopters to a fucking apartment complex. Yeah,
public, which
Latin Kings are still here,
is causing
weird how that works.
Most Americans to not support this war. It's also
What's
causing
What's up with that, Trump?
Low soldier
real.
morale among the American forces.
It's Stanley's
What do you
assholes.
think happens next if/when Iran?
You don't actually
wins?
give a shit. Oh, it's a paid episode. Oh, okay. So we got part of it. Well, I might have to do that, actually. Or just, you know, do what most people do and wait until it comes on YouTube. But hey, that was a nice little tease. Ooh, you know what? We're almost at 7 hours. Fucking, let's go. Dude needs to wash his greasy ass hair. Okay. It's natural sheen, but whatever. Literally, dude, it's one day. Ugh, that's what's funny to me. But you're not supposed to wash your hair every fucking day. It's actually good for your hair. Yeah, I still can't believe Cat has nothing. Absolutely nothing. Caroline Levitt, don't give a shit. Oh, you know what? I did want to play this. Hold on. I got one more thing.
Would the administration ever raise taxes
Wow.
in order to fund?
Look how nervous he gets.
Again, Kristen, the terrible framing. I think that.
Well, it's just it's a simple question that I think a lot of people have.
Well, it's a ridiculous question.
Well, what can you answer it?
Just as a reminder, Scott Bessent is the Treasury Secretary, so that means his entire job is to answer how America will pay for things, and it's
Fucking, again, mayor of Whoville looking motherfucker.
plan to pay for things. And so when a reporter asks the most basic possible version of that question, will the Trump administration raise taxes to fund the Iran war? He instead calls it a ridiculous question and then just gives us a creepy little smile and says nothing else. To be super clear, I mean, he could have just said no. That's a very easy answer. But instead, he chose to get huffy with the reporter, maybe because he actually can't say no to that question. The Iran war currently costs $1 billion in taxpayer money every single day. On top of that, last week, the Pentagon requested $200 billion in additional funds to help with the war. And Americans everywhere are asking, how exactly do we plan on paying for that?
Let's talk about the overall cost of this war. The administration's asking Congress poised to an additional $200 billion in additional funding for this war. Some Republicans who could cast key votes on this are expressing hesitation or outright opposition. Take a listen to them, and then I want to get your reaction on the other side.
She already had a blog.
Are there any initial red flags for you?
No, this is kind of what she used to say that she had the edge, but...
I am a no. I've already told leadership I am a no on any war supplementals. I am so tired of spending money elsewhere.
Should President Trump have gone to Congress on the front end of this war if he was going to ask for Congress's help now for more funding?
Again, President Trump was within his authorities, under the War Powers Act, to initiate this action. And we actually now we have plenty of money to fund this war. What we are doing is this.
Then why do you need more?
This supplemental. President Trump has built up.
Why do you need supplemental when you have trillions of dollars already committed to this war.
Up the military, as he did in his first term, as he is now doing in his second term, and he wants
Jesus
to make
fucking
sure
Christ, he's a bad liar.
that the military is well supplied going forward.
So she shows Scott some clips of his own party members, including Lauren Boebert, who is not exactly known for her nuanced fiscal restraint, but even she is saying that she is an absolute no on this $200 billion in additional assistance to fund the war. And Scott's response is, don't worry, we have plenty of money. How does that track exactly? We have plenty of money, but we also need $200 billion more for the war, but also, like, we do have the money, don't worry. And it is so interesting, actually, that Trump will go to Congress to ask for $200 billion in additional funding for this war, but apparently is unable to find money for Medicaid or SNAP benefits or to pay the TSA workers during the DHS shutdown.
Why would we do that? That we have plenty. We have $1 trillion in this year's budget for the military, and President Trump, even before the
then why do you need $250 billion more? Why?
conflict started?
And then you want to sit here, Somalis, small pennies.
It had said,
and you're robbing us blind. Get fucked, you
that he would
Jesus Christ
like to further build out the military.
So just is raising taxes under consideration at all? If you're saying you have plenty of money.
Not at all.
Viva American working class.
And then to circle back on the tax question, Scott then says, why would we raise taxes? We have $1 trillion in the military budget. Okay, but I mean, apparently the $1 trillion in the military budget isn't enough because now the Pentagon needs an additional $200 billion because apparently $1 trillion is both plenty of money, but also not quite enough money, depending on which question you're trying to fumble your way through. If you have plenty of money, trillions, by your own count, why is there a need for a supplemental? What exactly is being supplemented? You can't tell a reporter we have plenty of money and then go ask Congress for $200 billion extra dollars of, let's not forget, taxpayer money. And I want to repeat that this is the same exact administration that just a few months ago in this term cut $1 trillion in Medicaid benefits and $500 billion in SNAP benefits. Your healthcare and your food assistance were cut directly to pay for this war that nobody asks for and nobody wants.
Let's turn to how all of this is impacting consumers. United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby is now planning, he says, to cut flights and is planning for oil to go as high as $175 a barrel, with prices potentially staying above $100 a barrel through 2027. This is according to him. All of this could potentially mean higher prices for consumers. What do you say to Americans who feel they were promised lower costs and now they're getting the opposite?
Kristen, I think the American people understand that
Man, he wants to cry. He wants to fucking cry over this, dude.
50, I'm not going to put
Oh my God, they can't even lie properly. This is kind of funny.
the time on it, but let's just pick.
All right. Yeah, this is going to suck, and you know that this is going to get so much worse for y'all.
50 days of temporary elevated prices. Prices will come off on the other side for 50 years of not having an Iranian regime with a nuclear weapon.
Notice how they keep saying that? You know what's right around there? The 250th anniversary of the country and then Trump's birthday. It's almost like they're planning on giving him some kind of grand birthday present.
The American people, they are beginning to understand, thanks to President Trump, that there is no prosperity without security.
I heard you say 50 days. Are you saying that prices could start to come down?
No.
What's the time frame?
I was just picking a point. I don't know whether it's going to be 30 days. I don't know whether it's going to be.
You're in the government, my guy. You need to choose your words a little bit better.
50 days. I don't know whether.
You're like the fucking Treasury Secretary, you know, the guy who people make these decisions on, you know, the markets move kind of thing.
It's going to be 100 days. But to have 50 years.
Is this the whole plan to make it so, like, nobody can move the markets? President, Treasury Secretary. You guys realize you're kneecapping America pretty fucking hard, right? Like, you're not going to be here forever. I don't care how much you guys like can convince yourself that that's going to happen. That's just, I don't know. not going to happen because, I don't know, time.
Peace in the Middle East and know that the Iranian regime is defanged. Because
it's one thing I love about narcissists is they can't conceptualize their own deaths.
Kristen, what we had before was the illusion of security.
And if you're wondering, like I was, because I went and Googled this right after I watched this clip, Scott's net worth is something like $500 million. So then maybe that gives you some insight into why he does not care at all about higher prices. And why he doesn't even blink when asking Americans to swallow higher prices for, let me check what he said, was it 30 days or was it 50 days or 100 days? He can't even give you a timeline. So now we have to deal with higher gas prices, higher airfare prices, higher prices on literally anything that moves on a plane or a truck. So that means higher prices for groceries and higher costs to just get to work and higher costs for your family vacation, all of which was already expensive and is only going to continue to get more expensive. And these are the same people, the same exact administration who told you that they didn't have money for your healthcare or for your food assistance or for your housing assistance or to raise the minimum wage, but they have no problem spending $1 trillion, $1 billion a day on a war that nobody wanted and nobody asked for. The Trump administration promised you lower costs on day one, but they didn't do that. Nor did they do that on day 50. And now they're saying, actually, you might have to deal with higher costs for 30 days or maybe 50 days or maybe 100 days or maybe actually we're not sure how long. Scott's interview is all just a long way of saying, we don't care. The Trump administration does not care about higher prices because none of them have to deal with it. Trump is a billionaire and he has surrounded himself with billionaires. And those are the people he cares about. And that's why none of them feel it.
What, you want higher prices, higher taxes?
When the price of gas goes up or the price
higher gas prices throughout 2027.
Of groceries go up or the price of daycare goes up.
Yeah, fucking 3.9 inflation.
And that's why Scott won't even bother putting a timeline on higher prices because he does not care about you and he does not care about your bills.
Congressman, what do you say to Americans who think that we're involved in this war now in Iran as a distraction from the Epstein files?
Well, I think they have good reason to think that. I mean, we have a president who can't even explain why the hell we're at war, can't define what the mission is, can't tell us when it's going to end. He's spending $1 billion a day on this war. At the same time, he's not doing anything to help end hunger in this country. He's doing nothing to make child care more affordable or to make health care more accessible or affordable. I mean, he said we don't have the money, but we have $1 billion a day to blow on this crazy war halfway around the world. So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put anything past this president. I think he's hollow, I think he's immoral, and I don't think he gives a shit about the American people.
I guess that kind of goes along with lines with my next question of, what do you make of him spending 4 days in Palm Beach golfing in the middle of a war?
It tells you all you need to know about this guy. I mean, he's living in his own world, and he doesn't care about regular people. I mean, he's a multi-billionaire. All he cares about is making money. He doesn't care about any of the problems that my constituents face. The gas prices are skyrocketing, and he's golfing.
As a side note, after spending this entire video hearing Scott do financial gymnastics over and over and over again, how refreshing is it to hear someone just give a straight answer to a question? But let's get into the meat of what he actually said. $1 billion a day. That is what
I gotta say. I don't even know who she is, but I'm really glad that Rebel HQ actually got someone who is
what this war costs.
Really good at
$1 billion every single day for a war with no stated end date and no defined mission. And while that meter is running, childcare is still unaffordable, healthcare is still unaffordable. The same administration that can't find money for SNAP or for Medicaid or for minimum wage increases is spending $1 billion a day of your taxpayer dollars on a war that the president can't explain. And Trump spending 4 days in Palm Beach in the middle of this war tells you everything you need to know. He never cared about you, he never cared about this country, and he never will. Let's finish things off with one last clip of Scott to just drive this home.
He posted this, quote, Robert Mueller just died. Good, I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people. Do you think it's appropriate for the President of the United States to celebrate the death of an American citizen, someone who's a Bronze Star, Purple Heart recipient and who served in Vietnam?
Kristen, I was with the President in the green room at Davos, and there was a video playing of what may have been an illegal raid on his home at Mar-a-Lago. They are going through his wife's wardrobe, and I watched the look in his eye, and I think that neither one of us can understand what has been done to the president and to his family.
But to the question of the president's post, I mean, Robert Mueller didn't order that raid. Is it appropriate for the president to celebrate the death of any American citizen,
Again,
Mr. Secretary?
I think that given what has been done to President Trump and his family, it is impossible for either of us
Fucking cry harder, bitch.
to understand
Seriously,
what he has.
cry fucking harder. You did this to Biden. You literally went after his kid. Shut the fuck up. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you cunts? You guys are never genuine about anything. Ever.
A reporter
fucking insane.
asked Scott whether it was appropriate for the
Oh my fucking god.
President of the United
Go back to your fucking Malibu Barbie house, Scott. Seriously.
States to celebrate the death of an American citizen. And his answer was, you have to understand what Trump has been through. I can't even say that with a straight face because what are we talking about right now? Just because someone searched through Melania's luxury-filled wardrobe, it's impossible for any of us to understand the president's pain? Do I have that straight? Okay. It's impossible to understand what Trump has been through. I mean, that's kind of true because most Americans will never have his wealth, or his lawyers, or his security detail, or his private jets, or his golf courses, or his ability to get the best healthcare money can buy, or the luxury of spending a week at Palm Beach in the middle of a war that he started. $1 billion of taxpayer money has been spent on this war every single day.
Thunder's here.
Meanwhile, Medicaid benefits have been cut, SNAP
All right.
benefits have been cut, childcare is more expensive every single day, gas prices are skyrocketing, and Scott's argument is that we should have more empathy for the president. That is the Republican message.
It is. Isn't that fun? Gotta love it. You just gotta love it. Be funny if it was satire, but this is our government. These are the days of our lives that we all have to share together. Well, all right, folks. I do have to wrap here. Tomorrow I am on this space, starting the day noon Central, 1 p.m. Eastern. If you guys have not checked out Pepaganda, you might want to. It's a 2-hour show where I do a little breakdown of the news a little bit differently. Try to have a little bit of fun, but yeah, I think that tomorrow's actually going to be more of a chat-based one, so be prepared to be chatty. You know what's up, guys. All right, but with that being said, I do appreciate y'all hanging out. Join us on this space tomorrow, and then I will be here a little after 4 because we got something special, by the way. I'm going to be a guest on a certain show doing something that y'all will find to be a lot of fun. So join us on this space all day tomorrow, and then stick around after we do our this space shenanigans, and then come and check out my show on this channel. So make sure you're already subbed, like the stream on your way out, and I appreciate y'all. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.